Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council Workshop. Today is Tuesday, May 12, 2026. It's 9 a.m. We're in the John Netz Community Wing. I'm calling this meeting to order. If you could, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and a short moment of silence. Thank you. If you could, please, if you have devices, please silence them at this time. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but our AC unit was hit by lightning yesterday, so it may get a little hot in here today. Allison, if you could call the roll, please.
Mayor Norris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Panieri. Present. Councilmember Gambaro.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
And Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to begin today's proceedings with 30 minutes allotted for public participation. So if you have an item that you would like to discuss that is not on the agenda, I'll say again, not on the agenda, come forward. Yes, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Jeremy Davis. I want to speak today about infrastructure, sustainability, growth management, and the importance of proactive planning. Over the last several years, residents have increasingly heard discussions involving traffic congestion, roadway widening, drainage concerns, stormwater maintenance, canal rehabilitation, utility capacity, and long-term infrastructure funding. Those conversations are becoming more common because the realities of growth are beginning to place visible pressure on existing systems throughout the city. Residents see roads being widened after congestion already exists. Residents see drainage studies occurring after flooding concerns have already impacted neighborhoods. Residents see continued discussions about stormwater improvements, swales, ditches, canals, and infrastructure rehabilitation while additional development and density continue to be approved. At some point, residents naturally begin asking whether infrastructure is leading growth or permanently trying to catch up to it. Every new development adds more rooftops, more pavement, more runoff, more traffic volume, more utility demand, and more long-term maintenance obligations. Those impacts do not disappear simply because a project technically meets minimum requirements on paper. And that brings me to something I've recently discovered while reviewing the city's own technical manual. The technical manual specifically states that the finished floor elevation of a home should not be more than 10 inches higher or lower than the adjacent homes. That standard exists for a reason, because elevation directly impacts drainage and runoff behavior. Yet residents are now seeing situations where adjacent homes appear to exceed that published standard while still being approved. At the same time, residents are told to trust the process, even though the city has previously attributed permitting record inconsistencies to what was described as a system glitch. That becomes a public confidence issue, because if objective standards can be exceeded without transparent documentation explaining why, then residents naturally begin questioning whether the standards are truly being enforced consistently. This is not anti-growth. This is about accountability, transparency, and long-term planning. Infrastructure sustainability is not simply about approving projects today. It is about ensuring the systems, standards, and oversight mechanisms in place today actually protect residents 10, 20, and 30 years from now, because sustainable growth should mean infrastructure and oversight are prepared before problems become visible to the public, not after. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to speak on the concrete skate park.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Elizabeth Esposito.
Yes, ma'am.
So I know I've been in correspondence with some of you about the concrete skate park that's being discussed to possibly be built in conjunction with the YMCA that will be built in Town Center. While that could help it get done more quickly and cheaper, I just had a few concerns. So the one that's in Port Orange, that's also a YMCA that's built the same way, that it's public, but it's built in conjunction with their YMCA. They just have limited hours. It's from like dawn till dusk. And a lot of people, especially because it's so hot in Florida, we like to skate really late at night, like at WADS. So that was one concern. Also, will it remain free if it's in conjunction with the YMCA? Is there any way that they could, start imposing fees on people to skate? Also, the sign up, the way that they propose that you have to sign up and register, I just feel like it might be too convoluted and be a deterrent for people to want to go, to have to sign up. And also, if kids try to go there by themselves, will they be allowed to sign up, or are they going to have to drag their parent down to try to sign them up? Will pads be enforced? There's another, I spoke with other people, and they said to get into the other one, you have to not only sign up, you have to get a key fob to get into the gate. So I know this is very early on, but I was just bringing up some concerns about that. And also, will there be room for expansion? So if it's going to be built in Town Center, it would be relatively a small park. And I was thinking that, our community is long overdue for a skate park to begin with, a concrete one. And if our community is just growing, like as you can see, it's just growing and growing and growing. Will there be room there for expansion, or will there be possible room for a second park in the future? These are just things that I'm bringing up that I'm concerned about. But again, thank you guys very much for moving forward with the skate park idea and continuing the discussion.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Sweeters, and I am here also in regards to the concrete skate park. The one in Port Orange, because of the limited hours, I don't even go to. As a parent and a business owner, I have a pretty limited amount of time where I can go. They don't open until 11:30 in the morning on Sunday. I'm already in mom mode at that point in time, so can't even use it. Drove right past it. I don't even know if it's free, but the hours are prohibitive, so I don't know. But we continue to travel to other counties to spend money and to skateboard. We bring our families. We meet up with our friends. I'm leaving for California tonight with my family for a vacation, and one of the things we're doing is packing our skateboards so that we can skateboard. They seem to have kind of figured out that it's a pretty good way to attract families. I'm turning 50 in a few days, and I just started skateboarding like 2 years ago, so it's not just young people, and even if it was, they desperately need something to do here. I grew up here. There's not anything to do for young people. And it seems like the pickleball courts are pretty quickly approved, and I think that if you recognize that other people are coming or going to other places to skate, that it would be really nice for us to have something here like that. I guess if it was at the Y, it'd be better than nothing, but the hours would probably make it where I wouldn't be able to get to that one either. So I'd still continue driving to other counties to use their facilities and spending my money there instead of here. All right, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Can I approach to hand out?
State your name for the record, too, Sam.
Sam Royer, E section. Can I approach?
Yes, sir, real.
My name's Sam Royer, and Councilman Sullivan, you laid a challenge on the table. You said nobody ever presents anything about affordable housing. So as the email I sent all of you concerning the E section expansion, one of the questions I had was, what exactly was the nonprofit going to do? So what I did was I kind of took my experience in affordable housing, and I thought, why not present a plan to present to the developer and the nonprofit to see if they would help those first responders, teachers, and others that they said they were going to honor. So as an example, in my layout, qualifying factors would very simply be a first-time home buyer, somebody that served in the different fields there. They would have income limits, so if you're a single individual trying to buy a house, you'd be at the AMI limit, or 80%. If you had kids or you're married, it'd be a little bit higher. It would be a 10% forgivable grant. Forgivable over 5 years, 20% would drop off each year. What that would do is that would make it basically zero money out of pocket for those individuals that serve. And then I actually said, why not have the builder have a little bit of incentive? Because when you look at the layout of the scope of what was talked about, you're talking about lots that get donated, so there's a value to that lot. Well, if that value does not have a loan on it or anything else, there's equity position. So basically, the builder or the nonprofit could give a 2% buy down. So what it would do for that first responder or teacher, based off a $350,000 house, which is still expensive, year one, their payment would be around $2,196. Year two, their payment would be about $2,392, and year 3 through 30 is about $2,600. So my question when I asked, what plan was laid out for you guys to approve that lot expansion, these are the type of things we're talking about. Not just saying we're going to honor somebody, but lay out the plan of this is what we're going to actually do so that we can make it more affordable for these people that serve in our community. One of the other things that I laid out as far as an example, that individual would have had to serve at least a year in Flagler County, or if you want to bring that talent in from, let's say, law enforcement up north or something else, if they have at least a year or more in service somewhere else and they're relocating, then that money would be available. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, sir.
I'm here advocating for a concrete skate park.
State your name for the record, sir.
Judson O'Neill. I know a few dozen people that would be turned off to a skate park if the YMCA got involved, and I think it could be a hindrance to the target audience of the skate park. And I was just thinking, I look in the B section where there's a lot of like youth that would probably use it, but other than the sports complex, there's no park. And I know there's the Indian Trails Park that since I've lived here the last 8 years has sat vacant and kind of overgrown and stuff. I don't know if that could be a place, but I just see a lot of areas that could be utilized for a skate park, and I think that the YMCA getting involved could be a hindrance to the amount of people coming and getting involved. And so,
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Janie Duarte. There's a lot of residue on that dais lately, well, since you all were brought on board. District 4 seat was made vacant 79 days before the next regularly scheduled election. Such appointment shall last until the next regularly scheduled election, at which time the seat shall be declared open and an election held for the remaining 2 years of the term. That election was never done. That language still exists today that was never replaced. So I want to know, why are you still sitting there? What part of that language do you not understand? Would you like me to repeat it? Such appointments shall last until the next regularly scheduled election, at which time the seat shall be declared open and an election held for the remaining 2 years of the term. Your seat was vacated 79 days before that election. Now, on the issue of the westward expansion, the vice mayor says that the developer's responsible for that loop road. When you talk to the developer, they say, oh no, it's in the wetlands, it's not annexed, you guys lobbied for that money, so you're responsible for it. That would be a $126 million gift to the developers if you go forward with that project. We need to be accountable for those funds. Those funds need to be returned to the state, and the project needs to be scrapped because it was voted for and lobbied for under false pretenses. This is a copy of our charter.
Ma'am, we're talking about the charter. That's an item on the agenda.
I don't know I wasn't here. The beginning and end are supposed to confirm itself. And in the middle of it, you'll see that there are maps.
Ms.
You cannot
Duarte,
interfere.
Ms. Duarte.
You cannot interrupt.
Ms. Duarte,
My time.
you are out of order.
You are violating my rights.
I am
have
not
the
violating.
right.
Stop.
I am not going to stop you.
Stop.
I have the right to do
Mr. Mayor, let me Ms. Duarte, is it?
You are responsible.
We are
for
talking
this.
about the
Mr.
charter
Duarte.
during this meeting. You can speak about that when the item comes up on the
Oh,
agenda.
in this meeting.
This is non-agenda
Ms.
items.
Duarte, is this, I'm just asking a question. What you're talking to right now, is this regarding that's going to come up later on in the charter amendment that's already on the agenda? Because
Okay,
right now
thank
we're
you. I will
talking
do
about
so.
non-agenda items.
Thank you for clarifying.
What you got, Peter?
Morning, everyone, council, mayor. I just wanted to come in and discuss some of the things that took place at the last meeting with your recommendation, Mayor. On behalf of Palm Coast Historical Society, and I can loosely speak on behalf of Edit Flagler, thank you for the support. This is a historic movement to try to get something like that. I just wanted to inform the council, I did a little bit of my own research. This is one of the only copies that I know of in existence of the original comprehensive land use planning. Oh, I'm sorry, there you go, my apologies. Of the original CLUP. I read through it, and there is one specific spot that I just wanted to put on the record that I think would possibly help the mayor's actions. It's 4.4.5. It says that, subsection 3, it says the environmental protection specification provisions are made for monitoring and protection of the significant sites by interested residents of the Palm Coast community and/or a local museum. While details have not been worked out, several advantages of this program are obvious. First, it is hoped that involvement of the local residents will serve to educate the community about regional history and, more importantly, the value of protecting cultural resources. Second, excuse me, I'm sorry, I've had like 2 hours of sleep last night. Second, it places responsibility for protection of the resource base at the local rather than state and regional level. Additionally, Mr. Preston Zapp, our city historian, has done a bunch of research. There's something called a CLG. It's a certified local government that would help basically enact certain regulations that, not regulations in the sense of like you can't build or you can't do certain things, but enact certain regulations as far as how historical areas of interest are processed, and that's a fairly straightforward process to go through. You just have to go through some checklists and basically make a history preservation ordinance, which I don't believe we have on the books. There's some code in regards to it. Preston can speak more to that, but I just wanted to make you guys aware on behalf of the Palm Coast Historical Society, we support your efforts fully, whatever we need to do to make this happen, and we would love to sit down and help in any way possible. So thank you guys. This is a big thing for history.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for? Yes, sir, Mr. Zapp.
Preston Zapp, city historian. We can't hear you back there, by the way. That lowers.
We're all having problems. Yeah. Closer to the mic, Preston.
I can't even hear if I'm. Anyway, Pete said I had to come up here and talk, so thank you for trying to get the MOU done with the westward expansion. Just so y'all know, this is the only one of these maps existing. All the red dots that you see, well, all the red dots that you see are the historic sites in the city. Sir, it wants to roll up on you. This is part of what Pete was talking about with the CLG. Preservation ordinance needs to go in before that. And there's a couple other things that we could do to preserve these sites. But I just want to thank you for being the first council to actually take this stuff seriously and care about our history and heritage and culture in the city. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Sandra Shank. It's just our request if something can be done with the sound. We can't hear.
We're going to try.
We're really,
We're gonna
really
get it.
struggling to hear it.
Thank you, ma'am. Brittany, can you speak to him? Brittany, can you speak to him in the back and try to up the volume? Yes, sir.
Hello, Todd Weekman, and I'm also advocating for the concrete skate park. I think it's a great idea. As a youth pastor myself, I know that around Palm Coast, not a whole lot to do for students. That is free of charge, where they can hang out and do something, keep them off the streets or out of trouble. And so I just want to let that voice be known. I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. City manager, any follow-ups?
Not for that round, sir. No, sir.
All right, thank you. Councilman Miller?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First, just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Royer for bringing an example in of what you were talking about. I'll take a look at this and try to move this forward. In terms of Historical Society, I would completely support pursuing this CLG as well as an ordinance in terms of preservation. So I'm not sure what the rest of the council thinks, but based on our conversations last week, I think we would probably have support throughout the council to move forward with that. And then in terms of the skate park, I haven't heard anything in terms of the YMCA, so not privy to that conversation and kind of the questions about whether hours would be there, whether it'd be part of the membership. I can't answer that specifically. I do know that we've all worked and tried to look at different designs and things like that wouldn't be cost prohibitive to try to get this done. For me, I would continue to support it. So just looking to council to see what everybody else's thoughts are. If anybody was involved in those conversations regarding the YMCA, I'd love to hear more so that we can all know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
So I'll start with the last comment on the skate park being a part of the YMCA. I had received a potential rendering of what that could look like. So we were talking about being able to kind of address this at the same time as building the YMCA for cost savings, and because the skate park became kind of a new, I think, initiative that came before this council after the Parks Master Plan was done. So it wasn't really on our radar. This was an opportunity to create a skate park, to do it at a more cost-effective manner. Here's what I'll say about the skate park. I think that we can learn from Port Orange and maybe not do some of the things that they've done. I still want to explore the ability to have the skate park on the same property as the YMCA, keeping in mind that that is the city's property. So some of your concerns that you have regarding store hours, sorry, park hours, fees, things like that, regulations, those are things that will occur on our property. So in other words, we should have the ability to institute policy that fits our community, taking into consideration some of what you all perceive as missteps by the city of Port Orange. So I want to continue to have those conversations. This is important to me. I think that I agree with the comment from the last gentleman. We need more things for young people to do. And I particularly like the fact that you all are here as families and you're enjoying this recreation as families. I think that that's really important, and I want to lean into that. So I would ask, you all have made an ask of us. We've tried to lean forward. I would ask that you lean forward into this idea and work with us to make it a better product on the YMCA property. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but let's be open-minded to see if we can make it work better than the Port Orange model has worked. And I don't know anything about the Port Orange model, just for clarity. I'm relying on what you all are telling me, because if I try to get on a skateboard, that'll be a bad day for me. So I don't know anything about it. So I'm leaning on you all to give us information, and I remain open-minded to that. With regards to the historical preservation ordinance, I was actually going to move for consensus at the end of this meeting from council to see if we could move forward with the historical preservation ordinance. And the reason for that is, Mayor, you brought up last week a really good point about the westward expansion, but I think that concept should apply to all of our developments in the city, and hopefully the county will move forward with something like this as well. But a historical preservation ordinance would essentially do what you want to do in the westward expansion, but for the entire city. After we get the historical preservation ordinance, we can then move forward with the steps that Mr. Johnson was talking about to become a certified local government, get that designation, and then that will open us up to grant funding that we can use towards historical preservation. So this is kind of like a three-step process in order to get our hands on some of that grant money to, I think, do some things that we've all determined are very important to us up here, which is preserving our history. So I would ask for consensus to give direction, and I did talk to city attorney about this yesterday just to give him a heads up. Can I get consensus for our legal counsel to start working on a historical preservation ordinance?
You have mine, yeah.
I have no issue.
Okay, awesome. I really appreciate that. And I think, and I agree with Preston. I appreciate this council's taking seriously these issues, because I've been trying, and you all have been great about it. The last thing, there was a comment from Mr. Davis. To answer your question about whether growth is driving infrastructure or infrastructure is driving growth, it's both, okay? When we're looking at infrastructure, we have certain levels of service that have to be met. We can't get certain funding, and it's really hard to use impact fees to improve certain infrastructure items if the level of service has not been affected. It's the same concept as, people say, well, why can't we have another Publix or a Whole Foods or whatever it is that people want from the private sector? They want to see rooftops, right? So we complain about not having some commercial shopping needs, things like that, but we also complain about more rooftops. So it's this really weird chicken egg type thing. It's a very bad conundrum that we constantly find ourselves in. So I know that that's probably not the answer you're looking for, but that's the reality of the situation. We have to constantly look at what's coming online and determining based on what we know from an engineering standpoint, what that will do to our infrastructure when infrastructure improvements need to start being put in place. On the flip side of that, we're also dealing with things like FDOT and other entities that we rely on for funding that we have no control over. So I know we've been talking about this light at Matanzas. I know poor Councilman Miller has been working his butt off to try to get us that light from the TPO, but the constant battle is, well, you don't have the need for it, right? We're not seeing the traffic counts yet. Well, we don't want to see the traffic counts and then be building roads too late. That's always the argument to be made. But unfortunately, sometimes that's out of our hands. So I'm happy to have that more of an in-depth conversation, but that's kind of the high-level answer to your question.
I think, can I just add that we've got a couple presentations here today that may also answer some more questions in terms of service level for infrastructure there's stormwater, roads, multiple things. So there's going to be some more information today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Sullivan?
Just, I'm almost scared to take this on, but on the skate park, I just want to make sure everybody understands that we all pay taxes. If we live in Palm Coast, we also pay our county taxes. The county did put additional funding into the skate park at the end of Route 100. So my feeling on the skate park is I think we do need probably another skate park, but the YMCA is going to be essentially on 100. We already have a skate park in the south, kind of the south side of the county. And I think location is critical because it's access to the skate park for kids who can't drive the cars and things like that. So my feeling is if we look at the skate park, I wouldn't just look at the YMCA. Since there is a skate park on Route 100, access to all citizens, I would look more to the northern part of the county or at least say north of Palm Coast Parkway. So the majority of the population would have an easier access to it. On the historical, I'm strongly in support of this. My classic example of how development can ruin a historical site is Hewlettsville. I mentioned it at one of our meetings. We've destroyed the only Revolutionary War site, or one of the only Revolutionary War sites in the county and city, and there's not a lot can be done about that at this point. So I think what the Vice Mayor proposal we agreed to, that we need to look very carefully at that for any future development here in the county.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Gambaro?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that I think it's critically important for the future of our city that we preserve our history and take this proactive approach as we look at any future developments going forward. And I love the idea about making an ordinance. So it's not just the westward expansion piece, it's whatever else comes through, be it residential or industrial, right? And we just need to make sure that it doesn't trample on anything that, it's important to our community for our kids to learn from. And Mr. Royer, thanks for this example. I think it's important that we consider all these options, right, as we engage with trying to meet the intent of affordable housing for first responders, veterans, things of that nature. So I just appreciate that analysis. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
After you're done,
Go
sorry.
right-
No, go ahead. Sorry. Okay, really quickly. I just wanted to let you know, Mr. Roy, I didn't want to leave you out. I've already taken a screenshot and sent it around, so hopefully, I appreciate this. Hopefully, it'll pick up somebody will, get wind of it, and we can get a model like this created specifically for that development. But we're also talking about affordable housing today, so I think it's timely, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, Mayor.
I really appreciate the examples of what's going on in Port Orange as far as the skate park. We'll keep that in consideration. We don't want to limit people's hours, and if it's on, as the Vice Mayor said, if it's on city property, that's pretty much our purview. It's pretty much our purview, so if it's done in conjunction with the YMCA, we'll make sure the hours are not restrictive for our community as much as possible. That's all I have for right now. We're going to move forward with presentations. Housing need assessment.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Fong Nguyen, Planning Manager. The housing needs assessment has been completed by JB Pro, our consulting. And today, Ms. Tara Howe, a senior planner who worked tirelessly to try to get this final study for City Council and the city. A part of the presentation and the housing study also provides 9 recommended housing strategies. So after the presentation and after the discussion, staff is looking towards City Council to provide us some direction how to move forward, whether you would like to take some of the strategies and ask staff to look further into that and bring back a program for it, or but that's the kind of direction that we staff is looking for after the presentation. So with that, Ms. Howe.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Before we begin, I'd like to just provide a brief overview of today's presentation for you. We're going to start with a short introduction and an overview of the housing needs assessment, followed by a summary of the key findings and the major themes that were identified throughout the report. From there, we'll walk through the recommended strategies and discuss potential approaches that Palm Coast can consider moving forward. Finally, we'll conclude with implementation and next steps at a high level. This focuses on how these strategies can be carried out over time. Again, thank you for the opportunity. My name, as Fong said, is Tara Howell. I'm with JB Pro, and I am here today to present this wonderful work of art, a housing needs assessment. This report provides a data-driven evaluation of the city's current housing conditions, the trends influencing the market, and the opportunities available as Palm Coast continues to grow and evolve. At its core, the assessment focuses on how Palm Coast can continue to provide housing options that meet the needs of both current and future residents while maintaining the character of quality of life that define Palm Coast. The data for the housing needs assessment was collected from federal, state, and local sources. This included the U.S. Census Bureau, the American Community Survey 5-year estimates, HUD, Bieber, and the Schimberg Center for Housing Studies. These sources were used to evaluate things such as population trends, income levels, housing inventory, housing cost, cost burden, assisted housing, and projected future needs. Because each source uses different methods and update schedules, some figures may vary slightly. When that occurred, the assessment used the source most appropriate for that specific analysis in order to maintain consistency. I'd also like to briefly recognize the project team. Again, this assessment was a labor of love. It was completed collaboratively between both city staff and JB Pro. We worked closely with Fong Nguyen and Jose Papa and Jacqueline Gonzalez throughout this process, and their input and coordination was instrumental in helping shape this assessment. Again, I served as senior planner and project manager with support from Jacob Alderman and Ian Stitz, who assisted with research, analysis, and report preparation. We appreciate the collaboration and feedback that was provided throughout this process. So before we move into the findings, I want to briefly review a few key terms that are going to appear throughout the assessment. These are commonly used housing and planning terms that help provide context for the discussion today, particularly when we talk about affordability, workforce housing, and different housing types. A more detailed glossary is included in the appendix of the assessment, but these are the primary terms referenced throughout the presentation. So I'll just run through them very quickly. You have accessory dwelling units, also known as ADUs. These are smaller independent residential dwelling units that are located on the same lot as a standalone single-family home, for instance. You have area median income, referred to as AMI. This is the midpoint of a household income distribution in a given region, using a standard 4-person household as the benchmark. Cost burden is the status of paying more than 30% of a household's gross income on housing cost. Inclusionary zoning, one or multiple local policies that strategically incentivize or require affordable housing units in new development projects. Short-term rentals, which is defined as any residential dwelling that's rented to guests more than 3 times in a calendar year for periods less than 30 days or 1 calendar month, or whichever is less. It's also typically advertised or held out to the public as a place regularly rented to guests. And finally is workforce housing. Housing affordable to people or families earning up to 140% of that AMI that we discussed above, or 150 in certain critical state concern areas, which is defined by law. So let's briefly step back and define what a housing needs assessment is and what it's intended to do. At its core, a housing needs assessment is a document that evaluates existing housing conditions across the city and identifies strategies to meet the needs of both current and future residents. In addition to understanding the existing condition, the assessment also looks at barriers to housing development, identifies areas where growth may be supported, and helps align housing strategies with the city's overall vision and goals. This provides a comprehensive data-driven foundation to guide future housing decisions. The housing needs assessment is organized to move from context to analysis and then into potential strategies. It begins with the city's housing development history and community profile. This helps explain how Palm Coast's existing development pattern was formed. From there, the assessment evaluates current housing stock, cost, and broader market conditions. The assessment then looks at the existing housing gap and projected future needs, followed by the barriers and opportunities that may influence future housing development. The assessment concludes with recommended housing strategies intended to support policy decisions in the future and decision-making. So let's take a look. Chapter 1 overview. Palm Coast development pattern was shaped largely through its origins as a master-planned community beginning in the late 1960s. The city was intentionally organized around distinct residential sections, supported by coordinated infrastructure and neighborhood development. Over the following decades, Palm Coast experienced significant growth, particularly through single-family residential development. That development pattern helped establish the community character residents recognize today. However, as the city approaches build-out of much of those original platted inventory, the conversation naturally shifts towards infill development, redevelopment, and how future housing needs can be accommodated within an increasingly built-out community. This trend illustrates how Palm Coast housing growth has occurred over time. The most significant period of development occurred between 2000 and 2009. This was when construction reached its peak. While development slowed following the housing downturn, construction activity has remained steady in the most recent years. One important takeaway is that Palm Coast housing stock is relatively new compared to many Florida communities. Another is that much of the city's growth occurred within a concentrated period of single-family subdivision development. As the city continues to mature, future housing opportunities will rely more heavily on redevelopment, infill, and targeted growth areas rather than a large-scale greenfield development. Chapter 2 focuses on the characteristics of the residents living in Palm Coast today and how demographic trends are influencing your housing needs. One of the most significant trends is the city's aging population. Residents aged 65 and older continue to make up a larger share of the population, increasing the importance of accessible housing options and housing located near services and healthcare. Palm Coast also remains a relatively stable, well-educated residential community with rising household incomes overall. However, affordability challenges do continue to affect some residents more than others, particularly lower-income households, seniors on fixed incomes, and individuals with disabilities. Together, these trends highlight the growing need for a broader range of housing options that can serve residents at different life stages and income levels. Looking more closely at age trends, the data shows a clear shift in the city's population over time. Again, the most noticeable trend you see here is the continued growth in residents aged 65 and older. This has outpaced growth in other age groups. Meanwhile, the younger population has remained relatively stable, and the working age population has grown more gradually. This trend reinforces the importance of those housing options that help support aging in place. This can include smaller homes, accessible units, and again, housing which is located near services and amenities. It also highlights the importance of ensuring that future housing options continue to support younger households and workforce populations as well. Now we shift the focus to the housing inventory itself and how well it aligns with both current and future community needs. Palm Coast's housing stock is overwhelmingly composed of single-family homes, which has contributed to neighborhood stability and overall housing quality. However, that same pattern also limits the diversity of housing choices available throughout Palm Coast. Multifamily housing and other housing types make up a much smaller share of the inventory, which can create challenges for renters, smaller households, and residents seeking more attainable housing options. At the same time, low vacancy rates and high home ownership levels reflect a very competitive housing market with limited available supply. So let's take a look at single-family housing within Palm Coast overall inventory. Approximately 87% of all housing units are single-family homes, while multifamily housing represents a much smaller share of the market. This housing composition limits options for residents seeking those smaller units, rental housing, downsizing opportunities, or more attainable entry-level housing. As future growth increasingly shifts towards redevelopment and infill, the city may have opportunities to gradually introduce a broader mix of housing types in appropriate areas. The focus of the assessment now moves to housing affordability and the way housing costs are affecting residents across different income levels. One of the key findings is that homeownership is becoming increasingly difficult for many lower and moderate income households as housing prices and financing costs continue to rise. There's also a growing divide between long-term homeowners who often have lower housing costs and newer buyers entering the market at a significantly higher monthly payment. Rental affordability is another major concern. Many renter households are spending a large share of their income on housing, limiting their ability to cover other household expenses and increasing the overall financial strain of households. To better understand the affordability, it's helpful to look at what different income levels can realistically afford to spend on housing. So, using the standard affordability benchmark, that is 30% of household income, households earning 30% of AMI, that's that median income, can typically afford about $620 per month in housing cost, while households earning 80% of AMI can afford approximately $1,650 per month. When these affordability thresholds are compared to the current housing prices and rental rates in Palm Coast, it becomes clear that many households have limited affordable options within the existing market. This framework helps demonstrate where affordability gaps currently exist and which income groups are most affected. Another major finding of the assessment, again, is the growing disconnect between available housing and what residents can realistically afford. The current market generally serves higher income households more effectively, while options become increasingly limited for households earning below 80% of AMI. Because the city's housing inventory is heavily weighted towards single-family homes, there are fewer options for renters, smaller households, and residents at different income or life stages. As a result, lower-income households, seniors, and other vulnerable populations often face the greatest challenges in finding housing that is affordable, suitable, and accessible. Looking ahead, these affordability pressures are expected to continue through 2050, particularly for households that earn below 80% of the AMI. So here we can see the difference in housing cost burden between renter and owner households. Renters are experiencing significantly greater affordability pressure, with more than half of renter households considered either cost burdened or severely cost burdened. Homeowners are generally more stable, with a much larger share remaining below that cost burden threshold. This reinforces that rental affordability is one of the most significant housing challenges currently affecting Palm Coast residents. Palm Coast does have areas designated for multifamily, but many of those parcels remain partially or entirely vacant, even as some development projects move forward. This highlights that zoning alone does not guarantee housing delivery. Development feasibility, infrastructure timing, market conditions, and project cost all influence whether these sites ultimately develop. Even so, these areas represent important long-term opportunities to diversify housing options and expand the city's housing supply in appropriate locations. Moving forward, it's important to examine the factors currently shaping housing development in Palm Coast, both the opportunities and the constraints. One of the city's biggest advantages is that much of the remaining vacant land is already served by infrastructure. This makes infill development more feasible and cost-effective. At the same time, existing zoning and development standards continue to strongly favor single-family housing. This can make it more difficult to introduce additional housing types in many areas of the city. The assessment also identified growing concerns related to senior housing affordability and the limited use of existing planning tools that could support greater housing flexibilities. Taken together, these conditions help explain why the recommended strategies focus heavily on flexibility, redevelopment, and expanding housing choice in areas that are already serviced by infrastructure. Palm Coast still has a substantial long-term housing capacity, but much of that future growth will depend on strategic planning and infrastructure coordination. Approximately 16,000 units are already planned or anticipated within existing areas such as the town center and other growth corridors. Beyond that, there is the long-term potential for the westward expansion, which could accommodate additional residential development over time. However, that opportunity remains conceptual and would require significant planning, infrastructure investment, and coordination. Overall, future growth will likely rely on a combination of targeted expansion areas, redevelopment, and infill opportunities throughout Palm Coast. Based on projected growth, Palm Coast will need additional housing supply over time. They will also address affordability and need to expand your housing choices. The strategies that follow are intended to build on these findings and provide practical, implementable approaches that the city can consider moving forward. Some focus on near-term process improvements and regulatory updates, while others involve longer-term planning, financing, and partnership opportunities. Together, these strategies are intended to support a broader range of housing options while remaining consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and long-term vision. So we'll now dive into the strategies portion of the assessment. The strategies that are identified in the assessment are intended to respond directly to the housing conditions and trends that are discussed throughout the assessment. Rather than relying on a single solution, the approach is designed to be balanced and flexible. Some strategies focus on regulatory updates and process improvements, while others focus on redevelopment, partnerships, financing, and long-term housing affordability tools. Importantly, these strategies are intended to work together. Some can help support near-term housing opportunities, while others establish a longer-term framework for expanding housing choice and improving affordability over time. The goal is not to fundamentally change the character of Palm Coast, but to provide additional housing options that better align with the needs of both current and future residents. So we'll dive into the individual strategies. So strategy 1 focuses on expanding housing diversity through targeted zoning and development standard updates. Palm Coast housing inventory, again, is currently dominated by your detached single-family homes, which has contributed to neighborhood stability, but also limits the variety of housing options. This strategy explores ways to introduce additional types of housing in appropriate locations, including compact, single-family development, townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, expanded multifamily opportunities, all in specific targeted areas. The intent is not to alter its established neighborhoods, but instead to create additional flexibility in locations where infrastructure, roadway access, and surrounding land uses can support a broader range of housing choices. Strategy 2 focuses on reducing procedural barriers that can affect housing delivery. Even when housing types are permitted, lengthy review timelines and permitting uncertainty can increase development cost and make smaller or more attainable housing projects more difficult to deliver. This strategy would establish an expedited review process for qualifying housing types. This could include ADUs, workforce housing, or infill development. It also includes creating clear eligibility criteria so applicants better understand their expectation up front and if they meet the requirements for expedited review. Another important component is the creation of pre-approved plans for housing types like ADUs, cottage homes, or compact infill housing. These plans can help reduce review time, improve predictability, and simplify the permitting process for smaller scale housing projects. Strategy 3 focuses on where future housing opportunities are located throughout the city. Even when development standards allow certain housing types, the zoning map still determines where those opportunities can realistically occur. This strategy recommends evaluating targeted areas near major corridors, activity centers, and even underutilized commercial properties where mixed use can be more appropriate for the area. The goal is to encourage redevelopment patterns that place housing closer to services, employment, and daily needs while making more efficient use of existing land and infrastructure. As Palm Coast approaches build-out of those original platted lots, future growth will increasingly depend again on redevelopment and infill opportunities. This strategy focuses on encouraging development within existing areas of the city where infrastructure is already available and where vacant or underutilized land may support additional housing. Potential approaches include streamlining review processes, allowing additional flexibility for infill lots, and considering incentives for redevelopment projects that include attainable or affordable housing options. The overall goal is to support incremental housing growth in a way that remains compatible with the surrounding development patterns. Strategy 5 focuses on expanding opportunities for senior and age-supportive housing. Palm Coast population, as we saw earlier, does continue to age, and housing needs often change over time. Some residents may seek smaller homes, more accessible housing, or additional supportive services as they age. This strategy explores opportunities for age-focused housing developments, assisted living facilities, and campus-style senior communities in appropriate locations. This would be near healthcare, recreation, and other services. The intent is to provide residents with additional housing choices that allow them to remain within their community as their needs evolve over time. Strategy 6 focuses on manufactured and alternative housing options, such as tiny home villages, cottage-style housing, as another way to expand attainable housing opportunities. Manufactured housing can provide a lower cost ownership or rental option while still supporting quality development when appropriate design and resiliency standards are applied. This strategy recommends identifying suitable locations for manufactured housing communities and establishing development standards that address compatibility, infrastructure, and long-term durability. It also includes the potential creation of an overlay district that could allow these housing types in targeted areas where they're appropriate and supported by infrastructure. Strategy 7 focuses on reinforcing standards and licensing requirements for short-term vacation rentals. Short-term rentals contribute to the local economy and tourism industry, but they can also affect long-term housing availability if not appropriately regulated. This strategy evaluates whether revisions to your existing standards, definitions, licensing requirements, and enforcement procedures may help improve the consistency and accountability while remaining compliant with state law. The goal is to help balance economic activity with the preservation of housing availability for permanent residents. Strategy 8 focuses on expanding partnerships that support workforce housing delivery and long-term affordability. Housing affordability challenges often require coordination beyond a single department or jurisdiction. This strategy emphasizes collaboration between the city, Flagler County, nonprofit organizations, and even private development partners. Potential approaches include exploring land banking, community land trust, public-private partnerships, and other collaborative tools that can help support affordable workforce housing over time. The intent is to create a more coordinated and sustainable framework for housing delivery moving forward. And our final strategy 9 introduces inclusionary zoning as a potential long-term affordability tool. Inclusionary zoning programs are designed to connect future residential growth with the production of affordable or workforce housing units. This strategy recommends evaluating how an inclusionary zoning program can function within Palm Coast, including a feasibility analysis, potential geographical applicability, development thresholds, and appropriate affordability requirements. The strategy also considers potential incentives, such as density bonuses, reduced parking requirements, etc., to help maintain project feasibility while supporting housing affordability goals. So the next section focuses on implementation and how these strategies move from concepts into actions. Up to this point, the assessment has identified key housing trends, affordability challenges, and potential strategies that the city can consider moving forward. The focus now shifts toward how those efforts can realistically be carried out over time. Implementation will require coordination across departments, alignment with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, ongoing evaluation of market conditions, and consideration of available funding and partnership opportunities. The goal is to establish a practical and flexible framework that allows the city to make measurable progress towards expanding housing choice and supporting long-term community stability. So first, let's take a look at financing. Because even with the right zoning and policies in place, housing does not get built without viable funding. Some of these tools focus on direct funding mechanisms, such as bonds, tax increment financing, infrastructure, dedicated housing funds that can help support infrastructure, redevelopment, or housing programs. Others focus on long-term affordability strategies. This includes land banking, community land trust, and inclusionary zoning in lieu of fee programs. This highlights the importance of partnerships, including public-private partnerships, coordination with housing authorities, and collaboration with state, federal, and regional partners. The overall goal is to identify financing approaches that can help make housing projects more feasible and sustainable over time. Housing delivery is not a single action, but a coordinated process involving planning, infrastructure financing, development review, and partnerships. Because of that, implementation requires a clear framework that connects identifying housing needs with specific actions, timelines, funding considerations, and departmental responsibilities. Some strategies may be implemented relatively quickly through administrative or procedural changes, while others will require long-term coordination, policy direction, and financial investment. Taken together, this framework provides a practical roadmap for advancing housing initiatives in a coordinated and phased manner. The implementation snapshot that's included in your assessment is a high-level snapshot just to give you an idea of what these projects look like on a timeline from conception to ribbon cutting, if you will. The final step is turning these strategies into action. That process begins with additional feasibility analysis to better understand financial, regulatory, and market considerations associated with specific strategies. From there, coordination across departments will be important to ensure consistency between planning, infrastructure, permitting, utilities, and economic development efforts. The city may then consider updates to their land development code and even your recent comprehensive plan to support implementation, followed by efforts to encourage shovel-ready projects and future housing development opportunities. Together, these steps provide a path from assessment and planning into long-term implementation. Thank you again for the opportunity to present the housing needs assessment this morning. We appreciate the time, coordination, and feedback, again, that's been provided to us throughout the process. I'm happy to help answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. This is a quick question for you, Fong, and maybe Mr. Papa. Of those 19,000 that are in the queue, approximately, how many of those are multifamily housing? Do we have any idea?
It's over 6,200.
6,200?
6,200.
So we have,
Yes.
so we have in the queue 6,200 multifamily units that are scheduled to come online. People don't typically see that, but there is stuff in the queue right now that's going to come online, and I think some prices are coming down. Did you have something, Councilman Guerrero?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to thank this council for taking this issue head on and really taking a hard look at options and to see what's in the art of the possible as we move forward. And I want to thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Thank you. I think it was well done, and certainly the team for all the hard work that you've done in bringing this report back to us so we can take a comprehensive look on how best to proceed. I also wanted to recognize my fellow AHAC committee members in the back. It's great to see you, and thanks for being here today. I think as we look at the different strategies, I mean, there's some things here that I think we've already tackled in some shapes or form, like, for example, number 7, reinforced standards and licensing for short-term vacation rentals. We passed an ordinance trying to tackle that. Could we refine it and make it better? I'm sure we can, based on feedback. But as we work through this, if we can go to number 1, strategy number 1.
If you could, Ms. Howell, bring up the one that's got all of the strategies.
Yeah.
In a timeline. There you go. Right
There you go. Perfect. So, so expanding housing diversity through zoning and development standards. So an over-reliance on detached single-family housing, is this where, give us a concrete example of something we could do. We've got duplexes, the mayor just talked about,
Correct.
Multifamily units, what's a concrete example of that?
So one of the things when you look at your zoning and development standards, so these are those specific standards or regulations that are applied in your zoning districts. So for instance, in a lot of your zoning districts, you have minimum housing sizes, or you have things such as minimum lot sizes or setbacks requirements. And so there's areas that are available for development, but some of those standards restrict the type of housing. So for instance, one of the things that we found in the assessment that we highlighted in the presentation was the fact that there's not a lot of smaller or alternative types of housing. And some of that is dominated by those regulations. So if you have a zoning area that allows housing, but it says, and this is a hypothetical example, but it says that you have to have a minimum square footage of 1,200 square feet, 1,200 square feet is certainly not a huge home, not a tiny home. I would consider it somewhere in the middle. But for someone who is trying to come in at a much lower price point, they may be perfectly content with something that's only 800 square feet. So it's just giving staff the ability to look through those standards and regulations and decide if there are any changes that could be made that would allow more diversity in the housing type. And I would also like to say, just to point this out, this is not a problem that is singular to Palm Coast. We work with many jurisdictions throughout the state of Florida. Housing affordability, as we all know, is an issue for most people. So it is about getting creative in how to provide those housing options at a more affordable rate. That's really the caveat that we're stuck in. But does that answer your question?
It does. And I think, as we look at updating the land development code and some other agenda items we have here today, I think we're looking at some of those options
Correct.
as a pathway forward. On number 2, with expedited permitting and approved plans, I look to the staff, and city manager, how would we tackle this? How would we implement increased processing for these types of projects?
I'm sorry, sir, I was doing a note. Can you hit me?
Yeah, so under number 2, expedited permitting and pre-approved plans, would we establish a policy for that? And then, how would we actually execute something like this?
Well, yes, they definitely do policy and staff review so that we can come up with a plan, probably workshop this one a little bit further in depth.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that some of the legislation that's coming out of the Capitol
Legislators.
has already done a lot of that. We have quick turnaround. Do you know what it is, Marcus? I have to look up the regulation, but that.
Well, we're going over it today. The chapter in the LDC that we're reviewing today has those changes.
Yeah, but answer your question, I think if someone submits something, it's like a 30-day round turnaround that staff has to get back to them.
So it gets prioritized, basically. Okay. Commissioner Carney and I participated in a discussion with our residents at the housing fair about a month ago, and there was one of our residents that came to me. She says, "How am I going to get out of I can't afford to live in my house anymore. I'm reaching 90 years old. How am I going to essentially right size? Where do I go? What are my options?" And so that was a discussion that I've had multiple times with folks. And so I think as we look at an overall comprehensive plan for us to consider, I think, not only just right sizing, but the communities that may be required in order to facilitate that's not cost prohibitive. I've had my own family members that have gone into independent living facilities, and it's 3 or 4 times more expensive than the mortgage that they're paying now because of everything that comes with it. So I think that's an important point that our residents are absolutely concerned about, and we continue to tackle that. Expanding partnerships, I think we took a move in that direction for sure with the development in the E section. But overall, we appreciate the feedback. I think this is. I think some things are already in motion for us, but I think there's certainly other items that we can consider. I know on this council there's different opinions about ADUs, and the state may preempt us on a lot of these things. But Fong, is there any update from the state on where they're at with any ADU legislation as we consider moving forward?
As far as my understanding is that that has not passed. Basically, they introduced that, but it didn't get through.
It's gonna pass. Remember, Senator Leak said he's gonna support it. For the ADUs,
right?
I'm almost certain it's gonna be approved and signed by the governor.
That's all I have right now, but just team, thank you so much for all the hard work in developing this document.
Anything else? Vice Mayor's chomping at the bit. What you got?
Yeah. So I have a lot of questions just to try to flesh through a lot of these, but my first question, correct me if I'm wrong, is the data that's collected for this report through the year 2023? How up to date is the data that was used for this?
Yes.
So it's okay.
from 2023, yes. And then the projections move out all the way to 2050.
Okay, so but the data that actually went into housing supply.
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
Correct. We did take in some consideration additional information that we received from staff, such as planned developments and planned units. So we did take those into consideration. While they're not calculated into the actual numbers, they are mentioned in the narrative and more specifically called out in the report itself. So we are aware that, as you pointed out, there are numbers in the queue that technically we can't include in the data because they don't exist just yet. But yes, the data was calculated from 2023.
Okay, and I see Mr. Papa wanting to jump up. Would you like to come up and contribute here?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and members of City Council. Jose Papa for the Community Development Department. I think just to explain the data that we use here, where we have to rely on an external source, such as the American Community Survey or the Schimberg Center, we use the 2023 data. But where we have the data available in-house, such as how many ITT lots are remaining, certainly we try to use the most updated data that we have.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the work that the committee has done. I believe that we need to be incredibly targeted with any initiatives that we move forward on. You know, my overall high-level opinion of this topic is that government is not the answer. I do not believe that government initiatives are the answer to this problem. And to Councilman Gambaro's point, this is, or somebody, I can't remember who said it. I believe you said it, ma'am, actually. It's not a Palm Coast problem. Matter of fact, when looking at, I did a comparable analysis with Port Orange, New Smyrna Beach, and Deltona. And the only thing that I see that's unique to us is that we have less rentals, rental units. Now, I don't know whether or not that comp takes into consideration the 6,200 coming online and whether it takes into consideration the Live Local that we know is opening on Old Kings pretty soon. I think they just put up signage to start leasing those out. But for me, the one unique problem that we have that is not shared by the entire state of Florida is that we have a low amount of rentals for our aging community. So to be very clear on where I stand on this, I would be in favor of looking for strategies and furthering strategies that are very specific to that issue. And the reason that is my position is that I believe that government affordable housing initiatives often fail to meaningfully improve affordability due to the misdiagnosis of pinpointed problems. So in other words, we say, oh my gosh, we have this affordable housing problem, so let's put in this very broad, high-level, quote, fix. And you have unintended consequences that then come from that. But if we are very targeted in our approach, in other words, if we say, well, we know the aging community needs an affordable housing product, so let's build 4-story apartment complexes. That's not attractive to our aging community. So I think that when we're talking about what we actually need and how we're actually going to solve this problem, we need to first make sure we're diagnosing the actual issue. And in looking at the data that was in this report and looking at comparable cities, I think the issue is we need to help our aging community be able to afford to live in Palm Coast. Other than that, when looking at all of the data, we're actually pretty affordable here in Palm Coast. Our housing affordability is better than a lot of our neighboring communities. When we look even at, and I know St. Johns County happens to be more per square footage, it's been like that for a long time. But the housing is more affordable here than it is in a lot of other communities. I'm not in favor of doing anything with the infill lots. I think the integrity of the infill lots needs to be preserved. To your point, Councilman Gambaro, we've already put into motion a lot of these initiatives. So we've already enacted our short-term rental ordinance. We have already seen from the state legislature the fast tracking of certain approvals, so I don't think we need to do anything there. Our own land development code will be amended per today's discussion to adopt a lot of those initiatives. For number one, Councilman Gambaro, that you brought up, the first strategy on the screen there, we've already done a lot of the things to address this very issue. For instance, we've made the impact fee amounts that we've imposed scalable per square footage. In other words, a smaller house will have less impact fees. We've already taken that legislative initiative. We've already allowed smaller homes and smaller lots in our MPDs. So even though on our infill lots, we have to have a certain footprint, we have to have certain setbacks, et cetera, we already know that in some of the MPDs, we can have, I think the minimum is 4,500 square foot lots. Is that right, Fong?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we've already done a lot of these things, and my concern is that we're going to say, we're going to do more, we're going to pile on, and now all of a sudden we've changed the entire vision and setup of Palm Coast, which is not what, from what I estimate from talking to a lot of our residents, that is not what our residents want. Finally, I'll say, I'm a capitalist. I think that we need to go back to the very concept of supply and demand. And one of your slides even said it. It was the slide on the ability of more multifamily housing to be built, but the fact that it's not being built. Well, what does that tell us? Is the demand really there? Because what we see is when there's more supply, prices drop. And we're already starting to see that in the housing market now with our single-family homes. We're having more homes come online, so people are having to sell them for less because they're sitting on the market for a longer period of time. Real estate ebbs and flows. We know that. And I'm sorry, but if we're seeing that there are lots, and forgive me, ma'am, I don't remember what specific slide it was, but I highlighted it. It specifically said, you've got empty lots where we can put multifamily housing, but it's not being built. Well, we can't make a private entity build something. If they're not building it, it's because something that they're seeing in the data is telling them it's not needed, for the most part. Now, are there things that maybe legislatively we can change to help private entities want to build aging housing products for us? Maybe, but that's a very targeted discussion. And again, I'm willing to have that discussion because I think that is our biggest problem here in Palm Coast. So, you know, to the extent this council wants to move forward with fixing this issue, I think that we need to keep it very targeted and that we need to make this data-based decision on what we are being told from this report, which is we have an aging community problem and we have an affordability problem for that aging community. So that's from a policy perspective where I would come from in moving forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Miller, you got anything?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with many of the things that you just said, Vice Mayor, in terms of policy approaches for this. There's a page in the actual, the larger report, page 140 for anybody that wants to look, but it includes incentive strategies. Some of it's up here, but so these specific incentive strategies, which is an odd term when I think about it because it's not necessarily an incentive in terms of monetary, but it specifically states these are approaches that don't involve direct grant funding, which are the policies that I think I would support, I think our community supports. So they're policy and legislative things like you just mentioned, time spans for permitting, ADUs, multiple other things here. And I know some of these things we all have different beliefs on, but these are kind of the things that I would support rather than any monetary incentivizing going on. And then just to follow on with what you're talking about, infill lots, I'm not in favor of changing the character of infill lots. I don't think in terms of if the approach is redevelopment and starting to change these older homes that have reached their lifespan, maybe they're now on their third owner and things like that. I don't think we're quite there yet in terms of Palm Coast to start changing the way homes look in neighborhoods where people bought and expect a certain quality of home, a certain look and feel to the neighborhood. So I don't think we're, given the fact that we still have many infill lots left, we have far less than we had, say, 15 years ago, but we still have plenty of inventory left on the infill side. And then to reinforce what the Vice Mayor said, in terms of the MPDs, we already have that flexibility to change lot sizes, to offer different varying products and things like that. So we have that opportunity right now as we see it with those out parcels that are not part of the original infill lots. So I think we already have some of this flexibility. We've also mentioned that the state's doing multiple things too in terms of ADUs and live local and random other things that require a percentage of either affordable housing or senior living or things like that. So we have strategies. I would be open to discussion about any of those kind of policy type things rather than monetary based incentivizing. And that's kind of where I stand with everything.
Thank you. Councilman Sullivan?
Real quick. Basically, I kind of agree with the way the Vice Mayor explained her position, and I'm pretty much in agreement with that. To make my point, Palm Coast itself is a great example of affordable housing. That's how it got started, and it worked. It's one of the few places in the world where we have nice homes, and they were built and they were relatively affordable. I was here when we were building this place, and it was pretty amazing what you could get for the price at the time. So I think Palm Coast is an example of successfully providing relatively low-cost housing, individual residences for lots of people. Now, having said that, I also believe in market forces, supply and demand. Like it or not, those forces are way outweigh anything we can do as a small government. We can do some things, and I don't disagree with that. We can do some things, but they'll be on a small scale. Basically, market forces will determine what our housing is going to look like in the future. And I also agree that on the infill lots in Palm Coast, where we already have rules established, I would be hard-pressed to change anything there. And on top of that, we're going to need the impact fees and the taxes those people are going to pay to keep things going as they are. So, again, it's hard to come up with a way of having government funding solve this problem. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think we have a lot of inventory. Apparently, a lot of builders are willing to build houses here, and people are buying them. And it's hard to see how we can make much more than some policy changes, encourage things where we get them, and the state will determine some of the things we can do and not do. For instance, vacation rentals, we've pretty well gone down that line. The state has rules that we have to agree to, and we have an ordinance that we've already written. So that's kind of where I am, and I really thank you for the presentation. Was excellent, and there's a lot of good points in there. But I do think we're going to have to. The old laws of supply and demand are going to make the most impact on what happens in the next 50 years here.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Howe, do you have the full document? Could you pull up page 175? You have it on the screen. Can you pull that up? And while she's doing that, I'll talk about a couple things. STR, we could. Does anyone on staff know how many we have right now? Short-term rentals. Does anyone know?
600? 600 maybe?
I believe it's in the report. The last time I checked with business tax receipts, it's around 500. It's around 468, somewhere there, Mayor.
Okay, so that's an easy fix there if we wanted.
And those are those who have a business tax receipt.
Okay. Yes, I got it. I got it.
Legal ones.
Right.
The legal ones. We could include in the ordinance. We could amend the ordinance to put a cap on that. That's an easy one there.
I don't think we can pursuant to state statute.
From the state statute?
Yes.
Can't stop? All right, then that one's off the books, then we can't do that. I don't look at doing, to me personally, I've got 2 more years on the council, a little over 2 years. Palm Coast is not doing, if I have anything to do with it, we're not doing density bonuses, we're not doing impact fee credits. We can't do it. We are in a position, because that's happened in the past. People getting off with not paying impact fees and paying full freight. We're not doing that anymore. And I think we did that one ordinance. Any relief on impact fees has to come before this council. It's not an administrative thing. It has to come before this council. Another question, Mr. Papa. Of those 19,000 that are in the queue, how many are 55 and older communities? Do we know that? Do we have any idea how many of those are 55 and older?
I don't believe if there are any restrictions on age for those 19,000 units, it would not be a significant amount.
Okay.
Yes,
I just wanted to throw that one out there.
The Del Webb community on 100 is being built now, and that's 55 and over.
Yeah, and the infill lots, as the Vice Mayor and I think Councilman Miller stated, it's about compatibility in those infill lots. People are not looking, to have 2 tiny homes next to their $500,000 home. It's a compatibility issue. I think the comprehensive plan has changed and over the years, and we see that in these master plan development communities, smaller lot size. We're doing that. We just approved a change based on market conditions for the developers where they shifted townhouses to single-family homes, right? We just did that out in the Sawmill branch.
Yes, that's correct. That's part of the Palm Coast Park MPD, basically reducing down to 30-foot wide lot, about 2,400 square feet lot. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's market conditions are changing for the developers also. So and I do look for more grant opportunities, Miss Jackie. Whatever we can do. If we ever get a good grant writer, we can pursue more grants for funding. I think we're doing all we can. And we have people don't see those other units that are in the queue to come online, which is going to change everything. And we're looking at 2023 data. So things are improving. I think market conditions, prices are coming down somewhat, and more units are coming online. It's just pushing those developers, especially at the multifamily units, to get those started, to break ground on those. So we are becoming more and more limited by what we can legislate from the local level. Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. I wonder, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Of the remaining duplex zone lots, do we have any way during CO to understand whether this is a spec or market home versus a finance home by an individual? The reason why I ask is that, I see anecdotally throughout the city that it seems like a lot of builders are building market and spec homes without a buyer, right? They know that there's a demand for it, so that they're building it. And I don't necessarily see that with duplexes anecdotally, so I was wondering if we have any way to track that data so we know what the actual answer is here. Are there market homes, spec homes being built on duplex lots right now? I don't know if anybody can answer that question or not. But.
We don't have mechanism to look into that at this time.
Like when they pull a permit, are they required to say this is the buyer?
No, they're not.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we don't know that it's got an individual buyer versus whether they're just building it with the hopes of finding a buyer in the future.
Correct. Right.
Okay, all right. I thought maybe that piece of data could inform whether the market is saying there's a demand for duplexes. If there's a huge demand for duplexes or multifamily, then people would be building them without a buyer, just like they do with single family. So unfortunately, we don't have that data. Sorry.
I have a question, Mayor. May I ask a question?
Go right ahead.
So to answer your question, by the way, it's 616 assisted housing. That's our inventory for assisted housing is 616, according to the report. So when we're looking at the infill lots, I know, at least my position has been, and I know some others up here, we don't want the ADUs, but in-law suites. What restrictions do we have in our code right now, in our LDC, that makes the construction or the addition onto homes of in-law suites a barrier? And I ask that question because I think if we remove some barriers to allow the construction of in-law suites that are connected to the home, you have less of a possibility that those get rented out, which I think was a concern of ours up here. And it also just looks like you're adding on to the home, so it doesn't really affect the compatibility as much as adding a completely different structure. So that could be a good medium, I think, and also help. I hear a lot from a lot of people that we need to bring our families down to live with us because of ailments, older age, whatever it may be. And so perhaps opening up from a construction land development code perspective, an easier ability to be able to do that can kind of meet the needs there, as well as not changing the compatibility of our infill lots from an aesthetic and density perspective, because you have a less of ability of those being rented out. So what are those barriers currently, such as setbacks, things like that?
Yeah, our current LDC allows that type of addition for basically an in-law quarter. The only restriction is that you cannot have another kitchen or a range.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
You cannot have another kitchen. So basically,
It can't be fully functional as a standalone unit.
yeah, as a standalone. So you can have it attached or you can have it detached, but a kitchen cannot be provided in the detached unit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that exists, sorry to interrupt, I think that exists in Flagler Beach as well. I think they have the same requirement that you can't have that second stove.
Stove, right.
essentially.
Why is that?
Yeah.
Why don't they allow it?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it is that, because I think it is part of the requirement that we want to limit the basically for rental.
Right, so nobody would rent that because they can't cook food in there. If they're a family member, they can come to the main residence and eat their food or prepare their food in the kitchen.
Yes, Mr. Papa.
If I may try to answer that question, the essential answer to that is that when you add another kitchen combined with a bedroom and a bath, it's essentially another unit. So now you have 2 units on what would be a single-family lot, which only allows 1 dwelling unit. And that's why we don't allow the kitchen.
So it's a definitional.
It's, yes,
Okay.
yeah. You can define a dwelling unit as
Sure.
as having a kitchen and I would imagine a bathroom and a bath. That's a unit.
Okay.
When we-
I mean, that makes sense. I guess, are there any other, so in other words, if somebody comes in for a permit and they say, I want to add this in-law suite, are we seeing people trying to do something like that, but not being able to because they can't meet setback requirements and things of that nature?
On
No.
most of the ITT platted lots, there will be sufficient room for that. So if you add another basically 400 square feet of in-law quarter, there's ample area for, to meet all the setbacks and everything to do that.
I think
Yeah.
that probably depends on the original site plan. Like, if you're talking about adding it to an existing home, that home wasn't sited maybe as far up on the property as it would require to put one in the backyard. So if it wasn't built with that intent, there might not be room. I've experienced that, at least.
And how have we defined the, or necessitated the mechanism of attachment? In other words, does an in-law suite have to be attached to be I'm using an example, a carport, or does it have to be wall-to-wall? Like, how do we define that?
So that's what we were just speaking of to make sure that we were on the same page. So I think the issue is in those districts, the current zoning code allows 1 dwelling unit per lot. And I actually think that the Florida Building Code mandates that once you add a kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom, that it's considered a dwelling unit, whether it's attached or detached. So the problem would remain more in the wording of the restriction of the code in those areas. So if your code says they can only have 1 dwelling unit per lot, then even if they're attached, they're 2 dwelling units. So you would have to get creative, and this is just hypothetical, but you could look at doing something like only allowing 1 dwelling unit or 2 dwelling units if attached to the main home. But again, it would function as a completely separate dwelling unit, even though they would share a common wall.
Okay. Well, I mean, that might be something to explore, you know?
Just a thought on that. There are plenty of houses in Palm Coast where there are multiple bathrooms and multiple kitchens when the house is built originally. What are the rules on that?
Yeah, but right now, based on our LDC, you are allowed to have a in-law quarter. Basically, let's say on a house, a 3-2, and you have room in the land, you can add another a room attached to the existing house, or you can have another detached.
I'm talking about a brand-new house.
A brand-new house.
With multiple bathrooms and multiple kitchens.
You cannot have, you can have only one stove.
Yeah, 1 kitchen.
That's is defined.
Does that include your one on the lanai?
No, it does not include on the outdoor
Even though
kitchen.
that's a permanent gas range.
That's correct, yeah.
Interesting.
In the LDC, it allows you to have basically a summer kitchen, which is in the lanai or patio, but not in another location.
I'll guarantee there are lots of
Well, that
lots
would
of
be
houses there that
illegal.
got approved with multiple kitchens.
Okay, so here's to maybe try to give some direction. My position at this point, I know we need to go out to public comment, which I know people are chomping at the bit. My position would be that maybe we give direction to look at initiatives to help our aging community and inventory in that way. So I think that is different than just saying we're going to look for ability to infuse more multi-family housing. I don't think we need that. I just don't. Knowing that what we have inventory-wise, knowing that the market has the ability to build, but it's not. So maybe looking at initiatives to help our aging community with affordability in our community. That, to me, that is the very targeted need. And I think that there are things that we can do that will specifically have the intended consequence of helping that need. So if I were to give any direction or advocate for any direction today, that's what it would be.
I would support that.
Thank you.
One thing about the ADU, when we were up there in Tallahassee, when I spoke to Senator Lee, he pretty much said that he was going to support the ADU. My question was, what was the minimum lot size?
Yeah.
That was a big concern of mine. And we're going to have to see what comes of that. And, you know, some of us are opposed to ADUs, but we may not have a choice in it. But I would like to have a minimum lot size. And the real thing you run into with those additional dwelling units, well, an additional thing you run into is parking. How are you going to accommodate that parking, and how many people are living in the house? Like, I've got a neighbor, there's probably 8 people living in the house. They have 6 cars, and they have to, you know, and it's a circular driveway, so they have to, you know, hop cars all the time. You had something else, Councilman? That's all I had. Anything else from the council? I think we have a lot of stock coming online, and we're going to keep doing what we can. Right now, you can't get more flexible than our comprehensive plan. You know, the lot sizes, you can't get much smaller than that, really.
Right.
Did you find that map that I was asking about?
Oh, I just handed it back to him. I'm sorry.
Hey,
You
just
said
while they're doing
page
that, I have one-
175?
Yes, 175. Can you pull it up on the screen? Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, just on the impact fees, remember when we redid the impact fees recently, we went from a single number to, we included square footage.
Right.
So smaller square
No, I haven't
footage
studied. I
has a
don't have
lower
the
impact fee. I mean, we took a little bit of help there.
Mr. Mayor, is it the density map?
No, it's the one that
Wetland?
it's showing the wetlands. Can you pull that up?
Unfortunately not. I don't have
Okay.
access to your server
It's map 8.
to have to pull up the main.
But it's map
Yeah,
8.
it's
So
that.
I just want the council to sear that map into their brain.
Yes.
I want our council to sear this map into their brain and look at the wetlands on the west side of the city. That is going to be a major issue with that MPD out there. I just wanted everyone to be aware of that. Anything else from the council? We're going to open this up for public comment. If anyone has any public comment, please come forward.
Thank you.
Jeannie Duarte, we need to work on stopping we need to stop pushing our aging residents out of their homes. They are on fixed incomes, and our water utilities raising it 4% or the minimum of 4% annually is pushing them out of their homes. We need our utilities to be responsible for what they have done, and we need to be able to keep our residents in their homes that they have worked on earning, and we need to do incentives for like the town center, like these developers that are doing these multifamily dwellings, to incentivize that they have spaces for these residents in the event that they choose to downsize, that they have somewhere to go that's affordable, because right now renting is more expensive than our mortgages. But we need to incentivize what's existing, not touch our infill lots. We got too many already empty multifamily dwellings out there that can be used for this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am?
Valerie Clymer. I reside in Palm Coast. I am currently the chair of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. For more than 25 years, I have been doing mortgages in this town. When you look at the study, most of the workforce is at 50 to 80% of the median income, which means, according to HUD, they should not be paying more than $1,655 for their housing. I am the one who talks to the gentleman who works for the city, wife works for the school board, and cannot afford to live here. Several years ago, I came here and told you about teachers living in their cars on the corner of US 1 and 95. If you look at what's going on in our schools, we now call them educators, not teachers, because they're not trained teachers. They're paraprofessionals. So what are we doing to our education system if we don't have people that are professional teachers that can afford to live here? What about our firefighters, our police officers? The people that come out and clear our drains so that everything goes. Are they making $66,500? From what I see, they're not. We need to do something for our workforce. What do we do when we wake up in the morning and our workforce has chosen to go and work someplace else where they have workforce housing for them? Then who's going to come and fix my septic tank? Who's going to serve me in the restaurant? Who's going to check me out in Target? If we don't think about our workforce, we're going to become a city that does not have services. And it doesn't have to be a whole development. With all of these developments that went in, if you had to look at each builder and ask for 10% of the units to be affordable by subsidies and different means, 10%, we would have units for our workforce. This is something that is important to keep people here in our community. I understand we've got a lot of older people, but we've got a lot of people who've moved here to be near them. And as a city, we have to think about the people that serve us and take care of us every day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Raymond Royer. I would have to second that motion, which she just spoke there, and I'm going to elaborate that a little further. I do agree with David there that when this was first developed, affordability was here at one time, but what happened, I've seen 5 times the manipulation of the market. We're going through another manipulation of the housing market, and we're going to see a crash. It's coming. Okay, I do agree with David with that. We're going to see a crash. With the last speaker speaking on incomes, she's absolutely right. I do not like that we have. I'm a veteran. I'm a retired firefighter, and we don't look for handouts. Okay, you've got to start looking at their salaries. You gentlemen are the ones that approve these union contracts, and it's a shame that Flagler Beach right now posted for a starting salary for a lieutenant at $56,000. You know, the reason half the department resigned and going further at other areas is because of the pay scale, the benefits, okay? So to bring affordability for these jobs like teachers, nurses, EMS, paramedics, veterans. You know, I talked to a veteran the other day. His 100% salary is at $30,000. You know, he was giving me his hardship. I bought his breakfast, you know. I happen to have a very grateful pension, you know. These AMI, okay? What is the median income here? Last I heard it was $89,900. Where the hell do you get $89,900 from? Okay, there's no way. And when I asked the question, I was told because $89,900 is from the Northeast pensions coming down here. Yeah, we have a problem with seniors coming down here. They're selling their homes for $700,000 to $1 million and coming down here and buying $400,000 homes and still have a savings account. We are modeled around seniors. Look at the villages. The villages is collapsing. The model is not working. 55 on top of 55 communities is not working. You have to have a mixed workforce with retirement to bring services all together. So I'm going to leave it at that because you've got your homework. But at the same token, do not bring the structures if we're going to build to manufacture homes, because that will just drive insurance costs up here in this area tenfold if we ever have a storm in here, because the insurance companies are going to reflect that we suffered 80% home damage if we end up going to more manufactured homes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
I appreciated the conversation and the dialogue between the two groups. I agreed with the.
State your name, sir.
Sorry, Todd Weekman. And I agree, and just wanted to comment on the mother-in-law and the aging community as being kind of more of the central issue, not necessarily about affordable for or more housing inventory. I do think that we have a commerce or a income issue, trying to raise more of income in people's lives rather than providing more affordable housing. I do believe Palm Coast, when I was coming here a couple years ago, was the most affordable county I could find, coming from Sarasota and other areas in Florida and other states. So I wanted to put that on there. And then the other aspect I see as a pastor is people are moving down here for a year or two and then they leave. People are coming to live with their grandparents to help take care of them, but they leave because of more job instability and also a lack of community things to do. So I have seen that as we're thinking about inventory, maybe we're looking on the wrong areas to develop in Palm Coast. I think something looking more towards bringing in business or opportunities for people to be employed, as well as when I think about other cities I've lived in, West Palm and Sarasota, they had far more for families to do that kept lifestyle, I guess enjoyment was there, so as a factor. But that's just my sense on that. There's some things we need to develop in Palm Coast. I don't know if affordable housing is the number one thing, but I do appreciate the conversation. I thought it was really well informed and really good presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Jeff Adams, Palm Coast. I liked the presentation that was made. I just want to bring a couple things to everybody's attention. You have David Pulte, who's in charge of Freddie Mae down in Mar-a-Lago trying to reestablish stuff, so that's one thing that's kind of a ball up in the air. You've got a new Fed chair coming on board, that's a new ball in the air. The person in charge of Veteran Affairs was also in Mar-a-Lago trying to help out the veterans. All these things are factors up in the air that before you concentrate any financial aspects to this, some of these things need to play out. And I left my crystal ball on my desk when I retired, so I have no idea when that's going to come to pass. But you need to take those into consideration, or my belief is you need to take them into consideration, because if interest rates drop dramatically, that's going to change the affordability. If Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac come up with some kind of plan, which I have no idea what it would be, but you know, you've got Pulte, David Pulte, in charge of that, so he's got a vested interest in making this happen. And the other thing I wanted to point out, everybody seems to be hung up on square footage. There's a minimum square footage that makes sense. Air conditioners cost the same whether it's 1,000 square foot house or 1,250 square foot house. Toilets cost the same in a 1,200 square foot house and a 1,000 square foot house. So don't lose sight of a plan that will work and maximize what you can get for your money. Time and time again, I've been involved in where people are trying to look at just the size of something. You also have all the federal regulations that include fire safety. You can only have 2 people in each bedroom. You've got all those issues that have to be taken into consideration when we downsize these homes. So you have a huge task in front of you, and I kind of bless you for getting that done. But please take into consideration all aspects of the financial things that are changing right now. Big one that everybody loves right now is gasoline. It's kind of up there a little bit. Thank you, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Darlene Shelley, K-Section, Palm Coast. I just wanted to come out and give my insights
I don't believe we have an affordability problem in Palm Coast, other than the one that was created by decisions made by the elected officials. We've spoken to hundreds of local residents, many homeowners, many seniors who unfortunately are having trouble affording to stay in the homes that they've been in for decades. And it's not because of their poor planning, it's because of the cost of utilities for water. Utility bills that used to be under $60 are now over $120 before you turn the water on. And then we have the question of the quality of that water. Affordable housing is all around us. There's 6,100 affordable units on the market right now, and from what I understand, another over 6,000 in the queue, all along Old Kings Road, across from Hidden Lakes. For seniors that qualify, apartments for $400 to $600 a month. The small senior homes that are approved along Old Kings Road to open out onto State Road 100, affordable homes for seniors. The people of Palm Coast see what this is really about. It's what the developers and the builders want. And what the developers and the builders want, and their cronies and the banks and the folks who benefit from the huge bonds that are paid for by the current residents of Palm Coast, are the ones who will benefit from this dog and pony show. You can buy a brand new home right now or a townhouse in Palm Coast for in the low 200s. That is affordable. You know what helps folks afford a home? A quality job. Where are our quality jobs in Palm Coast? They don't exist unless you work for the county or the city, a firefighter or a police officer, because they have great jobs. And they're our local heroes who work hard for us. How much did this presentation cost the residents of Palm Coast from PB Pro? 6 figures? Where are the studies that are going to bring quality jobs, the industry, and the tax diversification that we need? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Carla Amaral, Palm Coast. You guys keep talking about the market and how there are houses that are coming online, and that is true, but that doesn't mean that they're affordable. The cost of lumber and the cost of concrete doesn't change for affordable housing. It is things that you guys do here that changes the price of a normal house to affordable. There is a 55 and over community in Ormond, Margaritaville. Those houses are smaller. They're not cheap. Just because a house is smaller doesn't make it less expensive on the market. What you do up here is what helps a house be less expensive. And as far as you don't give incentives, you approved 13 houses as an incentive for the ICI project, which is great because it's for workforce housing. But that is an incentive. That's what helps something be workforce housing. You guys do that. You have an innovation Kickstart program that's giving $5,000 towards utility fees for apartment complexes. You are doing that. You just passed something that went from townhomes to smaller lots. You had to make an exception because it is already smaller than what we allow. That was an incentive. That is an exception. Those things you are already doing. They exist. You are doing them. This council up here is doing them, but they're not tied to affordability. They're not tied to workforce housing. So you can use the tools that you are already using, but tie it to workforce housing, tie it to affordability. You just paid for a report that told you it's needed. It exists. It's here in Palm Coast. And everybody up there has been elected to help everyone in this community. You guys have the power to change, and you have the power to do it right now. You had strategies. They told you what to do. A lot of these things you are already doing, but tie them to affordability, tie them to workforce housing. You have that ability. And again, I thank you for getting this report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Shanks.
Hello, I'm Sandra Shank. First, I would like to thank all of the members of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee who volunteer their service, who are appointed to the committee by the city and by the county to give of their time everything that the report just stated. This Affordable Housing Advisory Committee has recommended everything year after year after year. Now, my question to you for the record that I would like to be answered today is how much did it cost the taxpayers for that housing assessment, housing needs assessment? Because I would then ask, since it seems to be completely invalid, though it validated what we reported, I keep hearing focus on the seniors. There are actually 3 demographics that report pointed out. It said lower income, seniors on fixed income, as well as individuals with disabilities. I think it is quite hypocritical that in the month when you give a proclamation for individuals with disabilities, you parade them in front of the dais, you take pictures with them, and then to now completely eliminate them from a study that has validated housing needs for them is extremely hypocritical. I would just like to have that for the record. Now, the need to support the elderly and aging in place. You sat there and tried to describe in every other term except accessory dwelling unit, how could we come about creating an accessory dwelling unit that would allow the elderly to age in place? There was a gentleman that spoke about people coming from down south, up north, to live with aging parents, grandparents, to try to help them out, but then they're finding that they're having to leave. The answer is an accessory dwelling unit. I don't know what the fear is. We're not talking about creating something that people are going to party in, but truly to help the elderly, as someone stated before. Yes, there is affordability. So if an elderly person purchased their home 20 years ago, compared to the market today, if they could remain in their home with the supports of family who may be willing to move in that home, you are maintaining the affordability, and you could possibly be increasing the lifespan of that elderly person. And they also said home ownership is becoming increasingly difficult and out of reach for lower and moderate income people. Each one of you are elected. And I guarantee you, if you go back and look at the people who voted for you, you're going to find that there were some lower income people, elderly people, and disabled people. Again, it's atrocious what I'm hearing from the dais today.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Jeremy Davis. One thing many residents are struggling to understand during these housing density and long-term growth discussions is how increasing density is supposed to improve affordability while residents are simultaneously facing rising utility bills, rising insurance costs, rising taxes, and rising overall living expenses. Residents have already seen major utility rate increases approved, with additional increases already planned in future years. So when the city talks about affordability, many residents naturally ask a very simple common sense question. How does Palm Coast become more affordable if the monthly cost of simply living here keeps rising at the same time? Because affordability is not just about fitting more units onto less land. Affordability is whether working families, retirees, and existing residents can realistically afford utilities, insurance, taxes, maintenance costs, and everyday living expenses long term. Growth may generate additional revenue in the short term, but growth also creates decades of additional infrastructure demand. maintenance obligations, traffic impacts, utility expansion costs, and long-term financial liabilities that residents eventually absorb through rates, fees, and taxes. At the same time, residents continue hearing discussions involving westward expansion, large-scale development, infrastructure expansion, and long-term growth planning, while the financial burden on existing residents continues increasing year after year. And residents naturally begin paying attention when the same names repeatedly appear across development interest, engineering firms, political contributions, infrastructure discussions, and long-term growth conversations. That does not automatically mean wrongdoing occurred, but it absolutely creates a public trust issue when residents are being asked to absorb rising costs while simultaneously watching massive expansion continue accelerating around them. Because residents want confidence that long-term planning decisions are being driven by sustainability, infrastructure readiness, and the public interest, not simply growth for the sake of growth. Palm Coast became attractive because people wanted quality of life, manageable traffic, lower intensity neighborhoods, and affordability compared to larger urban areas. Many residents now fear the city is gradually becoming more expensive while simultaneously becoming more crowded and more infrastructure strained. Residents are not against growth. Residents are asking whether the people already living here are still the priority and long-term direction of this city. Thank you.
Sir. Anyone else for public comment? And no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups from the council?
I've got some, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. All right.
So after hearing public comment and certainly as this council's representative on the Affordable Advisory Housing Committee, you know, we're doing a lot of these things with the strategies that have already been recommended. So let's just accept some of these and move forward. So like, for example, strategy number 1, you know, how this strategy responds. It talks about the ADU. I think expedited permitting for some of these type projects could be done. It's just a policy change under number 2. Number 5, certainly we've talked about expand opportunities for senior and age and supportive housing. You know, number 7 is something we're already doing with regards to short-term vacation rentals. We can certainly sustain that. Number 8, we can certainly expand on that as well, on that strategy, and continue to move forward with it. I mean, I think let's move forward and continue to sustain some of these strategies that we're already doing, and really and move forward with, you know, the ADU discussion that we had prior to public comment. I think those would be my recommendations of the items to accept out of this report for this council to continue moving forward with, and you know, one or two new additional items. Change a policy where these kinds of projects become a priority for permitting, and see how we can best tackle the language on the ADU, which is going to come, as the mayor said anyways, but do it in a way that, you know, it supports, you know, the families in our community. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the council?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I just want to point out on the report slide, the community profile. I'll read it so you don't have to get up, ma'am. That's okay. It says the city's population is generally growing older, and future housing choices will need to better support accessibility, Ms. Shank, and aging in place. Residents are well educated, reflecting Palm Coast's role as a stable residential community. Household incomes have risen steadily, bolstering Palm Coast's economic stability and making it one of the region's most financially secure communities. So, when I hear comments like, what I'm hearing is atrocious, I think that that's very dismissive. I read every inch of this report and the presentation, and my recommendations are based on the data that has been provided here today. So here's what I will say with regards to kind of looking at this globally rather than in a silo, which is what I think people tend to do. We do need to bring in better paying jobs. We do need to bring in more industry, and this council has been hyper-focused on that, along with staff who has been incredibly focused on helping to bring in industry and better paying jobs. This council has been very hyper-focused in making sure quality of life and income for our first responders remains competitive. I think we've done a very good job. I can't help what Flagler Beach does. That has nothing to do with the city of Palm Coast. So we're going to keep focusing on bringing in better paying jobs and industry. I can't help what Target decides to pay its cashiers. I can tell you that from a free market perspective, if a company is not willing to pay competitive wages, they will likely have a harder time hiring people. So again, that is not something the government can fix, nor should the government be worrying about fixing that. The market has to do what the market traditionally has always done. But I agree, we need to focus on bringing in better paying jobs, and we have been working on that very diligently. The comment, yes.
Can I believe I have some staff support for you on that overall cost question. If we could get that
Sure.
introduced by Mr. Fong or Mr. Jose, please.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
I think he was giving the opportunity to tell the public what the cost of the report was.
Oh, certainly. I have yet to get the invoice, but part of the contract is less than $30,000 for the report.
Okay. Thank you. So for the comment that this is a dog and pony show, it's funny that we hear this is a dog and pony show on the one hand, and then on the other hand, we're told that we're not taking it seriously. It's not a dog and pony show. These are things that statutorily I think we have to do in order to open ourselves up for certain funding for some of these initiatives. And I think that it is important that we have this discussion, even though it is a very hard discussion, because from a policy perspective, there are people that are on the opposite sides of the spectrum of this thing. And let me tell you why. Personally, okay, in my late 20s, newly divorced and fresh out of law school, I was broke. I was making a very low wage as a brand new baby attorney and had to move into an 800 square foot, fully furnished condo because I didn't even have a television to my name. I didn't like it. Wasn't what I wanted to do, but it's what I could afford. And it's what I did for a year while I worked to earn money to purchase my very first home, which was a gut. I had to gut that home because, again, it was the only thing that I could afford. Sometimes you do what you have to do in order to work towards a bigger goal. The things that we are doing right now, the things that we are talking about are difficult to talk about because we don't live in a utopia. We don't have the ability to put the cost of affordable housing on the backs of taxpayers who have worked for the things that they likely have now. So I'm sorry that we don't have the ability to take the steps that some people feel we need to take. It's not that we're not taking it seriously. It's not that we're trying to parade people up here and then not do things for them. It's that we have hard workers in the community who have worked very hard for what they currently have. And I, for one, am not going to put a burden of somebody else's inability to afford something in that moment on them. What I am willing to do is say, what can we do legislatively and from a policy perspective to help with the inventory and the accessibility for what we believe is a need in our community. And I will say again, I think from the data that we have seen today, the biggest need we have is our aging community, and yes, it could very well be our disabled community as well. I haven't seen enough data to ferret that out, but I'm willing to consider it because I do want to make sure that our disabled, and you're right, we have been very supportive of the community for our disabled children and adults. And if there's something else that we need to do to focus on to help that community, I'm willing to do it. That wasn't what the report focused on. So it wasn't an oversight. The report repeatedly focused on the aging community. So again, Councilman Gambaro, I disagree. I don't think we need to do the ADUs. I am willing to entertain the ability to somehow word our LDC to allow an in-law suite that comes with a cooking unit so that it's not considered a second dwelling unit. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if that's going to create non-conforming units, but that's something that staff can bring back to us and help us get to. So again, my suggestion on moving forward and what I would ask for council is to have the committee and staff come back to us with some policy suggestions that specifically focus on availability of housing and affordability of housing specifically for our aging community. And if the numbers support it, our disabled community as well.
Thank you, ma'am. You got anything, Councilman Miller?
In terms of what's been talked about in terms of the strategies, I'm willing to go forward with all the ones that were mentioned. I think essentially in terms of the LDC and in-law suite that has a kitchen versus an AD, I think it's a very fine line there that we're splitting. So I'm supportive of all of it in terms of anything that we can do, as the Vice Mayor said, legislatively, process-wise, not on the end of incentives in terms of monetary incentives and things like that. I think it is an important distinction that when people talk about this study is a waste of money, that it is a requirement in terms of our HUD funding, I believe. So in order to receive that funding to do the things that we already do, we have to go through this process. So it's important for people to understand that this isn't just, oh, we decided to throw some money at a consultant to tell us, whether we have problems or not, and then we're going to dismiss them. It's something that we are legally required to do. So that's why we're going through that process. And I think it's a good process to ask the questions, what are we willing to do as a community? That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Just quickly, I do feel this is a serious effort on our part. I think there are things we are trying to do already. I think it's mostly policy, not funding. And I would just say this, that a 1 or 2% drop in the mortgage interest rate would totally overwhelm anything we would even contemplate doing here in the way of additional funding. So that, when I say market forces are key, that's what I'm getting at, is this is a tremendous problem in the whole country, and there are certain things that can happen, can overwhelm the situation. We go into recession, that's another side of it. But say a 1 or 2 point drop in mortgage rates would change the whole dramatic here right now. That's it.
Go right ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to go back. So the task at hand was to receive the report that has been laid out by all the parties involved, which is required for us to, again, to look at the facts. And we're not voting or giving consensus on an ordinance or any, second read of anything. We're just talking about strategies and strategies that we're already doing. And that's why I picked out 1, 2, 5, 7, and 8 as thank you very much for the report. I think these are strategies that we're already doing. There's one that we've all discussed that we want to go try and tackle. But this isn't a second read on an ordinance. This is, hey, let's just talk about on strategies that is recommended from an independent consultant coming in and giving us an independent view. And then for us to say, yeah, okay, we're doing most of this. Let's go ahead and agree. Let's check some of these off. And then let's tackle the ones that we think is the greatest need based on the facts. So again, I would ask consensus from this council to accept the following strategies and move forward.
I'm sorry, Councilman, was that 1, 2, 5, and 8? Is that what you said?
7 and 8.
So,
7 and 8.
A lot of these we're already
7
doing.
we've already done.
so accept them.
Yeah, we can accept them. I don't think we're going to do anything with manufactured housing.
No, I don't
It's
think
not
so.
something that's viable for Florida, or our region of Florida anyway.
Right.
But we can accept it and we can move forward. I will say, when the one lady spoke about developers setting aside 10% of their houses for affordable housing, they want something in exchange for that. And usually it comes in the form
Density.
of impact fee credits, and
Density.
we can't afford it. So like I said earlier, as far as I'm concerned, we're not doing that anymore. This council, I'm not doing it anymore. So we can accept these findings and move forward. The ADU is almost going to be pushed on us. We're not going to have a choice in that. But the one we can start looking at, where is it going to be on size of the lots, and parking is the main issue. So I don't like the idea of ADUs strictly because of short-term rentals, but it's coming. We can't do anything about it. I think my lot's probably big enough to put an accessory dwelling unit on, but I don't think I'm going to be doing something like that. So
are we giving consensus to move forward with 1, 2, 5, 7, and 8? Because I don't think we need to accept all of these and move forward. I won't accept that.
Well, 6 is out to begin with.
Put the thing up, well.
Can you pull it back up real quick, Mr. Papa?
I don't think 3, as far as changing zoning overall, that's too broad.
And we already have that tool in place in terms of, we've, at least I've said, you've said, infill, no, and then we have that tool in place for MPDs in the future to be flexible with housing, so.
That's why I specifically selected those, because I felt those are the ones we generally all agreed on. Or we've already tackled.
Yeah, I think Councilman Gimber's recommendations are fine.
That's fine.
I'm good with them.
Are we good with that?
Yeah.
1, 2, 5, 7, 8.
1, 2, 5, 7, and 8. Are you good with that, Miss Jackie? You got it?
I would ask that when staff come back with recommendations about putting these strategies in place, that we have a chart that shows what we've already done versus additional recommendations. Because to your point, Councilman Gambaro, for 7, we've already done it. So I want to be very clear and transparent, with regards to the steps we've taken versus what is still pending.
Mayor and City Council, we will bring the strategies back and provide what you have laid out. We'll let you know what has been already in place and what is about to be proposed. And part of that is that we're not going to be able to meet the timeline for the LDC update, but we can basically follow after the LDC update that is anticipated in August. And then we come back with ordinances that in order to reflect if you want to move forward with these strategies.
Well, can I ask, Fong, when we're going through the LDC updates, because we've already talked about certain things that we know would help affordable housing. When we're going through the LDC updates, we need to just keep these initiatives in mind, and maybe staff can highlight some of those things as we're going through the LDC update to say, hey, this would accomplish initiative 1 or initiative 2. I mean, you have now, well, technically only 2 really, right? That, maybe a couple of these that could be affected by the LDC, but that could be highlighted in that analysis when we're going through things. So for instance, today, as we go through the first chapter in the LDC that we're going through, we see changes that are being made because the state has said, these are the affordable housing initiatives, the expedited permitting, for instance, we're having to adopt changes to our land development code because of those statutory changes. So that's already being done through the process that we're already doing. So maybe we just notate that as we're going through the LDC process.
Yes, certainly. Some of the strategies here recommended has been already started in the LDC changes, but not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to let you know that part of that, we're going to bring it back as part of the changes to the LDC. But anything that we are not able to, will follow after the adoption of the LDC update. So just to let you know up front.
Thank you.
We have to amend, we have to amend.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else from the council?
I just have a quick question. Marcus, have you looked at that law for the ADU? The reason why I ask is I would assume because they're forcing us to allow them that we can't be more restrictive of whatever that law is because they're going the opposite direction.
That is correct. I haven't looked at it lately. I think maybe was tracking it maybe a month ago, but I can look at it again. But what your analysis is what I would assume as well.
Like, for instance, if we say you can have one, but there's no rentals, right? Would that be in violation of state law? Things that we could maybe, if they're going to force us to have them, if there's things that we can do to put in guardrails to allay the concerns of many of the council and the residents have, I would look for that if we can possibly do it. Unsure if that's allowed by state law.
I would suspect that would be coming. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball either, but I'm almost certain that it's going to pass because it's been pushed for years now.
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest concerns is either short-term rentals or long-term rentals that are in somebody's backyard that then, overwhelm the driveway and things like that and cause issues within the community.
I don't think there's any reduction of restrictions from the state on what we can do with vacation rentals for the short term.
Yeah.
Mayor, we will continue to monitor the legislative body to see what they will come out of that in the second session.
Okay, thank you, sir. So you got the guidance you need? Ms.
Yes,
Jackie,
sir.
you guys good?
Yes.
Thank you, team. Good to see you guys.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Howell, for presenting the study. Wish it was a little cheaper. Let's scale it back, a little cheaper.
I think it was very affordable.
Okay, we're moving on to presentation two, development options for duplex zone lots.
Mayor and City Council, this was not a directive by City Council to bring back a pilot program, but we basically started anyway. What you had asked us to provide was a ownership map of the remaining duplex zone lots. There are currently 729 duplex zone lots. Approximately only a handful owns more than 4 lots at a time. So predominantly, all these existing vacant lots are owned by individual owner. So that we have provided that to you already several weeks ago. And then, so if you would like for us to, and we also presented to you about the 2 options in addition to what has been already provided, which basically you can split a lot, a duplex zone lot, and make it affordable. So those are the 2 options. So at this presentation, if you would like to want us to go through that, or if you would like for us to incorporate that as part of the 5 strategies that you basically give guidance to us, we can also bring that back as well too. Yeah.
You can go through the presentation, Fong.
Sure.
I would ask, because I never could open up that sheet. Do we have we determined if there's one area of the city that it's a dense group of duplexes that are owned by one individual owner that we could use as, a test community for smaller split lots? Do we have any of them like that?
Yes, we do. We have a couple areas like that, but I just want to caution you that if we do that, it could perceive as preferential treatment. And what happened to the other owners that they say, how come the city didn't approach us for a test case, for example? So this is what we're going to provide it to you as a pilot program. If you think that would be fitting to do that, then you can ask us to move forward.
I think we've already come to the consensus that it's not compatible, right? That's what we did before?
Yeah, that's my position, and I don't want to have the conversation without Councilman Gambaro here. I think he got up to go to the restroom, but yeah, my position is that this just is not compatible. But I think we talked about, hey, could we logistically look at what this pilot program would do, and from staff's perspective, it would kind of create a logistical nightmare because now we've got a bunch of non-conforming lots that we have created per our legislation up here, which we don't want to do. So I think we've tried to kind of feel this out and see if there's a way to make it work. I don't see how we make it work, and I'm just not in favor of infusing our current infill lots with this and creating that incompatibility. And I've received a lot of outreach from the community on this issue as well, and the overwhelming response has been, please don't do this.
Okay.
I think, just to follow up on that, I agree that in terms of a pilot program, I think that causes problems, right? It's either we're for this or we're not for this. I'm open to it. I think it doesn't necessarily change the character of the community. I think it gives individual home ownership and pride in those duplex areas. But it's entirely dependent on whether the entire council is. But I do agree that I think a pilot program creates more problems than it solves because of the potential for preferential treatment. We're doing it as a block in a certain specific area. Well, then maybe that concentrates these types of homes in one spot, and that changes the way people think about them because it's not spread throughout, the rest of the community. Maybe only 50% of the duplex lots would switch over to this type of format. So it wouldn't look necessarily the same as what a final version of this looks like. So I don't think a pilot program is a great way to proceed just because of the legal issues, the compliance issues, all the things that staff will have to deal with because of it. If we do the pilot and we say, hey, no, never mind, Well, now we still have 10 of these homes in a neighborhood that are not compliant with the current code. I mean, they'll have a case to say, I'm legally non-compliant, but it just, now you have this one-off in a random neighborhood that doesn't match the rest of Palm Coast. So I think that presents some problems. So up to discussion with the rest of the council on determining whether we go forward or not.
Ty, I basically agree with what you're saying, and I don't want to go back over the same points at this point, but I think we've discussed this. It's pretty obvious where the council is on this, I think, and so I kind of agree with the last.
So you stepped out, Councilman Gambaro, but we were discussing, it's not compatible.
You're saying on the pilot program?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, if it creates problems going forward, then let's make sure we don't do that, right? But, so we either do it or we don't. Okay? And my other, I think we need to go back to the kind of the genesis of why we're even having this discussion and the options, right? Smaller homes on a duplex lot for folks like my daughter, who's a recent college graduate, and her new husband. You know, thankfully they're staying in our community, but that's what we want, is for be able to, for not just, we just had a discussion on our retiree residents wanting to right size, perhaps move into an in-law suite, but also what about the younger members of our community that we would like them to stay here and work and not have to leave in order to make a living? Well, part of that is providing these options. And if we have to go right to it and not do the pilot program, then so be it. It's, for me, it's about keeping the family together, right? Same kind of concept on the other end of the spectrum with retirees. And so I want to go through this. I want to take a look at it, and let's figure out what works. Because I think at the end of the day, it's the cost of square foot is going to be the cost of square foot. And I think we have the ability from a legislative and a policymaking perspective to be able to make that right and work what's best for us and for our community.
Can I make a suggestion? So it sounds like council does not want to do the pilot program. We can then instruct Ms. Lenz to bypass that part of her presentation and just go straight to the permanent option. Is that something council would like to do?
That's fine.
Okay. We'll present that part of the presentation for you. So we're going to skip the pilot program. And whichever way that City Council wants us to move forward, we have to amend the LDC in order to allow this to happen. Otherwise, we become non-conforming lots in the future. So just to let you know. Go ahead, Ms. Lenz.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Estelle Lenz with Community Development, and this will be brief. So this is a duplex zone lots of development options. Basically, I was just going to summarize the options that were presented at the April 14th City Council workshop. I was going to introduce pilot programs, so we'll skip that. So basically, this is the slide that we'll talk about what we can currently do now. The Land Development Code allows one duplex structure to be constructed on a duplex zoned lot, and that would remain under single ownership. Also, currently the code allows the duplex lot with one duplex structure on it to be split for dual ownership. The proposed new options that were presented on April 14th was to allow all originally platted ITT lots that are zoned duplex to be divided into two lots and allow detached single-family residential homes to be constructed on each portion with the new proposed development standards. That was one option, and option 4 was the same thing, but to require those to be used only for affordable housing. And the development standards that were proposed to be, if we were going to consider splitting the duplex zone lots and allowing the single-family homes to be built on them, was that the lot would have to, each portion would have to be 40 feet wide, minimum lot width, minimum lot area of 4,000 square feet. The home to be constructed would have a minimum living area of 1,000 square feet we would allow one-car garage versus we always require a two-car garage with 1,200 square feet. So this would be 1,000 square foot home with a one-car garage, and we would propose to reduce the interior setback, side yard setback to 5 feet versus the 7.5 feet. So that was the option that was proposed last time, and one would be just to require it for affordable housing, or just to allow anybody to split a duplex zone lot and build the 2 single-family homes, regardless of whether they were being used for affordable housing or not.
I just would like to add to that is that based on 2 builders already spoken in previous meetings, that the option number 4 will not be able to, for them to be able to make it in order to provide the pricing for affordability. The 30 lot from the Palm Coast Park MPD, D.R. Horton also stated that there's no way that they can basically provide under $300,000. So that's the market that they are providing. So just to want to let you know that option 4 is going to be difficult to implement if that's the option that you want to move for.
Okay, can you go back one, Estelle?
Which option, you're saying option 4, is this what's proposed here? Okay.
Option 4 is exactly like
They
option 3.
They must meet the
But it has to
AMI
be-
requirements.
Correct, right.
Yeah.
And then, which means that we have to have a program in order to provide guidance and how long it would be remain affordable, 10, 15, 30 years, for example. And those things need to be ironed out and then bring back to you before we can move forward. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, if the intent of this is for affordable housing, then, having those guardrails in place is important, I think. Otherwise, we're just saying now we can just split it for any priced split lot, right? It could be super high end or whatever the case may be, as long as it conforms with our code. So that makes it more difficult for me to say, yeah, I'm for this if we can't say that this is specifically going to affordable housing. I realize there's some restrictions on the size and things like that that make it likely to be affordable housing. But if it's not by those standards, then is it? I don't know.
Can I ask a question of Jackie? Jackie, what would the price of a home need to be in Palm Coast to meet the definition of being affordable?
The maximum range would be anything under 315.
315. So, Fong, based on what you just said in speaking with builders, they were telling you that it would be, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but impossible to build a home for what?
To have a price under $300,000. That's Mr. Bob Porter with the D.R. Horton stated that, because we posed him, can you basically price it under $300,000 and say, no, there's no way we can do that.
For this specific use case?
No, this was not for this one. It was basically for the 30-foot wide lot.
For the smaller
for the
homes,
MPD.
which was roughly, was that 1,000 square feet too?
Yes, that's correct, right.
That's one builder, right?
Yeah, that is one builder.
That's just one builder.
Is that enough data for us to make a decision on? I don't know.
Obviously, you're going to add some costs, right, with detached, so you're no longer sharing a wall. That gives you some cost savings there, and roof probably. I'm just kind of saying things off the top of my head, not an expert in it, but I find it hard to believe that if builders are building duplexes in the 4s, right, as a whole unit, that they can't split it and build each side under 300.
You're talking about doubling everything that's in a normal house, so the kitchen.
Well, I mean, that all exists in a duplex already. You're doubling a kitchen, you're doubling, two garages.
Yeah, but it could be 2 separate times, right? So there's economies of scale. So when you're building something at the same time, it's likely,
I get what you're saying at the same time. I don't know what.
I hear what you're saying,
The
though.
process, though, would be for these builders, whether it's you split it and then you find a buyer for this and then you wait 2 years and then build the second one. I don't know what that process would look like for them from a business perspective.
I recall that Mr. Tony Emerald spoke about that. Basically, A duplex, you pay only one, impact fees, but when you split it into detached, you're paying two separate impact fees, for example. So that brings the cost up as well too, so.
Yeah, I think, when we're looking at doing this, we're essentially saying we're going to split these, what would otherwise be a 10,000 square foot lot into two 4,000 to 5,000 square foot lots. But we already allow those in our other MPDs. So Councilman Gambaro, in the example of your daughter, okay, well, maybe at this moment in her life, she doesn't get to build on an infill lot, but has to have one of those starter homes in one of the neighborhoods that have the 4,500 square foot lots. So again, I think this is, when we're talking about life stage housing, I think we have to keep our eye on what that means. Where you are in your life stage likely dictates what you can do in that moment. And so we have the ability, it's not like all of our MPDs have 10,000 square foot lots. We have plenty of neighborhoods and MPDs that have the lots that we're talking about forcing into neighborhoods that are compatible to 10,000 square foot lots. So again, I'm just not in favor of taking this step. I appreciate the creativity that went into this. I specifically think that due to the logistical issues with the pilot program, it's not something that we can kind of test out and see if it would work from an affordable housing perspective. So I'm not in favor of moving forward.
Anything else from the council?
I am for number 4, but I'd like to hear from the public.
Okay, well, I think do we have consensus that we're not going to do anything with this? That's right now, before we open it up to the public?
I support looking at it. I think refining the AMI, the affordable housing portion of it, understanding what those costs actually look like for builders. If we're going to put restrictions on it that basically make it unattainable, then there's no point in doing it, right? Because no one will exercise their ability to do this. So I'm in favor of talking more. If there's 3, if I'm in the minority, then that's what it is.
So that's you and Councilman Gambaro looking at option 4. What about you, Councilman Sullivan?
No.
So the consensus is no, but we will open up for public comment. Yes, sir. My biggest concern is compatibility for the existing neighborhoods. Yes, sir.
Raymond Royer. I mentioned this before. My son lives in Texas. He lives in where a developer came in. He bought a $900,000 home, custom home, and this is a mixed community. This developer put affordable housing in. He put medium-sized homes. My son's home is considered a medium-sized home because he's in a high-tech sector of Texas where it's a high-paying job district. And by the retaining pond, which they call a lake, is where the $1 million and $3 million homes are. Now, when they put townhouses in for the affordable housing, the developer also put a fire station in. I went down to visit it. I thought I was going to see a 2-bay fire station. No, I seen a 7-bay fire station with 2 trucks in it. They're going for growth because the development's not done. They're going to put 20,000 homes in this area. They put a police station in there. He put 2 daycares in. He put 3 community swimming pools. You gentlemen are just focusing on lots and centralized small developers and builders coming in and piecemealing everything. You need a real developer to come in here to give you affordable housing, mixed use. Mixed use that you're seeing today with the Weston expansion is a joke, okay? It's just gonna add more hardship to the whole community at whole. It just blows my mind. I went to the community center and seen the presentation. It was horrible, horrible. You couldn't get really direct answers. Everybody's shooting in the blind right now. It's like turkey shooting right now, looking at that development. You just really have to wake up. And again, I disagree with Teresa. A firefighter from Palm Coast by himself would not be able to buy a mortgage at $315,000 loan by himself. From 1948 to 1970, we used to have a single income. My uncle that was on the fire department had his own home. He was the single provider for his home, okay? We are all over the place with these discussions, and you're forgetting what history has shown. We've had the footprint before, okay? But we're so caught up with the manipulation going on. I mean, right now, the sheriff department deputies alone can't even afford these homes, okay? Outside of that, then we have manipulation. You know, I grant the sheriff his ability to try to do things, but we just approved a helicopter program for the population that we have. That is way over budget, but we're going to approve it. I'm hoping Palm Coast picks up the bill because 80% of the services do go to Palm Coast, but I'm sure, you know, the county's going to absorb most of that cost. Outside of that, it's just unbelievable. There's a lot of manipulation going on, and you've got to really look at the manipulation. The developers you got presenting these plans are horrible.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Darling.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast K-section. I'm getting mixed messages by some of the folks up there. We were very outspoken about the changes in the E section that was adding density and supposed affordable housing without any evidence, without any knowledge beforehand. This is kind of more of the same. I hear 720 duplex lots. Splitting the lots will not necessarily make it more affordable. How is this fair or equitable to existing homeowners and the values of their homes, the equity in their homes? Duplex lots also have the ability to build one larger home that would possibly be more compatible, more desirable, more sellable, and not jeopardize the quality of life, violate compatibility requirements, and have negative potential impacts on public safety, health, and the welfare of the current homeowners and local residents in Palm Coast. It's a bait and switch, moving the goalposts, and a degradation of the qualities that make our neighborhoods desirable. Current residents expect their elected officials to make decisions to protect the values of their homes, their largest investments, and not sell out to developers, builders, property managers seeking maximum profits. Lower impact fees and garnering grant funding under the heading of affordable housing. This is a disrespect to your constituents, to the folks that voted you in, with the exception of 2 who were not voted in. These decisions have immense complications for the current residents of Palm Coast. We've worked hard our entire lives to have our beautiful forever homes in Palm Coast that we built. I've built 3 of them, and it's unfair, unethical, and undesirable to make these changes that will have negative effects for our homes in Palm Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment?
Jeannie Duarte. Compatibility is really important. I live in the C section, and there's a strip of homes down a few blocks away from me that are mostly dual housing. And we don't even walk our dogs down that road because there's loose dogs and there's messy yards from uninvested renters. So compatibility is extremely important. We want people in our community who own their homes. We have a lot of property, a lot of these multi-dwellings that you're putting up right now that are more than capable of taking on that task for our community. We don't need to be popping them in communities that they don't fit in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public? Yes, sir, Mr. Amaral.
Tony Amaral, Palm Coast, a little off center. I just want to thank you all for at least having the conversation. It was an idea, thank you, Marcus. It was an idea that came up, seeing a need Obviously, it's a need because you've been picking about it. You have AHAC committees that are talking about it. You had a consultant today talk about it. If you don't like the idea, just say you don't like the idea. Don't tell me about compatibility. Don't tell me about lot sizes. Don't say a couple other reasons I've heard. Because compatibility was not an issue in the E section. Those were lots that backed up to regular 10,000 square foot lots. So I don't want to hear compatibility. If you don't like the idea, at least just say, I don't like the idea. The fact of the matter is, today, a duplex can still be built. It can be separated into 2 separate lots, and they can be sold individually. That is not a council decision. That is not a decision you can change. That is a decision made a long time ago through the Land Development Code and the codes that are being enforced right now. So this is not a compatibility. This is just aesthetically not compatible with what you see fit. And that's fine. Everyone has the right to their opinion. No one's opinion is wrong. It just needs to be justified to other people. So with that being said, I do appreciate the fact that we are talking. We are having the conversation. We're having the dialogue to move forward to figure out what we can or can't do in Palm Coast as a whole. And maybe all of this is on the west. Maybe all of this is just for new development. But that will come with higher density. That higher density is a give to the development. That higher density, you will require to have more road. Duplex lots, the 729 that are left, are on existing Palm Coast roads with existing sewer tap-ins, with existing water tap-ins, with existing trash route pickups. So please, let's just call it what it is. It's an idea that doesn't fit your schedule, that's great. But just keep all those factors in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment?
Hi, my name is Carla Amaral. I live in Palm Coast. I just wanted the people that are listening to this to understand what our idea was. Teresa, you asked for private ideas on how to solve this problem. This is the fastest, easiest, least interrupting way to do this. A duplex area, we already know, has single-family homes and duplex homes. It's already a mixed kind of use area. A lot of people complain about duplexes because it's like a rental area, and just as the woman up here was talking about, she doesn't want to walk her dogs there. This would be turning a rental property into 2 single-family owned homes, already in an area that is mixed with duplexes and single-family homes. It does not change the character of the area. The fastest, cheapest way we could get to affordable housing. This is a good idea that doesn't impact density. You already have that density there. You're already allowed to split a duplex. This is the fastest way to get to affordable housing. And if you do think about doing this, I would definitely tie it to affordable housing. That's important, to not just let anybody do this, but to let this benefit our policemen, our teachers, our firefighters, so that they can own a home. For our seniors that have to downsize because now insurance is making them get a new roof, get a new water heater, and they can't do that on a fixed budget. And they can't go into assisted living because it is crazy expensive. But they are independent, and they can go into a smaller home. And if you tie it to affordability, then they can afford it. But if you're just waiting for a developer to make smaller lots and smaller houses, that doesn't mean it's going to be affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups from the council?
I was just going to point out that the same thing that I think Mrs. Amaral pointed out is that the intent of this is to create home ownership in these smaller homes rather than the rentals that currently exist. So it should, in theory, reduce the number of rentals in these duplex areas, not increase them. And it certainly won't increase them because they're already zoned for that same usage as a duplex. So Just wanted to point out that.
Thank you, sir. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. So when I say I don't feel the homes are compatible, you can take that at face value. I don't feel they're compatible. The comments and the comparison to this with the E section is like apples and oranges. And I think that the reason people are comparing it is because they don't know or don't remember or are being intellectually dishonest about what the E section development approval was. So for the public's edification and a reminder to those who heard it the first time, the E section approval was for a total of 71 homes. It was already approved for 58 homes. So when we're talking about the scale of that change, it is very small in comparison to the scale of this change because we have, what, I think 1,000 duplex lots remaining roughly, okay? So you're comparing 1,000 lots, changing those to what was essentially a change to 58 lots, from 58 to 71. That's the first thing. The second thing is, in the ordinance that we approved for the E section, we specifically stated that if this property is not donated to a nonprofit and then made to be an affordable housing program for houses built at cost for frontline workers, they lose that approval. That means they lose the approval for the smaller lot size. It means they lose the approval for the extra 13 homes. So this comparison is, it's just not reasonable. It's not a reasonable comparison. We put in those guardrails because we wanted to ensure the intent of what that specific development is geared towards actually comes to fruition. I don't see a way that we can, I mean, I guess, obviously with option 4, we could tie these to affordable housing. But again, we already have this product in a lot of our MPDs. If we were talking about creating a product that we don't already offer and that isn't currently in, as you put it, Mayor, the pipeline, I could see this being a need. But you're essentially saying we're going to create something that already exists in the city and that, by the way, is causing the infill lot houses as they are now to lose value because we have more and more houses coming online. So I'm sorry if you disagree with the fact that I say that this is not compatible, but I can show quite a few emails and other communications that would also agree with the position that these homes are simply not compatible in these infill lots.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like a point of clarification. So D.R. Horton said, they couldn't do it under 300,000. I think there are other builders out there that say they can do it under 300,000, and by definition, Jackie, you said it's 315,000, what's considered affordable, correct? So,
Yes.
so the data on the MIG's inaccurate from where I sit, and so I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if we could ask the Emeralds on, because the initial assessment was well under 300,000. Just to be clear.
I'll tell you what. Here, if we want to compare the two, let's go ahead and issue a challenge to a builder to do exactly on these infill lots what's being done in the East section. Who's going to build them at cost for no profit? Now we can talk. Otherwise, it's not the same. And I agree with the concept that we shouldn't rely on one builder's sentiment. And I'm not relying on D.R. Horton. That was just anecdotally I wanted to know from Jackie, and I thank you for that information. What is the AMI price point? But if we have a builder who wants to take all the infill lots and say, you know what, I'll do the same thing that ICI has done in the East section, now we're talking. Otherwise, no.
Okay. You still didn't answer my question.
What
So the question is, were there other builders that could come in under 300,000?
I don't know that. I'm just presenting to you what the other builders have basically make a statement, public statement relating to if they can provide such housing under 300,000. Okay, so just for whatever it's worth, just to let you know, I just did a quick Google search under Zillow in the city of Palm Coast, limited that to 315,000 in pricing. This includes single-family, townhouses, condos, and our inventory right now is 658, just to let you know. So
Okay, well, I remember the original proposal, and it was well under 300,000, but in any case, I think it's a huge missed opportunity for this council and for this community for us to take additional steps and actions for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Amaral, could you come up real quick? What, I just want to know what your price point was.
The price point would vary. We were, again, estimating. I didn't get full details because somewhere between 260 to 290 would be our estimate. But other factors, and again, there just hasn't been full documentation yet because I'm not wasting the time. If we're like, I think 5 months into this that we've had this conversation, so that was an estimate to start with. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else from the council? Okay, Estelle, thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next presentation. Would you guys like to adjourn for lunch? Because it's noon.
Is there a lunch? We got it.
We got the health insurance.
Let's do that.
How far out is it? Okay. All right, we're going to move into our next presentation. FY27 health insurance options. And I would like to note to the council that we need to kind of flush this out today because open enrollment period starts when?
August 1st through
August.
the 14th.
And I think last year it opened in July, right?
Very end of July, yes.
Okay, so we need to try to iron this out today. Really. So
Okay.
go right ahead, Mrs. Fuller.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Renina Fuller, Director of Human Resources. I have Lisa Lynch here, our HR manager, and we also have Brandon Savage, who's the executive account.
You guys are going to have to get really close to the mic because
Yes, okay.
us old folks up here can't hear.
Okay. Brandon Savage, who's the senior account executive with Brown & Brown, is also here today. Brandon, first, in the March 10th meeting, Brandon presented, reviewed our recent claims data and outlined several potential cost-saving strategies for the city health insurance program. At that meeting, council directed staff to review which health insurance plans are being selected by new hires. We analyzed enrollment data from April 7th, 2025 through March of 26. Of the 45 employees hired during that period, 11 enrolled in the high deductible plan and 34 selected the PPO plan. Currently, the city offers both the high deductible and the PPO plan. We're here today to seek council's direction on whether to close enrollment to the PPO plan, retain the high deductible plan, and introduce a new enhanced HMO plan. We would kind of like to pause there if that was okay, because our next conversation will be about the My Health on Site.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about the enhanced HMO plan?
Well, no, actually, yeah, I don't think we discussed that.
I think the previous direction we had given, just to confirm from this council, is that we were going to keep the PPO option for current employees, but starting October 1, we were going to only offer the HSA and the HMO, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so is that, Mayor, to your point, is that the firm direction that we need to give?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I wanted to hear a little bit more about the HMO that you were discussing.
I'll let Brandon speak on that. Here.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So, the enhanced HMO, we're basically looking at an alternative option for the PPO. It's really the same value as the PPO, very similar in terms of plan design, but it's on the Blue Care network with Florida Blue. So all that this would do is it's basically cost control from a network perspective. We're trying to offer, it's a slightly smaller network, but it's better discounts, meaning that ultimately every claim that's paid on that plan would be at a better rate for the city and for the members as well.
Okay. Go right ahead, Ms. Fuller.
Well, I guess we're looking for guidance on whether you want to go ahead and offer the HMO plan, that enhanced plan, and are we going to close the PPO just to?
Okay, what is the cost savings? Mr. Savage, can you run down the cost savings from shifting from both plans to just the HDHP?
It's minimal between the PPO and the HMO. Ultimately, they're very similar in plan value. It's about a 4% savings on claims whenever you're looking at the actual claims that are paid on the PPO versus the HMO in this proposed case. So that would be savings that both the membership and the city would recognize.
So, and I think we talked about this yesterday, Deputy City Manager and I. Through attrition, your costs are going to come down.
That's
I got
correct,
that
sir.
north-south, that's what I'm seeing. So through attrition, if we go to the high deductible, it's just going to come down over time as people trickle out of the.
As more
Yes,
people
sir.
shift to the new program, the HMO.
That's correct.
Yeah, so the savings compound over time.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was, that was my understanding as well, though it's not in the slides that I've seen, that we're getting some savings now, but over time we'll see significant savings, is my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And what's the, say just to get a rough estimate, maybe you have it, maybe you don't, Ms. Fuller, for a family of four, for that, the high deductible, how much does that cost them a month?
The high deductible for a family
Of
on
four, how much would it cost them, the individual employee, how much does that cost them a month?
that employee would pay $234.97 per pay.
And compared to the PPO?
The PPO is $333.36. This is effective 10/1.
Okay.
But they wouldn't have co-pays, they would have cost share, correct, with the high deductible plan, right? So they'd always pay, I don't know what the percentage is for ours, but like a base percentage, like 20% or 25%. So your costs are very similar, in my opinion, 234 versus 334 for your premiums, but then for a high deductible plan, you're going to pay more to go get that health care every time you go somewhere. So if you're exercising that plan, you're paying more than what a copay would typically give for a lot of those services, like a specialist or whatever the case may be. Like you might have a specialist copay of $50 or $70 for the PPO, but then for an HDHP, you're going to pay 20% of whatever that specialist charges, and that's going to be higher
Right.
in most cases.
Yeah, I agree with that, but then that third option comes in with the HMO, because if you look at the HMO, so if we look at the current versus the 10/1 renewal for the PPO, it goes up 25% biweekly, which is a lot of money. From $266 for a family to $333 biweekly is a lot of money. But in the HMO, starting 10/1, the family would be $293 versus $333 with the PPO. So I still think that we've chosen the best option here to allow people to still get into that lower biweekly cost. But if they like the PPO, they get to stay on it because we're not taking that from them. And I think that was one of your concerns, Councilman Gambaro, and mine too. To me, this is the best path forward.
And I think to the point that you're making about the HMO and the PPO, my understanding is that essentially the discount that you're receiving has to do with network, right? Like where you can go. I think that you're right in this, that we're giving options, right? That allows the current employees to choose. If they say, I'm a PPO person, I love this, I'll stay on, they can stay on. If they want to switch, they can switch. But long term, it gives us a better feasible way to manage our healthcare benefits going forward.
More possible.
Well, I'm going to jump in here since I was kind of like the stick in the mud last year on this one. I've come around and I support it, okay? If you zoom out and you look at the rest of the municipalities and the school district and everything else, for the same kind of plan, it's $2,300 a month in premium at the school district, right? You want to talk about affordability? That's one of our teachers' salary, right? And so I think we provide an excellent plan. I've come around on this, and I support it.
And we had already had that discussion, right, Ms. Fuller, about how many people were already enrolled? Like you said, 107, was it like 174 people are already enrolled in that? Health savings?
I believe that was correct. Let me just verify. In the high deductible plan, yes.
Okay, yeah, so, and the average age was like 44 years old?
Yep. Yes,
So
sir.
They were choosing that option over the PPO.
It's
Correct.
typically a good choice for younger people that have less chronic healthcare issues because you can expect not to have to pay, but you have to carry insurance, right? Just in case there's something catastrophic. So usually you'll see that it's a younger demographic that chooses that because of those reasons.
So we have consensus. You got the guidance you need, Ms. Fuller?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I wasn't part of the previous conversation. I think it was a workshop that I wasn't here for, but I support shifting, but allowing for people to be grandfathered into the PPO, but give us better financial opportunities here for providing good benefits while making sure we're not growing our costs exponentially with the PPO.
Okay.
And it could change. 4 years from now, we could shift back, because we have to make this decision every year, right?
Yes, sir.
And so we have consensus, so.
I will say, just for consistent, I know I work for a company that seems to revamp theirs every single year, looking for cost savings and things like that, and it becomes kind of frustrating and hard to deal with because now you've got a new company that you're dealing with and a different network or whatever the case may be, or you just have, now you're looking at different products than you did last year, and you're like, well, I liked what I had, and now I've got different products to look at. It makes it harder when it's a constant revolving door. So I would like to try to stay consistent with what we're doing, just for the benefit of the staff and giving them confidence that they'll have the same plan next year that they had this year and things like that.
Absolutely, we understand.
You and I are going to have to make sure that happens. We'll be here.
Okay, so now
Okay, so we're clear on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So now we'll move on to the discussion, if you want to, about the My Health On Site. I just have one slide, I believe, on that. Council also received a presentation from Brian Branham, the account executive from My Health On Site. He is the executive over the city's on-site clinic, which was discussed to potentially partnership for in the future. As directed by council at the March 10th meeting, we conducted an employee survey to gauge employee interest in the clinic. And as shown on the slide, 79% of the employees indicated they were very likely to use the benefit. The goal of establishing the clinic is to redirect the health care spending away from the traditional health plan by providing primary care services in-house, including treatment for chronic conditions, lab services, and prescriptions dispensing. To move forward with the partnership in the city, with the county, would first need to establish its own clinic. That would require an initial investment of approximately $850,000 for equipment, supplies, and staffing, along with the ongoing annual lease estimated between $58,000 and $67,000. Under the current data through March, gross medical claims are averaging $428,000 a month, and pharmacy claims are averaging $200,000 a month. At this time, we're seeking council's direction on whether you have any interest in further exploring this option.
I think my opinion, I don't think it's changed. This is what I'd like to know. When that guy gave that briefing, that gentleman gave that brief, he said their existing clinic, but they were going to want to do another clinic. So you're going to have to double that if they do a second clinic, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't.
This is not very comfortable trying to speak like this.
It's like talking in an airport hangar.
Yeah. So when we were discussing this with the gentleman that gave the presentation, he said they have the one clinic now, but they want to stand up another clinic.
Correct.
Someone's going to have to pay for that.
That they would.
So you say if we go with the one clinic, the 3 individuals that were dedicated to our city, you're going to have to double that when they stand up another clinic. And my question even then was, who pays the cost? So I posed the question, say, Mayor Norris goes to the clinic. Who's paying Is it the city paying, or is it the insuree, meaning me, am I paying?
No, it would
It
be
would be
the
the city's paying, right?
the city's paying, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So it's like a double tap is an additional service offered by the city, but it's going to cost us over $1 million a year.
Well, the intent is to reduce claims, right? And so for me, looking at these numbers, if the claims offset is greater than the cost, then it makes sense. Unless we're saying we just want to provide this benefit to the employees at cost to the city. So it depends on what our intent is. If we're trying to reduce costs, then the offset needs to be greater than the costs. If not, if we're just trying to add a benefit, a healthcare benefit to our employees, then if it doesn't make as much money as it costs, then maybe that's something we can discuss if that's what we're looking to do. My understanding of the ask for this was that we were trying to find a way to reduce costs, for our healthcare services by thinking of novel ways, like maybe if a clinic, maybe it'll cost less as a clinic than it will to see all these claims run through the insurance. And it looks like it doesn't to me. I do have some questions about the operational costs. So we were talking about like standing up stuff, and that, to me, that means those operational costs would be more in year one than year two and year three. And we're looking kind of at year one, I think, right here with these numbers, unless these are every single year going forward, these projections, like the 850,000, if that's every single year, then to me, this doesn't make sense. But if in year two, that drops to 200 grand, then now we've got a net positive in year 2 and 3 and 4. So I don't see that here. I'm not sure what the answer to that is.
You're still going to have an ongoing cost for staff and equipment.
And that won't be offset by the savings and the claims that were.
That would be offset by the savings not going to the insurance carrier and the prescriptions.
So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman
like to see
Miller,
what
but I'd
the
like
year
to see
two
that
projections.
nexus, right? So I'd like to see that nexus ongoing. So I guess a projection over the next 5 years, what will the cost versus the savings be to see what that net dollar amount is? Is that net dollar amount in the negative to where we're still going to be paying out? Or is that net amount where we start to actually see a net cost savings because of less claims going out and coming to the on-site center? So, and I think that's what you were asking.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to see over time, if we're getting closer to zero or positive to where it's starting to pay back the cost of standing it up, and that makes sense, I think, in the long term. It doesn't make sense unless that's the direction the council wants to go, that we just want to add a benefit. It doesn't make sense if it's always a negative every single year going forward when taking into account the offset versus the cost of running the clinic. So I think that information in terms of this would be very helpful in making an informed decision about whether this makes sense to go forward or not.
Yeah, that's what I would need to see as well.
Does everyone agree with that? Trying to flush it out and see, because we don't have to make a decision on this right now.
That's correct, sir.
other
Yes,
ones-
sir.
Yeah, take a look at it.
And I would encourage the council, as I mentioned before, give Sheriff Staley a phone call and talk to him about this specific subject. Because we had a short conversation about it, but you need to hear it from him, not me. Because he's dealt with it. I have not. I can't all I can say is it going to save the city money or is it going to cost us money? And right now I see it as it costing us money, especially if we stand up a second clinic. So now it's 6 people and it's still 32 hours, so.
And I think that second clinic, sir, is what changed the variable for us. It was very attractive until we had the discussions we needed to have. Once we had those, we did learn, though, that, hey, a second clinic is necessary to make this even work. And then the numbers, the math just doesn't continue to math right now.
So is everyone comfortable with that guidance to Mrs. Fuller? Are you straight, Mrs. Fuller?
Yes, we'll get with My Health On Site, and we will also get with the county and get their cost savings over the last several years.
Thank you for that, yeah.
Okay, and again, please call the sheriff, or if you get his ear for a minute, ask him about when he was part of that program. We will stay put, Ms. Fuller. We're going to open this up for public comment if there's no other comments from the council.
So our direction is to go with staff recommendation of the HMO with PPO option for those employees that are already in it. Yep.
We're straight? Yes, ma'am, Ms.
Jeannie
Duarte.
Duarte, did I hear that right? So they have top-notch insurance, investments, retirements, a vehicle maintenance facility, and a private medical clinic as well, and you want to double that? Did I hear that right? Do we have a private medical facility for staff?
No, we do not.
No, this was an
What is-
option that was presented to us.
It was participating in the county's clinic. But
It's a
that-
county
that's-
clinic?
The county presently has that system for their employees. We were exploring it as a way to potentially save money for the city, but now that we've explored it, it's not penciling out. But no, ma'am, we don't currently have that kind of system.
But the
in
county
place.
does?
The county does, yes, ma'am.
Okay, whew, my gosh.
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups from council? Thank you so much, Ms. Fuller. And
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Savage, hopefully you won't have to come back again this year. All right, thank you, sir. Where are we at on, all right. Do we want to recess for 30 minutes is good for the council? Can you eat in 30 minutes, Vice Mayor? Okay. We're going to recess for 30 minutes. Session. We have a quorum, so Ms. Lynn Stevens, whenever you're ready. The next presentation is Stormwater Annual Update. With that, the floor is yours, Ms. Stevens.
Good afternoon. It is afternoon. Lynn Stevens, Deputy Director of Stormwater and Engineering. I'm joined today with Carmelo Morales, our Stormwater Engineer. Today, we're going to be providing you an update and review some of the highlights of the Stormwater Division has accomplished over the past year and discuss some future projects as well. Just to review some of the rate history, the stormwater fee was established in 2011 and is an enterprise fund, meaning that all work performed on the stormwater system is funded by stormwater fees. The most recent rate study was performed in 2023 and identified certain capital projects and funding sources for the capital improvement projects. Oops. The purpose of the Stormwater Division is to provide flood protection for our residents through maintenance, improvement, and innovation. The Engineering Division provides support on major projects, not only to the Stormwater Division, but also transportation, parks, and city facilities. This slide provides an overview of the stormwater service area. The shaded area is the stormwater service area. The blue dashed line depicts the city limits. Areas outlined in green are the agricultural areas, and that's based on the Flagler County property appraisal records. Areas in red are Flagler County-owned properties, and purple are state and federal properties. The areas in white but inside city limits are properties that are not annexed into the city or properties or subdivisions that do not discharge into the city's stormwater system. This is just to provide you an overview of just how massive our stormwater system is. It's a slide that you've seen numerous times. It shows you how many miles of swales, 58 miles of freshwater canals, the 14 control structures, 177 miles of ditches, 13 freshwater lakes, and over 3,300 pipe locations where the pipes cross under the roadway, as well as over 1,700 catch basins for the stormwater system.
Ms. Stevens,
Sir.
just real quick, good to see you.
Thank
Mel
you.
As well. The 1222, so if we were to start at Key West, Florida, and go straight up I-95, where would that stop?
I think it was New York, if I'm not mistaken.
So New York, so just, for our residents, just conceptualize how many miles of swales that we maintain. It's a pretty hefty effort, so.
It is.
And by the way, team, just want to just commend publicly Mrs. Stevens for her, for going on the Free for All Friday show, just, ahead of the hurricane. I think she did a fantastic, hurricane season, but she did a fantastic job. And I think it's important just to conceptualize all the immense work that you guys do in order to ensure that our stormwater travels in the right direction and goes to the right places to help out our residents. So I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to make sure that we got that in there because it's really important. It's a ton of work. So thank you.
It is a ton of work. There's a lot of people behind the scenes working every day to keep that stormwater system operational. So again, just a reminder of how the system operates. I know everybody thinks the swales are the most important. It's what we see in our front of our yards. Swales are designed to hold water. So a lot of swales in our city will hold water year-round. You might see them dry certain times of the year, but they do hold water. They're designed to hold water. The swales are supported. They discharge into the 177 miles of ditches. The ditches then discharge into the canals. If we have a failure in the canals, the entire system fails. If we have a failure in the ditches, then the swales will fail. Good to note that the roads are designed to convey stormwater so that the homes would not flood. City Council established an objective to provide a plan for stormwater maintenance and performance with a specific focus on swales. Staff investigated other communities that have open swale systems to compare our level of service to theirs. The City of Palm Coast far exceeds the level of service to our customers from what we've identified from the other cities. Staff also researched what other cities are doing and piloted various alternatives last year for swale maintenance. We even investigated contracting swale work out. Unfortunately, contracting didn't provide the same level of service to our residents. The contractor eventually backed out of the contract. In the end, staff incorporated spot regrading and trenching of swales to clear the backlog of work. In addition, a second vac truck crew was added. We now have 2 vac truck crews that work ahead and alongside the regrading and trenching crews, clearing culverts and cleaning up debris from behind the trenching crews. Last year, staff rented a tractor with a ditching attachment for that pilot. We worked on swales in front of vacant lots, swales along roadways, and in some areas in residents' front yards. The machine worked fairly well on the dry swales, which is why Palm Bay's program only trenches dry swales. Many of the swales in our city are considered wet. The other issue we encountered was how far the machine spread the debris and which required removal. When we looked at Palm Bay that used the same trenching machine, they didn't clean up the debris. We didn't believe that would be acceptable to our residents, and therefore we ended the pilot early. The next thing we tried was the trenching machine. That was also something that we found, not that other cities were doing, but during our research, we found this was an alternative. We came to council last year with our update. Council approved our purchase of 2 of these machines. The trencher has been very useful in tapering the swale from the culvert and addressing high spots in the swale system. However, it's not beneficial on full swale runs because staff can't control the depth of the swale and the overall time it would take to trench a full run versus the regrading the full run. The approved second ditch crew was reclassified as a hybrid crew to perform both trenching services and areas where the swale discharges into the ditch. Since the trenching method doesn't require as many staff, we have, as of end of December, we split the trenching crew into 2 separate crews with the 2 machines to increase the amount of work. As you'll see in the upcoming slides, this has made a significant impact on the amount of work performed to date. Again, trenching significantly improves the overall swale run. It can be done faster than the grade-all in some areas. In addition, since it's such a small width, no sod is installed after the trenching. This style of swale maintenance cannot replace the full regrade method, but is used to supplement the program and enable us to cover more ground and open more swales throughout the city. In April 2025 is when we piloted the tractor ditcher, and in May is when we started using the walk-behind trencher. As you can see, the walk-behind trencher significantly improved our ability to improve more swales than before. In fact, by the end of FY25, staff had completed over 55 miles of swale, more than ever in the history of our city. The dip in August through November is due to rain. Again, the trencher is not effective in wet swales. Rain makes it more difficult to service swales, whether we're doing a full regrade or we're doing the trencher. In December 2025 is when we split the trenching crew into 2 crews to impact even more swales. Those numbers are reflected in the January, February, and March 2026 totals. At the end of April, staff had already reached 55 miles of swale improvements. Although the rain will slow us down for the next few months, we will exceed our goal of 60 miles this year. Again, historically, we had only done about 40 miles per year. On October 2nd, 2024, there were over 1,000 open swale work orders, some dating back to 2019. By October 1, 2025, the number of open swell work orders had dropped to 654, and by April 1st of 2026, the number dropped to just over 400. As of today, the number of open swell work orders has dropped to 341, with only a handful from as late as 2022.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. For the swale work orders, does that just encompass complaints or inquiries from residents to clear their swale, or does that encompass other work orders as well?
So we are currently only reactive. So we are reacting still to residents' complaints. And we've cleared everything prior to 2022. There's a handful of 2022s that'll be cleared this year. Our goal is to eventually have no work order older than 12 months.
Okay, so defining though swale work order, are those resident complaints only?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor, I will add that in the art section, I saw where the team did a great job in just consolidating the work orders and took care of a whole street at once, which I think was a good use of resources. The survey went quick. They had a team in. And not only did they scoop everything out, they relayed sod to allow for the water to flow. And, I saw it the other day when we've had, the rain over the weekend, and it's working well. So
Good.
thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question as well. So when we're talking about that we're only working on those, that means that we're not doing proactive maintenance, we're just doing the work orders right now to try to handle the backlog.
You are correct currently. Our goal is to become proactive.
Right.
But currently we are still reactive.
Do we know, and maybe that you already answered that with the 20-month answer, but what level do we have to get in terms of backlog to where we can become proactive in terms of that?
So let me explain the process. When a complaint comes in, we have swale specialists that go out and investigate the claim. They will check the elevations from what we call the top of the run, in other words, the high spot of the swale, to the point of discharge. So it will include all the homes in that run. So at that point, they determine, does it need just a trench for certain high spots for that property, or does it need a full regrade? Most of the work orders that we still have are full regrades. Right. We try to resolve as many as we can with trenching, but that takes care of 1 or 2 homes. If it's a full regrade, in other words, it's built up more than 6 inches from top to bottom, there's more than a 6-inch buildup there, then we have to do a full regrade. That takes much more time. If we do a swath of about 8 foot wide, we shoot grades all the way through to make sure that we get those elevations proper so the water will flow. Understand too that the difference from one side of a lot to the other side of a lot is generally a tenth of a foot, which is less than an inch. So you have maybe 1 inch of fall from one side of your property to the other side of your property. So a little bit of dirt buildup, neighbor doesn't mow their grass as low as you mow your grass, can make a difference in holding water longer than what you would like.
Got you. So is it safe to say the remaining, because you're saying that the remaining ones are potentially ones that require full regrades, essentially once we start getting through these are almost like proactive maintenance because you're doing the entire run at the same time, which is how you would do your proactive maintenance. You would check for entire runs and try to do that as needed.
That's
is that correct?
correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Our goal is to get to that proactive state and be able to take care of issues before they become resident complaints. And we know that if we're working in a section of town, we're working on one side of the road, somebody's going to say, well, I want mine done. So that's why we say that our goal is to have no work order older than 12 months, because we know as soon as we're finishing up an area, we'll get a whole slew of new resident complaints. So that is our goal. The significant decrease is not only due to the activities of the trenching crew, but the public education performed by our stormwater inspectors who respond to each and every complaint, as well as our citizen resource and outreach coordinator, Melissa Hill, who is the first contact with residents. The graph on the left shows the number of Palm Coast Connect cases received over the past few months and how many have resulted in either trenching or regrading. The number of cases always drops during the drier months of the year, but as you can see, more of the cases are resulting in trenching as a resolution instead of full swale regrade, which is why we believe we'll be able to take care of a lot of those older work orders. Staff continues to look for new and better ways to improve maintenance of our system. This slide provides a glimpse of the other techniques that were either attempted or evaluated. We have modified our level of service to develop clear and concise guidelines for swale maintenance. We established that if the swale has a buildup of more than 6 inches, then a full regrade is scheduled. Generally, most homes only have about, again, that 1-inch fall from one side of their lot to the neighbor's lot. Also, since swales are designed to hold water, we do not create swale work orders until 5 days after a rain event. This allows time for the system to perform as designed. We also established criteria for notifying residents about their culvert condition. All cities that we spoke to do not clean driveway culverts. We seem to be the only one that takes care of driveway culverts. However, many of the complaints we receive are about a culvert blockage. We will go out. When we receive that complaint, we inspect the culvert, we assign it a green, yellow, or red condition. Green condition means there are no issues with the culvert. Yellow means that there are signs of deterioration of the pipe, and the resident is notified of the condition, and that staff will return in 1 year to reassess the culvert's condition. A case is created by code enforcement, so if the property sells within that year, the new resident is alerted to the condition. That was one of the things that we found. Properties would change hands and nobody would know that there was an issue with a culvert when they purchased the property. It's not part of the normal home inspection process. A red condition means the culvert pipe has failed in preventing water from flowing in the swale and affecting neighbors upstream or downstream. Code enforcement gives the resident 90 days to fix the culvert pipe. We realize that it's hard to get contractors to come in. Many times that culvert pipe will take months. It's not an easy, inexpensive fix. It becomes a hardship for our residents. So we decided that we would do the 90 days instead of the routine code enforcement of 30 days.
That's anywhere from $7,000 to $10,000 repair for your driveway.
Yes, it can be.
And that's really only if you're doing the apron, correct? Not the
That's
entire
correct.
drive.
That's
Yeah.
not the entire driveway. That is just the pipe and the apron.
Lynn, let me interrupt you real quick. Are all our vac trucks up?
Yes, they are currently
all
up and running.
now. Okay.
We did have 2 of them down. One was a warranty issue. The other one was waiting for parts. We rented vac trucks. So we do have that ability. So if our vac trucks are out of service, we will go out and rent a vac truck.
Okay, thank you.
In some instances, on the code red conditions with code enforcement, residents have called us asking for extensions to that, and we have granted extensions to that. So the resident just needs to stay in contact with us. If they can't get it completed within the 90 days, we can certainly grant those extensions.
Okay, another quick question, Lynn. Say like Mr. Davis's street, Parati. If you're looking at his house, you go, I guess, back west. There's at least 2 houses on that street that look like they're abandoned, and the culverts are completely collapsed. What do we do to rectify that situation?
So if the culvert is completely collapsed, we would turn that over to code enforcement. They would get a code red, and the property owner is notified. And then they have to go to code board, and they follow that process of code enforcement.
Okay.
And
Is there any way
fines,
you could
fines
research?
become assessed.
Is there any way you could research that and see if those steps have been taken for that street specifically?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Will do. So again, culverts are cleaned in advance of the regrade crews assigned to the work area. In addition, the vacuum truck crews work with the trenching crews to clean up the debris removed. As you can see from this graph, the second vacuum truck and crew has significantly increased the number of culverts cleaned. After a culvert inspection or cleaning, a courtesy notice has been developed to help educate the residents that the culvert is part of their driveway and their responsibility to maintain. Over 1,000 new cases have been received through Palm Coast Connect since October 1, 2025. Of those, 30% have been resolved through public education. The new performance indicator is to respond to each resident within 3 business days of their filing a Palm Coast Connect case. And I'm proud to say that not only has staff met that goal, they have usually responded back to the resident the same day. All the staff in the Stormwater Division have made significant improvements in the system, and the next few slides will highlight some of the other activities of the division. And when we say that we've made contact with the resident, it doesn't necessarily mean that their problem is resolved. That means that we have made personal contact with that resident.
Ms. Stevens, in the case management portion of things, I understand responded is not resolved, but when do we close a case?
So a case, for example, if it results in a swale regrade, the case stays open until the swale is regraded.
Okay, and what about, so what dictates when we can close a case in other scenarios?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
So if it, let's say it's not a regrade.
Okay.
What dictates closure of those cases?
The issue is resolved. Whether it's resolved through public education, it's not our issue, it's a resident's issue, then the case would be closed. If it's an issue with a canal, complaint about a canal or complaint about a ditch, a lot of times those are staying open longer because we have to work through engineering, we have to get studies, we have to get an evaluation, we have to get engineers on board. It may require a larger construction project. So some of those cases may stay open depending on that level. Majority of the cases that we have or the work orders that we have are revolving around the swale.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And do we have an internal policy that defines when cases should be closed?
I want to say yes.
Okay.
But I will make sure we do.
Oh, what's that?
I will make sure that we do.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to switch now to the pipe replacements. Again, there are almost 3,400 pipe crossing locations throughout our city. Our pipe crew has completed 22 projects so far this fiscal year, and we project to complete roughly 40 to 45 by the end of the fiscal year. Of the 22 projects already completed, 16 were considered emergencies that required immediate action. Our staff are on call all the time. If we have a failure in a roadway due to a stormwater system, we have large steel plates. We will go out and deploy the large steel plates till we can televise the pipe and find out the extent of the failure. And then we go through and either repair it in-house or use a contractor. That's where Carmelo comes in. In October 2025, the concrete asphalt crew was added. We started adding some of the equipment and some of the staff prior to that, but the full crew was initiated in October 2025. The crew is responsible to restore the area after the pipe crew has completed pipe replacement projects and is responsible to repair various concrete structures throughout our stormwater system, in addition to restoration after pipe repairs. Historically, this work was contracted out. Since they're considered small jobs, the contractors would usually use the work as fill-in work when bigger jobs didn't require their immediate attention. It is anticipated that the addition of this crew will result in a cost savings of about $50,000 per year and completes the restoration in about 10 working days faster than the contractor did. So we can get on that neighborhood restoration much faster than the contractors were. The Freshwater Canal Crew was created in June 2024. They're responsible to maintain the 58 miles of freshwater canals and 14 weir sites. In 2024, City Council authorized staff to delay the purchase of the pontoon excavator for the canal crew until FY27 and expedite the purchase of an additional vacuum truck to clear more culverts. The purchase of the pontoon excavator was to be with stormwater fees, not through the loan. Staff is asking for approval or consideration from council today to purchase the excavator for the canal crew this fiscal year. Funding would be transferred from the account slated for the swale contract work, which the contractor did not perform. Approving the purchase now would result in the delivery of the pontoon excavator in December of this year. That would enable us to get that about 6 months sooner than we would if we waited till October.
So can I just interrupt? So we had a contract, right, that we were going to use a contractor to do some of this maintenance. However, they flaked after like 3 weeks, which I think says a lot about the work that you guys do, that they were not willing to complete this work after a couple of weeks of doing it. And so the ask is that the money that was allocated for this crew that is sitting unused because the contractor wasn't fulfilling the contract, you're asking to forward that in order to get some of this equipment that would aid in moving forward with some of the work that's not being done by them.
Correct.
Okay.
What's that cost comparison?
I'm sorry?
What's the cost comparison, the contract versus the equipment?
So the purchase of the pontoon excavator is $660,000. There's currently $900,000 in that account for contract work for the swales. And again, the pontoon excavator would be used for the canal crew, not on the swales. We have rented pontoon excavator for the canals, and that rental is about $25,000 a month. And we have actually had some contract work for taking out high spots in the freshwater canals. And so far in FY '25 and '26, we've spent about $148,000 in contract work on some of the freshwater canals, stuff that our existing pontoon excavator could not reach due to the reach capacity of the excavator. And that does not include the capital projects like the Pine Grove dredging project that's going on right now.
So just based on that dollar amount and the contract cost or the rental cost, it would be break even at 24 months, essentially.
And again, it was planned to purchase the pontoon excavator next fiscal year using
Right,
cash.
already budgeted. Yeah.
So that money would be freed up in the budget, and we'll be able to get more capital project improvements done.
Lynn, is it a good piece of equipment?
It's an awesome piece of
So
equipment.
it's worth $600,000 to have that in our inventory?
Absolutely.
And how about maintenance?
I'm not sure the cost of maintenance. We have a smaller pontoon excavator that we use currently, as you can see in the pictures. And we have used that in some of the more shallow canals just to take out some of the high spots, or during dry season when we can get that excavator in there. The pontoon excavators are used all the time. I'm not exactly sure what the maintenance cost is on it, but I'm sure the return on investment is in our best interest.
Who's the manufacturer?
Generally, it's a Cat excavator.
Looks like Caterpillar is that one.
Say no more, it's Cat.
What is the life cycle of that piece of equipment?
I believe on these, it's either 7 or 10-year life cycle.
Right. So even without just diverting the funds that are unused right now, return on investment is 2 years, and then it lasts 7 to 10 years. We're getting 5 to 8 years of use out of it for a break-even cost. So.
And with the pontoon being dedicated to the canals, we'll be able to take out more of those high spots in the canals and help free up some of that capacity. And again, canals are one of our most important parts of our system. So I don't want to forget our ditch crews, because they're out there working all the time as well. They have also been extremely busy. Not only do they mow the 177 miles of ditches on a 6-month rotation, they have been cleaning out dirt and debris from some of the bigger ditches throughout the town. They have worked to reestablish ditches and FDOT easements, regraded ditches in the K section, and regraded large ditches in Woodlands, just to name a few. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Carmela Morales, our stormwater engineer, to discuss our capital projects.
Before you do that,
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Stevens, I just want to thank you and your team for all of the work that you've done and for the innovation, because I know when I first came on the city council, that was one of the most important priorities for us at that time, was to really attack the what people perceive as a swale issue, but was actually a canal and a ditch issue. And you all have done amazing work. I think that you've done it in a very fiscally responsible way as well. So I just want to commend you. I cannot thank you and your team enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to second that. I mean, just looking at the backlog reduction tells us everything we need to know about how much work you guys are doing and how well you're doing it. So we're in an upward trajectory, which, I mean, all indications say that, you know, we're going to get to that point sometime soon in terms of being proactive rather than reactive. And I think, you know, that's all due to the hard work of you and your staff. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Try that.
Hit the button.
Can you guys hear me? No?
Try that.
Testing. There we go.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff. Carmelo Morales, Stormwater Engineer. This slide here gives us an update from what was identified in the 2023 rate study to what we've done since then, right? So you see all the priorities 1 through 4 and some of the descriptions, right? So on the far right, we'll see the status, you know, the higher ditch cruises, created second culvert cruise, et cetera. It's a little bit of an overlap with what Lynn just presented and spoke about. Some of the things she mentioned are listed here, but also some of the projects, some capital projects are listed here, which is what I'm here to talk about. It's the capital projects, right? So here's sort of somewhat of an update what was identified on the 2019 Stormwater Master Plan, and some of those projects overlap with that previous slide that we saw, right? So on the Lehigh Canal, the L4 weir was completely redone and upgraded. K1 spillover weir was completed. On the woodland areas, we have an ongoing project, which you guys are probably very familiar with, which is the culverts that are getting upsized, right? That's ongoing right now. London Waterway was completed last year. I-95 box culverts, that is more of a long-term project. We've had conversations with DOT, and there's a lot of challenges to be able to make, you know, to increase the size under I-95. It's a challenge, obviously, right? So it's more of a long-term, and it is being assessed from a design perspective right now through our transportation folk are handling that. In case section, there was a project identified in the Stormwater Master Plan that upsized 4 culverts. That one just wrapped up recently. It's actually substantially completed. We're going through the bonds and the as-built submittals, right? But the work itself is done. The Seminole Woods area, the Stormwater Master Plan identified, you know, raising roads and upsizing some side drains. So we've looked at that, and we have done some of that. We upsized one of the side drains. Raising a mile plus of road is quite an undertaking. It was a lower priority, so we're exploring other alternatives right now to assist with that. Lastly, lowering the canal elevations. It's something that requires dredging, right? You can't just lower the canal waters without having some dredging. Otherwise, you're going to get a lot of, you know, oxygen issues, right? You'll get a lot of aquatic planting, algae, right? So it has to go one with the other. You can't just implement it because there'll be other consequences. We are right now working on the Pine Grove dredging project, and also the pontoon excavator purchase to perform future freshwater dredging would help a lot with this. By the way, if you guys have questions, I don't have that many slides, so just feel free to ask. Not that you need my permission, right? Here's a list of projects that are currently under construction. Right? As I just mentioned, the Pine Grove Canal dredging. It's about 3/4 miles long. It's ongoing construction, currently delayed. You guys will be seeing probably next week, I suspect. There may be a change order for that. We ran into some field conditions that were unfavorable, and we're going to have to change and ask for increasing the contingency for that project. But full presentation for that will come out next week.
Carmel, I couldn't hear you. What was the reason for the delay?
The long reason or the short reason is
Just shoot it straight.
additional unsuitables, right? So obviously we expect unsuitables and organics at the bottom of a canal.
Okay.
What wasn't expected is unsuitables and really nasty material at the bottom bank of the canal. So there's a big difference. If you just go back and cut the section that's originally done and you leave the unsuitable at the bottom there, that's going to slop away, right? So you need to undercut that and replace with clean fill. There are a number of things where you can change a cross section, but it needs to be addressed. We can't just do as originally designed and expect it to work. Otherwise, we'll be going out there every single time to do maintenance or repairs or everything else, right?
Okay, and the Weir 1 project, or the P1 Weir underneath that, same reason?
Yeah, so that one's ongoing right now. We had a couple of changes to the original engineering drawings. We added some things, we upsized some things. Right now, I'm waiting on the contractor to provide me one last shop drawing so we can get that approved. That one's still within the budget, but still within the contingency. We're not coming for a change order for that. It's just we're working through some upsizing and a couple of design changes to make the project better.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Both of those projects, we're still expecting them both to be completed within this calendar year. That leads us right to the Colbert Lane drainage improvement, which the next slide is going to talk about it a little more in detail and provide some pictures. And just for everybody's information, some other construction projects that were recently completed, like I mentioned, the K section drainage improvement project and the London Waterway expansion, which was finished last year. This is a little more information on the Colbert Lane drainage improvement project, right? It consists of replacing 4 72-inch reinforced concrete pipes with 4 7x12 boxes, right? So we're almost doubling the capacity of surface area that can go through there. The project benefits is to reduce peak stages, increase the stormwater capacity and conveyance and flood protection to 3 immediately adjacent residential areas. Currently, the project is within budget and on schedule.
Before you leave that slide, I just want to point out that you can see the water coming into that red section where the culvert pipes are being replaced and the outfall section that goes out to the intercoastal. We did clean both of those sections, so those have already been addressed. So as soon as this is done, we think we'll see some pretty significant improvement. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for providing that information. Yeah, that was good coordination between maintenance and the capital. Forever, we've been wanting to go into that southern piece of this crossing to do some maintenance because it's needed, but there was no access, right? We had a hard time getting access in there. And now that this project came along, suddenly we found ourselves, we have access, let's do it. So they knocked it out pretty quickly. It was good coordination with the contractors and ourselves. So here are some of the pictures of the progress that's going on. For the most part, they're still working on casting in place the culverts. I don't have any recent pictures. Right now, I believe all those culverts we're looking at there are completely done and they're backfilling that. So
I drove down it the other day and they're backfilled it. I don't know what the next step is, but it looks like we're getting close to ready to shift the traffic pattern or build that new portion of the traffic pattern to be able to do the opposite side.
That's exactly where we're going, yeah. It's a lengthy process, right? You can only backfill and compact 12 inches at a time, so you can get good compaction. So it just takes a while to fill, bring in all that dirt, compact it properly, and then construct that road, and then demo the other side. It's a long process. This slide gives us some information of some of the projects that are currently under design. B1, B2, B3 outfall structures. It's a feasibility study that is in progress. I very recently received a draft report, so we're working to getting a final on that, and I'll be looking forward to just doing another presentation on some of the reports that we're getting. So that should be coming up probably within the next 4 or 5 weeks. Likewise with the Citation Boulevard, or this is the Citation Boulevard portion that's by the double L section. There's some drainage issues there, and this report's going to help us resolve a lot of that. Saltwater Canal Dredging Initiative. It's the phase 3 is currently under design and permitting. They've kicked off, I want to say, around January, so they're probably about maybe just 10% into that job. This is going to span, this is a lengthy process. The design portion and the permitting through the Corps and DEP is not quick, right? So this is going to span a couple of fiscal years. And also wanted to take this opportunity to say some of our recommendations, my recommendations for future directive, and it's going to be something that you're going to be seeing coming up. So this is more of a heads up than anything else, right? We're looking at on the north side of town, the Bel Air Channel capacity improvements. This is at Burroughs Drive, and it's a feasibility study.
Is this the channel that comes out of Bird of Paradise Lake, or goes into it, rather?
That's the very one, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
I know that'll.
Right. So
Burbank, Bel Air, those areas were all hit
Correct.
pretty hard during the storm, and the crown of the roads were underwater there. So any improvements up there will be very helpful.
Yeah, so this is the project that was, again, recommended by the 2019 Stormwater Master Plan. If you recall, I just mentioned the London Waterway that we finished last year, right? These are it's very similar style of projects. They add capacity to the canal by creating lakes that are offset from it. That other one provided about 25% of what we needed. I suspect this one's going to provide about another 25 to 30%, right? So we're getting a lot closer to what the desired capacity was.
So this is the lake project, or this is the for that channel that goes into Bird of Paradise Lake?
Yes. So what's going to happen, and maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit because the design is not fully complete, but the way I see it happening is when the storm event comes and the stages along the canal start to go up, this lake is going to have some vacancy in it, right? Some capacity for that water to flow back into the lake, attenuate there before it gets onto the roads.
I just wanted to make sure I understand, because I'm aware of that project. We asked for funds from Tallahassee for it as well.
That's right.
I just wanted to make sure this wasn't something different, or if it was something different.
No, that's the one.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So we'll add capacity and then reform the ditches and canals that it connects to, so that it flows into there properly.
Correct.
Ms. Carmelo, is the $300,000, is that for the feasibility study?
Yeah, and it's a little bit high because it's going to include also a little bit of environmental work. It's going to have some geotechnical work and some survey work. Typically, you want to do that when you're getting ready to do the final design and permitting.
Yeah.
But if you do it early enough, it can really help identify some important issues, right? For cost estimating, how much wetlands are we talking about, if any? What's going to be the mitigation cost? They go for tortoises or other species of animals. Is the dirt usable? Can we take that dirt, flip it, and use it for future construction at the MOC, right? So there's a lot of other things that we can use this for, to not only find out cost estimates in the future, but moving forward logistically, where are we going to move the dirt if it's not usable, right? That sort of stuff.
Okay, and that's kind of what I was wondering is what all does this feasibility study encompass? Because I feel like we've done a lot of research and a lot of work has already kind of been put into this project as a whole. So curious as to, I guess, what the purpose and the timeline would be for this next step and making sure we're not redoing some work that's already been done.
No, yeah, I totally understand, and this, I'm not officially presenting this in this meeting, right? This is more of a heads up.
Okay.
You're gonna get a full report when we do plan to get council direction with some answers, yes or no, that provide more information, and we can have a more thorough back and forth.
Based on what you're saying, though, this is site specific. So yeah, we've done this before at the London, that area, but this is going to check the exact composition of this piece of land to make sure that we can do whatever mitigation we have to do, make sure that specific soil is reusable depending on what it was before.
Exactly.
So it's just, I guess it's just making sure that this specific site is different or not different than the other in that way.
Mr. Mayor, I had a quick question. So we're talking Burroughs Drive, correct?
Yes.
And so the funding we requested from Tallahassee was specific. Fund design permitting for a 28-acre city-owned project that expands stormwater capacity to prevent neighborhood flooding, protect homes and roads, and create dual-purpose stormwater park with green space. Okay. Would we be able to use those funds for this feasibility study?
Or is that a separate?
Is that separate towards the project? But it says design and permitting, right?
PD&E.
Do you need a feasibility study to do the design work?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could use it. We'd have to check the specific language of that, if it can be retroactive, right? If we do the study before we obtain those funds or those are approved, we would have to check the logistics. Maybe Carl can help with that. I don't have the full answer on there. Yeah.
He's shaking his head no.
What's that?
He said he's shaking his head no.
No.
Yeah. Well, right, the legislature's going back into session, right? So we'll see where this actually lands. But okay, just want to confirm we were talking the same project, the same intent for what we were asking for.
Yeah.
I have one more question. I'm sorry. I know this is just like a heads up, and we're like, tell me everything about this project. In terms of the way this is, I recall that in Matanzas Woods, that there was some outreach to those residents that border that property to talk about design and things like that. I assume that will be done here too. I think we have a little bit more flexibility because most of that property borders either a canal or Belterre frontage or the church that's on the corner up there, or City Road. There's not a lot of homes that abut that property. It's really just a strip of, I think, multifamily that are zoned along that road that we would have to talk to in terms of the residents that are directly abutting. But looking at that property and the size of the last one, and I know we still have to work out what the capacity looks like, it looks like we've got some flexibility to kind of place it to where it's not like right against the backyards of, and I know we have buffers and offsets for the London project as well, but I'd be interested in being involved in that. That's my neighborhood in terms of the outreach and trying to find out what the residents there want in terms of that ROI and like where they'd want it to be on that piece of property, if that's possible, just to make sure that we're not creating more problems without resident input.
Yeah, we can accommodate that, and usually we do have neighborhood meetings for when we're working this close in the vicinity to.
Good. Yeah, I think presenting the plan, telling them, hey, this is going to directly impact what we saw the results of that hurricane were a couple years ago. I'm sure they'll be happy to have that. I just want to make sure that nobody's, upset that the lake is 50 feet away and things like that. I know there was talk of a boardwalk at one point at the last one, and that was nixed by the residents because they didn't want people walking around that area.
That's right.
So I just want to make sure that we're contacting and talking with everybody so that we can get the feedback we need in advance. And I can help facilitate that in any way.
Appreciate it.
So just to clarify, the feasibility study just basically gives us like a $30,000 mile view of what kind of impact the project would have on our system. So it's an extremely high level view of what the return on investment, is it even feasible to do the project at this location? Once you get the feasibility study, then you can start looking at permitting and what it's going to cost, and then you can start looking at design. When they get to the design phase,
That's where
is
the feedback
generally
will-
when they start involving the residents.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and I appreciate that, but I guess that's kind of where my first question came from, because I was under the impression that we already determined this was feasible and was going to have positive impacts on the system.
I don't think we have at this particular location. So if you look back at the 2019 master plan, it recommended that you have, I think it was 27 acres of storage capacity, pond capacity, lake capacity. And London Waterway was one portion of that, but it was not the full recommended capacity. So we were looking for areas to add the rest of the capacity. This happened to be one of the locations we believe would be beneficial to the neighborhoods and help in that bird of paradise area. But we need that feasibility study to actually, as Carmelo indicated, do the soil borings and see what is the soil, what is the water table there, is it actually feasible for us to put it there? So that's what the feasibility study is going to tell us.
Okay, so, I mean, we're technically at the very beginning stages of this type of project then.
That's correct.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that feasibility study will also help us hone in on those funds. Once you have that feasibility study and you start down that roadway, then to get money from government agencies makes it a little easier because you've already started down the road.
You've already invested in it.
Correct.
Correct, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you guys recall, when we did the London Waterway one, we did acquire a water management district grant on that one. I think we got close to $1 million. And so, you know, that's certainly another grant we can apply for this project if it's feasible. You know, FDEP has some other grants to write Resilient Florida and whatnot. So we'll explore all that throughout. The next project in line for heads up, I guess is the better word for it. The Lehigh Canal Extension feasibility study, you guys probably have heard about this. This is more of an internal kind of brought up idea. This was not from the 2019 Stormwater Master Plan. This is just something that an engineering sort of took a look at and decided that it's worth exploring. It essentially, the club performed back in the 70s, identified some canals along that area there that were not constructed. So we're looking at the possibility of constructing that and creating a secondary outfall, not a secondary, or another outfall to the Intracoastal. I have some slides coming up that are maps that I'll be able to point and just kind of show you a little bit better what we're thinking. And again, these are just, you guys are not making decisions on this now, and these are approximate numbers, but they're pretty close to what I expect to receive. Dry Lake Drainage Improvements Feasibility Study. You may be familiar with Soletta Lakes, which is a development that's happening down south. We're working on an agreement to construct Dry Lake and excavate it out. But the true benefits to the city is more than just excavating the lake, right? That does a little bit of an improvement, but not really move the needle as much. What we need is the ability to connect some of those canals. There's some other engineering aspects that can happen that can really bring this benefit and maximize it, right? So that's what we're looking at in this here. If the agreement with the developer happens, that dry canal is that dry pond should get excavated, but what this is going to look at is what do we do beyond that? How do we make that really, really beneficial to our city and all our residents? Again, so that'll be forthcoming within the next few weeks. And
Carmelo, would that include dropping the weir?
Potentially, yes. Dropping 1 or 2 weirs, which would lower the normal water level. Then there's the opportunity of connecting or constructing a new control structure that, during certain rain events, water can go from one place to another, right? So if one weir is low, one canal is lower than the other, it could provide an outfall, right? A secondary outfall. There's a lot of stuff that we're sort of looking at it, and I don't want to, bore everybody to death with my geekiness, but we're trying to explore the lot of options so we can get the best design possible there.
Okay. Thank you.
The very last one is some of you may have seen this in the past, some of you may not. It's called FloodWise. It was previously known as real-time flood forecasting. It came up to council as a presentation in years past and was not approved for moving forward. So now we're trying to, we feel this is a really good tool. It's sort of the future of stormwater modeling. And I'd love to get this in, especially since we have some software that works hand in hand with this application. So what you're going to be receiving from us within the next few weeks is sort of a proposal to help us with grant applications and submitting those grant applications.
And that 20,000 there, Carmela, is that what you would, that's not the cost for the system?
That's just...
Because I remember that came before the last council. Remember that?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor? And it was I think it was a cost issue. But you're applying for a grant for $20,000 for that?
That would be, and this is an estimate. I haven't even seen the first proposal, so I aimed high to look like a hero if it comes in lower.
Okay.
It maybe it's less, right, but we'll see when the number gets here. But this is just for them to help us out, and this consultant has helped other municipalities, counties, to obtain this specific grant we're going for a very similar type of application, right? So they've been successful before with other municipalities. We feel that we could be just as favorable with this. And again, I'll have more information when I do bring it up. This is more of a heads up. This is coming your way.
Placeholder, got it.
Yeah. All right, so these are some of the maps. There's one of the maps that I was talking about. This is the north side of town. See the green star there? That's where the London Waterway was located. That yellow star there, this is not so much a capital project. This is more of a me and Lynn collaborating with the county and the Water Management District to create some opportunities to make improvements, right? There's conservation easements there, there's challenges, and this all connects to the same waterway we're talking about, right? The Bel Air Waterway. If we're successful, we'll have another outfall at this location, which would greatly benefit, all the drainage neighborhoods that, that flow into this canal. You could also see there the Burroughs Drive drainage improvements there at the bottom on red.
People don't understand that either, Carmela. Where does it split? When the water runs south and the water runs north, where does it split in this city? Is it about right there down by Bird of Paradise?
It is right at Bird of Paradise.
So
That's the split.
People don't understand how, because of the St. Johns River, the way, our topography of our region, it's kind of confusing. Well, typically water runs southeast, right? Not so much for Palm Coast. We always have to be difficult.
Well, and what's ironic here is it splits there, but they all end up going to the intercoastal, right? It's just they take different routes to get there.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, so this is close to that other one, the north side of town, more northeast, right? So here we can see the Saltwater Canal Dredging Initiative, which is the design and permitting. We can see again the boroughs in relationship to that one. We have some culvert crossings that are going to be happening at Old Kings Road as part of Old Kings Road widening. And you can see right there where it says BT2. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor or not. But that's right where what you were asking, that's where the water splits, right at Burger Paradise Drive. This map illustrates the southwest portion of the city, the K section, double L section, right? The double L is where we're performing the feasibility study right now. The K section shown in green, which is completed. And you can see the dry lake to the far right there, adjacent to Seminole Woods Boulevard, which is something that's coming up for council directive. This is a very similar map, but it just shows a little bit further east, right? We call it the southeastern portion. And you see all those stars over to the far right, the red stars, right? The Dry Lake overall improvements. We have the potential weird locations, potential lowering of normal water levels, pipe upsizing, the lowering of the water level at L1, right? And that's what I was telling you earlier. We're looking at a lot more other stuff, not just digging out Dry Lake. That in itself is not a good enough benefit. We need to do other stuff to really get our bang for our buck, you know? So continuous pipelining update, right? So we've completed this fiscal year. You know, the list through there at Seminole Woods, Columbia, Sentinel. It's a long list. It's longer than this, actually. I just named a few. We are, I feel like every time I come up here to speak, I'm talking about pipelining, right? It's great for busy roads, high travel roads. You don't have to open cut. You can maintain traffic. And we do as much of this as we can. And we've also identified a bunch of other pipes that fit the lining criteria for what's remaining of this fiscal year and for our next fiscal year. Aside from the capital stuff and the pipelining, we've recently been doing a little bit more work on some of the in-house, specifically some designs for our own projects. Sometimes we need stuff done quicker than it takes to get a consultant together and get a PO for them, right? You know, Indian Trail Sports Complex parking extension, I don't know if you guys have gone by there recently. That was an in-house design and permit, in-house construction. They're still ongoing. They're doing pretty good speed, and they're pretty far ahead. The City of Palm Coast stage site at Central Ave, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that one. That's a food truck parking. That's also in-house designed and permitted. From what I understand, it's going to be in-house construction as well. That one has not commenced yet, but we expect that to start soon. The Rimfire Drive sidewalk replacement, it's another in-house one. Pretty far ahead with the design on that one. We should be releasing that, and then it's just coordination with Public Works, see when we can get it done. And the one we're running hot and heavy right now with is the utility drive modifications, right? You guys are all familiar with that one. There's not just the buildings or the modulars, there's also some stuff on the eastern property that we want to improve, right? It's all sort of dirt, and we want to see if we can do some millings or harder surfaces. So we're doing in-house design and construction on that one as well. And in conclusion, I'll hand it off to Lynn Stevens again.
So in conclusion, we just wanted to provide you an overview of some of the significant improvements that we've made to the stormwater system over the past couple of years. And as you can see, there's a lot of capital projects upcoming. So we'll be back in front of council numerous times over the next 12 months to get these projects going. So again, council considerations. Our staff is asking for concurrence to purchase a pontoon excavator to use in the freshwater canals. Again, this pontoon would have a longer reach, more capacity than the current one, and that one is used solely for the ditches. The new one would be used solely for the canal crews. Delivery time for the pontoon is about 6 months, So by authorizing the purchase now, our delivery would occur by the end of the calendar year, which is perfect timing for clearing high spots in the canals while water levels are low during the dry season. If council concurs, then our resolutions for the budget transfer and the purchase would be included in your next business meeting. And that's the end of our presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Do we have consensus from the council to go ahead and approve the purchase of that?
Yes, for me.
You're good to go on that, Ms. Lynn.
Thank you.
I'd like to say before we open up for public comment and the rest of the council too, just echo the sentiment of the Vice Mayor and Councilman Miller. I can noticeably see the improvements throughout the city, just driving around. And I'm pretty oblivious when I'm driving, but I notice the great work that you guys are doing. And just stats from 1,050 cases in 24 to less than 400 now. I think you're doing great work, and I really appreciate it. Anything else from the council before we open up for public comment?
I think even the pipe replacements have gone down because I feel like we're getting ahead of maintenance. So even failures I've seen reduced. So that's obviously a cost savings because when we act in an emergency situation, it's obviously more expensive. So thank you for that.
Just realize that when the rains do come, you may see some more of those openings in the roadways. They tend to show up during heavy rains. So, yep, knock on wood. Carmelo has been, and his crew have been absolutely instrumental in helping us get those designs so we can evaluate if the pipe sizes need to be modified, upsized, or what we need to do there. So with their support, we've been able to jump on those very quickly. And with the addition of the concrete asphalt crew, we've been able to restore the neighborhoods faster as well. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just since I was down there, again, Lynn, thanks for all the work that the stormwater department has done. I'm always very interested in the Colbert Lane project since I back and forth there every day, and that's quite a project if you haven't been over there to see it. And we're just hoping we don't have any major rainfall right now because this is a critical point as they switch from one temporary road to another temporary road and have all that construction going on with the culverts themselves. So thank you very much for all you do.
You're welcome.
Councilman Gimbert, do you have anything? Councilman Miller? Nothing else from the council. We'll open this up for public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning stormwater annual update?
Jeannie Duarte, I want to commend this group for all their efforts. The only thing I don't like is that they spray chemicals in our waterways, and I understand why they're doing it, but that's the only thing I'm not liking, because I know it connects directly to our wastewater to potable water system somewhere down the line, and it affects the wildlife as well. But we need to do everything we can to help these guys. In an event of emergency, we can't be reactive. We have to be proactive, and we need to get in that position as quick as possible. We need to do what we can to double their ability. We need doubling their crew. We need to double their maintenance machinery, rather than investing in the fleet maintenance program. This is a true community service. We need them. In the event of an emergency of a flood, we need deeper and wider swells. We need more capacity for water that may end up on our land in an event of emergency. And we need to do everything we can to support them, because we might, it might be all of us that are being affected in the long run if we don't. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I hope we can double your efforts because you guys really earned it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Raymond Royer. I have a little bit of experience with this. I used to live in a community of down in the Lake Hardy Woods off of 46, and it was a place in Geneva between Sanford and Mims. The community was 200 some homes. We had a board that was not fulfilling the duties on the roads and the ditches and the canals we had. So I started an advisory board, and then I actually hired Jean Picard that was our civil engineer, he was the grandfather. He's the one that signed the plat. So when I brought John in, I learned a lot from John being a civil engineer, and I do appreciate this crew. And what I'm hearing here today is it's unfortunately Palm Coast has never established the real crew, like she was mentioning earlier here. This department should be a man of at least 15 personnel, 2 excavators, 2 dump trucks for each excavator, and then your surveyors included. Right now they're just shooting from the hip, it sounds like, which is it's not going to be doable. You're dreaming right now, thinking that you're going to be catching up with the capacity of service you are providing without proper equipment. Even the manning excavators that you're using right now will not keep the grade going for the proper grade for going to the drainage issues. I talked to neighbors where those machines were used, and in some cases they dug too far, and then now they have holding water, which they never had in front of their homes. So you have to get that accurate because drainage is vital. And again, people do not want to have water in their homes, and also it drives all of our insurance to go up when we have massive flooding here in Palm Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast K-Section. I do want to just point out that we are having some great updates to our drainage in the K-Section. We've had some swales cleaned out that haven't been cleaned out in about 20 years. After they came through, we could actually see water running like a river that had previously been flooding the roads. That is infrastructure that is very past due, but we do appreciate seeing it. My concern is the fact that you cannot cut down unlimited quantity of trees, clear-cut wetlands, and expect there not to be flooding implications from that. The wetlands, the ecosystems that we have in Palm Coast that contribute to the beauty and the unique makeup of our city and our county is the natural sponge that prevents these flooding things that are taking place here. You couple that with development at 2, 3, even 4 feet higher than the existing homes, and it's a recipe for a disaster. When Palm Coast gets the perfect storm of a hurricane or a rain event that dumps water over our city, and thankfully we haven't had that yet, but we will, because it happens all over Florida, the flooding implications from that are going to be devastating. I also want to bring out a very important issue with flooding of impervious surfaces. The impervious surfaces that have been allowed to be constructed all over Palm Coast without any regard for leaving the wetlands, preserving the actual areas that prevent this flooding have gone to the wayside. Safety, quality of life, welfare of the citizens has been put on the back burner while the developers get what they want. And that's been happening for far too long, and the residents see it, and we suffer the consequences. The runoff from the impervious surfaces are filled with chemicals. They are filled with emissions from the leaded airplanes that still fly over our city, and they drain into the Iroquois Canal with no system in place for taking those impurities out of our water. That is something that needs to be figured out between the county and the city to protect the residents of Palm Coast and Flagler County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Jeremy Davis. First, I do want to thank staff and especially the field crews out there every day maintaining Palm Coast stormwater infrastructure systems. I also appreciate the transparency of today's stormwater annual update because I think it helped residents better understand just how massive and complex this responsibility really is throughout the city. And honestly, while this presentation was taking place today, my own property was actively flooding during the current storm event, and I submitted a Palm Coast Connect case along with real-time photos sent directly to the dais. Those photos reinforce exactly what this presentation is discussing. Stormwater problems are not always just isolated to one culvert or one drainage pipe. They involve grading, runoff volume, water conveyance, elevation, system capacity, and how entire neighborhoods function together during heavy rainfall events. That is why proactive infrastructure planning matters so much, because once systems begin falling behind runoff demand and long-term growth pressures, the impacts become very real for residents in real time. And I also want to point out something important regarding culvert discussions. In my own case, I spent approximately $13,000 replacing my entire driveway because I was advised that replacing the entire driveway was the proper long-term solution instead of simply replacing the culvert underneath it for roughly $4,500. Because stormwater issues are rarely as simple as replacing one pipe. Overall, I appreciate the work being done, the transparency of the presentation, and the continued focus on long-term stormwater planning moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups from council? You got the direction you need, Ms. Stevens? We're going to get you a nice, shiny new cat.
We're good, thank you.
Okay. We're going to move on to our
Thank
next
you.
presentation, Pavement Improvement Program, fiscal year 2026 update. Mr. Carl.
Good afternoon, Carl Cody, Stormwater Engineering Department, and I have Scott Kehoe, our traffic engineer, coming up as well. So today we're going to talk about the Pavement and Roadway Asset Management Program. It's going to provide you guys with an update of the health of the City of Palm Coast Roadway Network. We just received an updated report of the evaluation of our pavement quality, and we'll get into some of the particulars of where we are today and where we've been. So City Council recognizes that the roads are the first thing people see when entering the city, and quality and safe roadway leaves a lasting impression on whether this is good city living, and that providing adequate funding for maintenance of infrastructure is critical. So the topics we're going to cover today are the resurfacing history, the road network, maintenance and rehabilitation strategies, findings and recommendation, maintain status quo implications, and then looking forward. So to begin, we'll start going over some of the pavement management history. So the city was incorporated in 2000, and there were no records found regarding any pavement maintenance during that year. In 2001, the city had some milling and resurfacing completed, and then voters approved the referendum in September of 2002 for a half-cent infrastructure surtax that lasted 10 years. City Council also approved the resolution 2002-28 dedicating surtax revenues exclusively for street resurfacing, repair, and improvements to the existing city street system. During this time frame, 2002 to 2012, the target was to resurface 50 miles of roadway a year, 100 lane miles. There was some limited chip sealing that was done one year, which was paved over due to negative resident feedback. The micro sealing, double micro sealing was done twice with limited application with no records as to why it was not continued. In addition, as part of the Belterre winding included reconstruction of Belterre of north of Palm Coast Parkway, and Old Kings Road was reconstructed from Town Center to State Road 100. So after the expiration of the half-cent surtax during the period from 2013 to 2017, there was a drastic drop in the amount of resurfacing being completed. Bulldog Drive reconstruction of Bulldog from 100 to north of school site, and Palm Coast Parkway 6 laning project included resurfacing of Palm Coast Parkway between Boulder Rock and Florida Park Drive. And in order to become more efficient with the limited funding available and ongoing needs, the city sought a professional engineering service for the implementation of a pavement management program in 2017. This program is designed to preserve and extend the useful life of paved surfaces throughout the city and optimize the available funds to meet the network conditions. With careful planning and diligent effort, highest performance standards are maintained while reducing the overall long-term costs of managing the network pavement system. In 2018, the roadway assessment was completed, and the findings and plans with funding need was presented to City Council. City Council considered an electric franchise fee, however, the item was tabled. City staff continued to identify and present the funding shortfall, with Council adopting a priority to develop funding alternatives. In 2021, a second scanning of the city's roadway was completed by the consultant per recommendation to rescan roadways every 4 years in order to provide an updated pavement condition index map and plan update. These findings were presented to City Council in 2022. In 2023, City Council approved an electric franchise fee upon first read. However, the motion was reversed at a subsequent council meeting due to legal opinion regarding the inability to have a referendum for approval of the franchise fee. City staff continued to identify a funding shortfall in the pavement management program, and council continued to adopt priorities to evaluate gas tax and funding shortfall option and sources. In 2026, a third scan of the roadways was completed, and the findings and recommendations with funding shortfalls included later in this presentation. So this here is an updated graph. We did a little bit more homework trying to get some real data and some information on, where we've been and what we've done and what implications that's had. So this graph is a compilation of the roadway lane miles that were maintained for arterial and residential roadways, including the type of maintenance, whether it was chip sealing, micro sealing, resurfacing, and fill reconstruction. You will note that there was the graph didn't come through 100% correctly. There's about 13 lane miles of reconstruction that didn't show up correctly color-coded in the presentation. I didn't want to give you a different graph, so just made note of that. It's only 13 lane miles, but there was some in here that's not identified. From 2000 to 2012, there was approximately 950 lane miles of roads maintained, the bulk of which were done during the 2002 to 2012 half-cent sales tax era. From 2013 through 2026, the number of lane miles was only about 350 lane miles. This graph also shows the pavement condition index for the 3 scans that were performed. The arterial roadways dropped from an 83 in 2017 to a 77 in 21, and then it went back up to an 80 in the current scan. The residential roadways were PCI 78 in 2017. They dropped to 74 in 21, and then they're currently at 69 in the most recent scan, even though we incorporate some global treatments in there using general fund dollars. So this goes into the revenue. So it shows the revenue sources for street maintenance. The blue bars were the small county surtax, the half-cent sales tax. The orange bar is the local option fuel tax, and the gray bar is the state revenue sharing funds. Just to make note that a portion of the state revenue sharing funds go into the streets improvement fund, and the remainder go into the general fund to support public works maintenance of the roadway system. Prior to 2005, the revenue records have not been fully researched and vetted, and they're not shown on the slide. There are 2 items to mention on this slide. From 2000 to 2013, the surtax revenue paid for roughly 75% of the resurfacing of the roadways. And the other eye-opening detail is that the revenue from 2005 through 2025 year end, there was a 9% drop in that revenue over that 20-year period. So then we took an analysis of the cost of resurfacing over time. So the cost of milling resurfacing, since 2005 to the current cost has increased about 300%. So the screen shows some common global treatments that were used in Florida, and we did an analysis several years ago and made some presentations to council and spoke with other entities that had these programs in place. And at the end of the day, the recommendation was to utilize microservicing as one of the most cost beneficial options to incorporate into our plan. So we moved ahead with that, and fortunately, as part of the budget process, council was able to allocate some general fund surplus at the year end in 2024 and 2025, as well as the current year. So we've already spent $1 million in 24 and $1 million in 25. And the intent was to use on local residential roadways, not residential collectors and not cul-de-sacs.
Hey, Carl, just a quick question. So when we're talking about the drop in revenues, 9% over that time period, that's including the general funds that we've set aside, correct?
This is just the streets improvement fund. There's no general fund dollars shown in here.
Okay, so anytime we're doing general fund, that's on top of this drop, essentially.
Right.
And we're doing roughly 1 million.
Because it's a one-time bonus. It's like when we get a grant or something like that. We did get an RA grant one year, and
we've done 1 million for the past 3 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, 1 million. We've been able to have $1 million transferred in.
Okay, so even at most, if you include that, it just pops this right side up 1 million for those last 3 years. Okay.
Yeah, it would bring us a little bit higher.
Just to highlight that conversation.
Yep.
300% in terms of the costs, 9% less revenue to do the same thing with 3 times the cost. So.
Carl, on the slide that you had the global treatments, for chipping Cape Seal, what is the cost comparison of that versus microsurfacing per lane mile?
I would have to get that information. I'm not sure if it's in our piggyback contract that we use for microservicing. I know the chip seal, residents hated that back when they did it. We can look into those costs to see what they are. And we go to the next slide. It kind of shows when we would use the chip seal or Cape Seal. You can see that the chip seal, you want roads above an 80. So you're doing really good roads out there. We don't have many roads above an 80 residential. So chip seal is probably not even an option. Now Cape Seal you can use on roads a little less quality than the microservicing, but we'd have to see what that cost payback would be.
And I apologize, I was more interested in the Cape Seal because I saw that the PCI was right around that 6970, which seems to be where a lot of our we've got some more residential roads that kind of hover in that area. So I wanted to know what the cost per lane mile was for Cape Seal, or you have this ultra thin overlay versus the microsurfacing.
Yeah, we can get you some information on that. We kind of have coming up here a summary of the microservicing, and there's another alternative that we're pursuing as well that we'll talk about. So we were using microservicing. You can see, you want to do it in a 70 to 80 road, where most of the road are, if not all of it. When we get we pick roads based on the scan, then we go out with the consultant and he looks at it and says, let's find a different road, or hey, we're going to have to do a lot of prep work on this before we do the microservicing. So we do swap out roads sometimes, or other times we have to spend additional dollars up front to get it ready. So we are running out of roads that we can microservice. And then, so this is kind of what, just a summary of what we learned, in doing our analysis. It's not a structural course, so adds no strength to the roadway. Yeah, it gives it a nice black look, covers up the cracks temporarily. You can see in this picture here, 2 years ago the cracks are already coming through. I think we had some pictures that are only a year old and the cracks are coming through. So it's definitely a very short-term fix. It makes things look good for a little bit, buys you a little bit of time. And it's limited to residential road. Again, there's more staff time, more bid. We got to be out on site. It only lasts, maybe 5 years. So we think, based on the feedback we got when we get in the conditions, we have roads in the 40s. We got roads falling apart. Staff's recommendation is to utilize those funds to fix the roads that are falling apart, in particular residential collectors that have high traffic on them. But we'll get into some of that further in the presentation. The one item that Scott brought up and is looking into from his New York DOT, they had a thin structural mix layer that is not down here in Florida DOT. So we're pursuing that with DOT and some paving contractors to see if it's something we can utilize. You know, maybe it's an option to microservicing where we can put on some roads that are in those 60s, you know, to get a longer term fix out of them. So we're in the midst of looking into that currently.
So a question regarding that, in terms of DOT, I'm sorry. The reason why you bring that up is because if it's in wide-scale use by the DOT of that state, then we get cost benefits for that, correct? I.e., if it's a product that nobody else uses because it's very common in another state, but then that manufacturer doesn't provide it down here because it's not used by a lot of people.
It's been tested, too. They test it, they qualify it. You know, there was times when DOT did some testing, I think it was on 11 or 13, where they were trying some sealers at that time. So they were run testing, but, you know, Scott was the materials engineer for DOT, so he probably can talk more specifics about getting a design mix certified.
I'm just wondering, you know, what how big that challenge is if nobody else uses that here, DOT hasn't approved it or tested it, or, you know,
it could be because the aggregate's not available. Maybe there's particular factors why it may not be available here.
Right. And if those have already been kind of vetted, and that's why, then it may not be a solution because it's just not available here, or the cost.
And maybe
is
it's not
too high.
cost effective because they can't get the aggregate. Just the cost of bringing in that smaller aggregate maybe is not cost effective. I don't know yet.
Or the producers don't want to make it because you get double the distance for half the material. So for them, it's not advantageous. But basically, when you use a 6.3, when you look at asphalt mixes, it's based upon size. So you have 37.5, and this is all based upon millimeters, 25 millimeters. You have a 19 millimeter, 12.5, a 9.5, and then a 6.3. And all it has to do is the nominal size of the aggregates. So you want a certain thickness so that the stone have the ability to move over each other and lock. If it's too tight, like if you look at Town Center, we have very thin potholes. So when you throw your 9.5 mix in it, the stone can't stay in it. It doesn't compact and it pops out when you get hit with a good rainstorm. So with the 6.3, all you're doing is using smaller size stone. It does have to have a mix design. That is a cost for a plant to do that. But basically, it's all grinding the stone down. And then what happens is instead of putting it down at 2 inches loose, you can get away with it at 1 inch. So that's an option of doing it. And then if you're looking at this picture now, what I would have done with these roads is I would have went in, routed and sealed them with a crack sealer. Nobody likes crack sealing because it looks ugly having all that black lines all over. And then I would have microed it, and that would have bought you some more time. So there are things you can do. There's some things, Vice Mayor, that you can't do. Like I would have liked to have done cold in place recycling. But in order to do that...
Can you repeat that? You would have liked to have done what?
Cold in place recycle. That's when a machine comes in, it mills up the surface, you add a froth in it, lays it down, and you roll it. Problem with that is you have to have thickness. Most of these roads aren't that thick. So to look into different things and different methods, nothing's going to change. As Carl said, if you're painting over a rotted piece of wood, it's still a rotted piece of wood. Right. So I'm looking to attack this to fix it so that you get many years. The crack sealant looks really pretty, and if it's done right on low roads, it lasts a long time because you don't have the traffic. We look at it as ESA levels, equivalent single axle loading. You look at your average annual daily totals. All of that plays into how long a micro. That's why it goes from 5 to 8 years. That's a 50% time difference. That's a lot when you're that little. So the better the quality of the road, and we'll see a slide on it, you attack it early so you buy your time to kick down the road.
Thank you for that. And I have a couple questions regarding this slide. So first, what type of cracking is this? How would you describe this type of cracking that we're seeing on the microsurfaced roads?
Well, to me, for this, it's not an alligator crack. I don't know why it's cracking. It's probably near the end of an intersection where cars are stopping. I don't remember. I took so many pictures of roads. So you can get it from shoving. So as it's stopping, it's starting to pull it as it's fatiguing and being old. This eventually evolves into pattern cracking, where you get those big chunks and
The
blocks.
blocks, yeah, the block
Yeah,
cracking.
so this will eventually go down to that. I want you to keep a number in before we go through the slides, number 60. That's going to be a key when we talk about pavement condition indexes. So just keep that in the back of your head, because when we move forward, you'll start to see as it ties together the number 60.
Okay, so I ask about the cracking because, I've been hyper-focused on this for several years, and I'm glad to hear that you say it's not alligator cracking, because that's obviously indicative of a much larger issue and a much more
Correct.
severe cracking, right? So when we see block cracking, not so much. It leads to that. I don't disagree with you there, but it's not alligator cracking. My next question is, would double microsurfacing or even triple microsurfacing be kind of a similar solution to sealing prior to the one layer of microsurfacing?
Well, when you do this, the crack, you're going to route it and seal it. So what happens is you try to avoid the crack. So you come in with a machine, it routes it out, you clean it out, you put some sealant in. It's like, it's an epoxy type of thing, asphalt mix. You put it in there and you leave it a little low so you don't want a tire to grab it and track it out. And then you seal over it. And what happens is that has a little bit of play. So as the road comes in and, expands and contracts,
see.
it stays in there, it doesn't pull out. And then you can, do something over it. Putting microsurface on top of microsurface, you can only do it for so long. And microsurface does not have any structure. It's like sealing your driveway. It really makes it look good, and if it's a really good product, we had a conversation, I think, once before.
Yeah.
We put it down when you have problems with wet weather accidents, if cars are rear-ending. It's a great tool for a great purpose, but it's limited to what it can be used for.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So, what I don't want to see is for us to stop the global treatments on our residential roads, because in looking at the presentation and knowing what we went through previously, we were neglecting completely our residential roads. Maybe, you're talking about doing something different on the collectors, fine. But the actual residential roads, I know I've gotten a lot less complaints about issues on our residential roads. Microsurfacing is quick. People appreciate it. I've gotten a lot of comments about that. There may be something similar that we can do that's more effective, like sealing and then microsurfacing. Maybe that's the better route to go. I'm not, averse to that. But I don't want to abandon the idea of this very cost-effective, not perfect solution, because I am not going to advise for any new fees or taxes to pay for roads. So we have to figure out what we're going to do with the money we have. I'm in support of dedicating some millage towards current millage towards the roads, but not increasing anything to pay for them. So.
Well, that's what your road looks like after 2 years. So,
What's that? Yeah. No, I recognize that. So if we can seal maybe and then microsurface, maybe that's a better route to go.
We can do some analysis on that to see. It's all based on linear crack of the cracks. How many linear feet of cracks does the road have? So obviously the better roads, what you're going to come into here is we're running out of roads to microsurface. So we did some residential in 2017. So now we're going to go microsurface residential roads that were milled and resurfaced in 2017. And then you get roads from 2004 that haven't been paved, that are falling apart.
Yeah.
So, where's the best place to spend the money? At some point, those 2004 roads, you're deep milling, you're spending a ton of money rebuilding that roadway because it's failed at this point. So
What about the Cape Seal? So if we look at if the ability to Cape Seal comes into play for lower PCI roads, is that something that we should explore more?
I don't have a problem looking at everything.
Yeah, we'll look into the pricing. I do not have pricing. I don't remember the pricing on that one. And we'll have to get back to you on that particular
Vice Mayor,
one.
if I can, I think, and we'll see, I think farther in this presentation, the moral of the story is that even with the efforts that we've done, we're still losing the battle.
Oh, I agree with you.
In terms of funding and those things. So we need to look at this holistically, that, we're sticking our finger in the dam and, more are popping up, more holes are popping up. Eventually we're going to run out of the fingers to keep it from from getting over that point, our overall PCI is going down despite all the extra efforts we're doing in terms of dedicating money from the general fund to this. The reality is that, you know, the half-cent sales tax was something that did allow us to do exactly what we needed to do. And at the time, you know, part of incorporation was because the roads were not being maintained properly. Part of that referendum was because the roads were not being maintained properly. And so the residents, you know, dedicated some of that sales tax to this purpose, and it's restricted for that purpose. And that has fallen by the wayside, and now 12, 14, 15 years ago, which coincides with the life cycle of roads, that we're seeing all these problems right now when all that funding went away, that we can't afford to fix the right way with the current situation we have. So, you know, I think staff will probably give us some ideas about what they think is the best way forward, being experts in their field and working for FDOT or
when we get into the budget cycle and talk about the 5-year CIP, we'll definitely bring back the Cape Seal pricing and do some analysis on some of the microsurfacing roads and have more of a hey, we only got 100 lane miles of global treatment roads left to do, you know, so you're not gonna have any left at a certain point.
And at some point, and part of that is because they've degraded past the point of
Right.
saving, right?
Yeah.
So now, you know, we can't do microsurfacing if we continue to do microsurfacing because we no longer have roads that meet the PCI to do microsurfacing. So, and I understand you're asking about different solutions, but and certainly if that is a viable solution, then we can look at that too. But
It definitely should be a tool in your toolbox, correct?
But the reality is right now, we don't have the money to fix things properly, and because of that, things are getting worse, and they're only going to cost us more money in the long run.
So we'll continue on, and so now we're just going to go through the Palm Coast Roadway Network and give you some details of what makes up that network. So our current network is 547 centerline miles, 1,134 lane miles, with an estimated value around $850 million. So it's a very, you know, high value asset that needs to be maintained. The road network is made up of arterial roads, which are the primary vehicle movers in the city, and local roads, which are residential. Per the graph, the arterial roadways like Belterre and Ravenwood make up 22% of the roadway area, with a current PCI average of 80. Residential collectors, there are 70 roads like Cimarron that make up 13.2% of the roadway area, with a PCI average of 69. Residential local roads make up just under 50% of the roadway area, with a PCI average of 69, and residential cul-de-sacs that make up 15% of the roadway area, with a PCI average of 70. The total city roadway network has a PCI average of 72.
So if I could just make a few comments on this slide, you know, just pointing out the fact that we have 4 times as many residential local roads as pretty much anything else. So it's just that much more important that we've got to figure out something besides milling and paving our residential roads, because at $1.56 million for mill and pave per mile, there's no way we get to all those. It's just not possible. I mean, you want to talk about putting your finger in the dam, forget about it.
That constitutes, looking at it, that's like $500 million of the total value,
insane.
right, to replace those.
And the cost of milling has gone up, whereas we saw the cost of some of the global treatments is going down. So I just, you know, I recognize it's not perfect. I recognize that we may need to we need to look in another direction. I just, like I said, I just don't want to abandon the idea, because there's no way we're able to do this milling and repaving. The other thing I just wanted to highlight is the weighted average CPI. So on the residential collectors and the residential local roads, when we're talking about milling and repaving the collectors, right? Didn't you mention that?
Some of them. I think when we go into the plans, we'll show splitting the money between residential collectors and arterials and what that impact has.
Okay. I'll wait on that then. Thank you.
But I think to the point, though, you know, we're also talking about, okay, 50% are residential local roads, but all of that spills out onto the collectors and the arterials. So the same thing with the concept of, fixing Palm Coast Parkway. Well, that's not as bad as my residential road. Well, great, but 75% of Palm Coast drives on Palm Coast Parkway, daily. You have to make sure that road still works, even if some of the other ones are degrading, because then all business stops if Palm Coast Parkway is not good.
And that's why when, as an engineer, we look at ESA levels and we look at capacity, because you're right, you could have 80, 90% of residential, but if you have all of your traffic on one road, that road gets more of it, and that's when we look at everything. That's how we determine which one's more critical. And just like we have an $850 million value, when we get to the end, jumping down, what we're looking for is we're only asking for 1.5% investment back into the roads to maintain and keep, bring up $846 million.
It's nonsensical.
What was that?
It's nonsensical. I mean, to ask for that little bit of funding to go towards this massive project that we have to figure something else out.
Fair enough.
So just to give some history again, who is Transmap? They're the firm that the city hired initially in 2017 and 21, and again with the current scan. They've been doing this for quite some time. They do this nationwide. They've done over 1,000 cities and counties nationwide, and they've done a tremendous amount of work here in Florida. So Transmap recorded the visual quality of the roadway network. Each scan used new, updated equipment as technology keeps improving and changing. So the visual scan includes both video for human review and light radar with a computer algorithm, which they use to evaluate the roadway condition. So you can see the scans were done roughly 4 years apart, in August of 17, October 21, and then February of 26. So I'm going to have Scott go into some of the PCI values and drop and some samples of what we have.
Thank you. It's too bad the Vice Mayor left, because this is probably to hit home on this. Remember when I said keep 60 in mind? If you look at this graph, this is really important because it shows that 75% of the time the roads are in really good shape. And then when you get to the last part of their life, they drop. They drop almost as much as that little short period of time of 4 years as it did over most of their lifespan. So 60, you'll see when we go through the slides, because we got pictures of each road condition, you'll see when you hit that 60 mark how bad the road falls off, and then you're looking to do sub-base work and a lot of additional rebuilding. This is a really good conditioned road. This is Royal Palms. I don't know if anybody's been on it a lot lately or anybody in the audience.
East of Belterre. Yeah.
Yes.
It's east of Belt.
This is the last one that was done with Rimfire and Pine Lakes, and this Royal Palms was done. So it's probably a year and a half old or so.
Those lines are a lot more straight than Rimfire.
That was the A crew. Yeah.
Now we drop
drunk
down.
doing the lines.
Then if you look on the left, we got it. That's the high end. That's an 85, and you're dropping down to a 75. So if you look at the roads, still they look not too different. Good condition, satisfactory. We try to keep everything to stay in that condition. Now you start seeing the difference at 60. 60 is the break point. So you're looking at a 68. So within that 10 of a fair condition, the upper end of fair is fine, but now at the lower end, you're starting to see the big problems. When you go beyond that, where you have the alligator cracking, the potholes in the multiple locations, once you drop below that 60, this is now pretty much reconstruction of the road. So it's, you'll see we also have a lot of roads. When you look at our map, just in one little section, we're down to roads that are below that. They're at 40 and 43. So there's a lot of roads that are at that. How do I go back up?
And have we focused?
That's Pine Grove, correct? Sorry.
Have we go back to that slide real quick?
Which, the other one with the numbers?
No, yeah, the one with the whole neighborhoods.
Yep.
The red. Have we focused our efforts on those reds?
Well, that's one of our collector roads. So what we did is one of our plans we put together, we have a lot of residential collectors under 60. You can see there's 40s on this collector. Pritchard's bad, Pine Grove's bad. There's dozens of roads, residential collectors under 60 that are in real bad shape. So that was one of the options we were presenting to council further in the presentation.
Well, I was asking, because I lived on Barbera for 17 years, and Barrington feeds to Barbera. They went and they microsurfaced Barbera, but not Barrington. I don't understand that, because Barrington's in pretty bad shape from what I've seen.
It was probably too bad to do microservicing.
Okay.
Potentially.
That's why with the micro, we want it to be in really good shape, because when you do it, like we saw the one road that was in fairly good shape, within 2 years, the cracks are coming through. So if you have a road that's at a 60 or less, those cracks are going to be there the following year.
Ideally, you put microsurfacing down before there's little to no cracks on the road. That's when you would microsurface ideally.
Yeah. If you get to it soon enough. If you have the money to get to it soon enough.
Yeah. So this is just a summary showing the arterials over time. So it has the grading from at the top in green to the gray at the bottom, which is bad. And you have your 2017 percentage of the lane miles in each category. So you can see, in 2017, the arterial roads were pretty good. We had a small percentage in fair and poor, but a lot of it was good or satisfactory. That dropped down in 21. And then, at that time, the focus was we need to keep our arterials in good shape. And so we diverted the funds to maintain the arterials, which we were able to get them back up to an 80. So you can see, a lot more went into the good category and satisfactory. So a lot of the roads we still have some in fair and poor. This incorporates us doing Whiteview and Old Kings Road Phase 2. They worked that into these projections for us. But when we look at residential, in 2017 we were at 78. We had quite a bit in good, pretty high amount in satisfactory, a quarter in fair. But as you can see over time, in 21 it dropped to 74. Not too many good roads left. A bunch dropped down into fair, a few into poor and below. And then in 26, good stayed about the same because we've been doing some microservicing. Satisfactory, but that's short-lived, so those are going to go down pretty quick. Satisfactory, dropped. Fair went way up. Poor went way up. And very poor went up slightly. So, 69 average across the mix. So now we can look at, how do we compare, over time and with other municipalities in Florida. So the current average in Florida from the Transmap data that they have is a 76. In 2017, we were 79. We dropped to 75 in 21, and then we're currently at 72. So we were towards the top of the list early on in 2017, and now we're almost at the bottom of the list, in comparison to other cities. So our findings and recommendations are the results from the report and some graphs that we'll present to you regarding a 5-year plan. So we currently have some options laid out. We did a 5-year plan, and option A is continue what we're doing, utilize $2.5 million a year solely to arterial roadways. Option B is to use the current allocated funds of $2.5 million per year, use $1.5 million for arterial and $1 million for residential collectors. Then the final option is to identify the funding need to have a 79 PCI for arterials, a 74 for residential collectors and local roads, and a 70 for cul-de-sacs. So there's several assumptions that are taken into this plan. They use a 3% annual inflation factor. Old Kings Road Phase 2 is funded by appropriation, and PCI projections also include, resurfacing of Palm Coast Parkway in Whiteview as already funded in current year. So this first graph is the $2.5 million dedicated just to arterials over the next 5 years. So if we spend $2.5 million a year and keep going, doing what we're doing, our roadway will drop slightly from an 80 to a 78 over that 5-year time frame. But what is startling is the drastic drop in our residential roadway network, if that does happen. We did break them up into color codes here. Our cul-de-sacs go from a 69 to 62. Our regular local roads go from a 68 to a 61, and our collector roads go from a 67 to a 57.
So, to your point, Vice Mayor, it's not working, and what we're doing currently is going to result in this. So we have to find something else. There's
From how I read this is if we don't put any money towards residential, this is what the result will be.
Correct.
Yeah, so this is not doing anything whatsoever over the next 5 years. This is what the result will be. So we have to put we have to find some funding to put towards residential. How we address this with those monies is what you all said you would come back to us with options for.
Yeah, we have one that we show some money going to residential here in the next option.
we have another version of this. Okay.
Yeah, so this just lays out the arterial roadways that would get done in here, you know, Belterre, Old Kings Road, the northern part of Old Kings Road, a few connecting roads. But this is option B. So this is when we split the funding. We do $1.5 million to arterial, so it's quite a bit of drop. We drop 5 points in arterial, which is, you know, a big drop. 5 points in 5 years is a lot. And residential collectors, you know, we help reduce the drop of the collectors. You know, instead of going down to a 57, it only drops to a 66. So it does address those collector roadways. Of course, we do less arterials, so, you know, that list drops down. And these are the collector roads that we targeted because they're currently under a 60. We still have additional roads under 60 and some that will fall below a 60 at the end of the 5-year plan, but this tries to get the current bad residential collector roadways on the list.
So to me, it's like, you know, you're choosing between two bad choices here, right? Either way, no matter where we dedicate the funds, both our arterials and our residential roads are declining further.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, unless we were to find a dedicated funding source to fill the gap that the half-cent left behind, this is what we're dealing with.
Well, that and the 300% increase, right?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, that's with everything, right? Like, I feel like that's just a part of every conversation inherently.
Yeah.
So my suggestion would be to keep the 2.5 funding for arterial and continue to dedicate $1 million from the general fund like we have been towards our residential, probably collectors, because if you look at, so pursuant to the chart that you put up a couple slides ago, at 2.5 million for arterial, we only dropped from an 80 to a 78 in 5 years, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then if we take $1 million, like we have been, because we've been dedicating $1 million from our general fund, we continue to do that. You all do an analysis of the best way to use it, obviously. It looks like if we dedicate $1 million to our collectors, we're seeing a drop from 69
to 66.
To 66, which again, not ideal, but it's not 57. 57, I don't think that's acceptable. I don't know how we function at 57 on collector roads. That's crazy. So that would be my suggestion. Just as kind of an aside, to me, Town Center Boulevard has to be a priority. It's terrible, and I don't know, we're talking about putting all of this money, investment, and forethought into the CRA, but who's going to want to invest in the CRA when you can't drive on the road?
Right.
I mean, it's, you know.
So, you know, the roads in Town Center, you know, would be council's direction on whether you want to use CRA funds to pay for the maintenance of the roads or use the Streets Improvement Fund. So that's be a council decision during budget season.
We're in the hole right now.
No, I know. I get that.
Right.
Yeah. I get it.
There is no money there either. Yes.
Just another point of this, though, is that, you know, we're saying, okay, well, it only drops to 66, but that means 5 years from now, we're in a worse position than we are today, and we already know it's a problem.
So Councilman Miller, what do you suggest?
Well, I don't even think we've gotten to the staff recommendations, but I mean, we know that we have to explore other funding in order to be able to just tread water at least on this.
What about reserve funding?
Again?
Infused with reserve funding?
I mean, we did it for a fire station. It's a critical need, right?
Yeah, but that's a one-time need that is going to last for decades. I mean, this is something, I'm so hesitant to use reserve funding for something that's an ongoing maintenance need, because, then are you perpetually dipping into reserve funding? So,
I'm just saying to get us through 31, so
yeah,
the residential isn't such a
maybe it's like a critical
terrible, like
period.
you said, if we do nothing, or if we do a portion of this, we still got the other half that are going to be substandard. They're going to be like town center.
The conversation is, when we had the utility conversation, when we sat here and said everybody's been kicking this can down the road for 15 years, selecting a solution that makes us worse 5 years from now than we are today is the definition of that. I know we have funding challenges, so we have to figure that out. Otherwise, we're just kicking this can down the road. It'll get to a point to where we cannot afford to get out of the hole that we're digging. And I know we didn't create this hole. I know there was dedicated sources that were from a different authority than us that we're not allowed to vote on or have a referendum on. It came from county. It was a voter referendum. But to me, we're picking between two losing solutions and deciding which way of losing is better. And that doesn't sound like a good proposition to me. I know we have to, to me, I think we have to have some hard conversations about how we're going to fix this situation, because I think even the things that we've done that we tried to help with having microsurfacing coming from the general fund, it shows that even with that, we're not even treading water, we're still falling behind. And every year we fall farther behind. So eventually it's going to come to a head to where it's like, now we need $300 million instead of now we need $50 million to fix everything. So I just don't want to get in a situation to where, and I'm sure this council will be blamed at some point in the future by future councils anyways, but I don't want to get to the point to where someone has a valid argument to say that this council didn't do anything about it when they were presented this.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. So to the suggestion of the reserve funding, if we just infused, and I'm not suggesting we do this, so I'm presenting a hypothetical based on your suggestion, Councilman, or your thought idea.
Yeah.
If we were to say that the required funding to really tackle this and get us to where we need to be is $12.355 million, and we took that from the reserve funding as a one-time infusion into this, what would that do to our reserve funding from both our policy standpoint and from a financial security as far as borrowing power standpoint? That would be, and then making sure, because from a policy standpoint, we as council have said we want to at all times keep this amount of money in our reserves. Now, I know we're above that. I don't know how much above that we are. I don't remember. So I would be curious to see those numbers.
What if can we ask staff to look at different funding solutions that they may suggest and see?
That's what I was going to bring up.
Where we have multiple options, we can workshop that and go back and forth and see where we fall on like what we think is possible.
Well, we had that conversation yesterday about dedicating a portion of the ad valorem.
Yeah,
Specifically for this, we just need to see some scenarios and how it would break down. Chief came running up here.
Yeah, we won't see those scenarios until June 1st, I believe. We won't get a picture on what our ad valorem is going to be until June 6th. And this could be a workshop topic all by itself.
I agree.
And the other topic of discussion is if it's an election year, counties, and what came down from the CFO as far as the county implementing that half-cent sales tax to pay for the beaches. And the whole reason I was in favor of that is because the first year we get $2.7 million strictly for our roads. And the reason I always say, okay, sales tax, necessities aren't taxed. So when you go to the grocery store, it's not hurting the family when they go to buy groceries on sales tax. and medications and stuff like that all fall together. But it's as if the county pushes forward with that, but I don't think there's any appetite. at
I mean,
county
I
to
can
do
talk
it.
about that, because I was
Well-
the one that tried to push that forward for a whole bunch of reasons. And not just the beach, but, and the point is, Palm Coast, the city of Palm Coast will get, over time, the largest share of that. And a lot of that tax does not come from our citizens, it comes from outside of.
I think we all agree that
I
the
mean,
sales tax
all
version
those
of this
arguments
funding
are made.
is
the
a
county going to
good.
do that? No. It's not going to happen.
It's the best because it's dedicated, it's
Just not-
use tax, right? It's not, based on your property or anything like that. So I think we all agree on that. I have to step out for a minute. I think you guys all know that I'm a huge advocate for trying to get our roads fixed. I view this as the second biggest priority that we had behind utilities. So what I'd like, potentially is to get consensus from everybody to maybe bring this back and look at different funding options, maybe different specifics about how we can do that, whether there's certain levels or levers. I think what they're going to present is there was a couple things that have, been back and forth over the last 6 years with franchise fees and stuff like that. But I think there's levers involved with them that can be used to take less of the have less of the burden on the resident and more on commercial and industrial properties and things like that. So all I'm asking for is for us to have that conversation more in depth, because right now it's part of this other conversation with the roads. There is a slide in here that I think will show how drastic the hole that we're digging is going to accelerate, and to where it's 10 years down the road, we're never getting out of that hole ever again because of how far behind we will be. So I'd advocate that we all agree to have a conversation to try to find a solution here that's long-term, that fixes the problem that we know we have. I know it won't be an easy one, but I'd like to have that conversation if you guys all agree.
Agreed.
I agree.
So, Chief, when will we get our estimate on? the
Yes, sir.
Avalon?
So city manager directed me to give you some information related to that. So we have our truth and millage related workshop will be June the 9th. And so we'll be presenting some of those numbers. Our first blush of the numbers we received from the property appraiser's office. We also wanted to make sure that as we're talking about considering spending the reserves, that there are several things at play. I don't want to say that this is comprehensive. I'm trying to represent Ms. Alves, who's dealing with the personal matter today. But there is our reserve policy. There's also recommendations they received from our annual financial report that has a recommended reserve. And then a real life experience that we've had is that we had 2 hurricanes, 2 federally declared disasters in the same fiscal year. One was in October and one was in September. So they weren't right next to each other. They felt like a year away, but for us, they were in the same budget year. And it took us north of 6 years to receive reimbursements, and I think I'm underselling it. But I know I've talked with Ms. Alves about how long that process is. Other things to consider when we're considering spending the reserves is that, our largest source of ad valorem revenue is currently not certain when we're talking about property taxes. And so understanding, whether we're in a position to spend those reserves or not, that's a factor. And then finally, we also, when we're talking about reimbursements, I would say that that's not on the same level of certainty as it once was. There's definitely been some reorganization related to how the federal government interprets specifically large-scale events in Florida. So these are all things for us to consider. Definitely we're in the hard choices business, and we're trying to give you all the facts. Mr. Cody is really doing that for us. So this isn't one of those easy ones. That's why it's important that we have people of high character and capacity in these positions.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, we've been wrestling with this matter about property tax and what they're going to do something, and what they're going to do, we don't know.
There's another session.
Yeah, they're in session now, so we're going to have to see what happens. But once we get those numbers on what's the estimated total revenue from ad valorem based on last year's rate or the rollback rate, to see where we stand, if we can dedicate a portion of the millage strictly for roads.
Yeah, that'll definitely be in the discussion, sir. And yeah, we're the 9th, like Chief was saying. With the 9th, we'll be, make that presentation to y'all. As soon as we get the numbers, but we still haven't gotten those from the assessor's office.
So that's, I can't remember exactly what our reserves are right now, but in this environment, it might not be a good idea.
I would just offer this. So when I served on the school board, we did pass a half-cent sales tax for technology with this caveat. Bill Del Brugge, our superintendent at the time, was very close friends with the CEO of Apple, Steve Jobs, right? And they partnered with our school district, so public-private type kind of partnership, that whatever we raised, Apple would match it. And so what did that provide? All the smart boards, every child in our classrooms had laptops, things of that nature. So I guess what I'm saying is we're looking at all these options. Maybe we need to take a look at who else would be willing to partner. I mean, our residents aren't the only ones using these roads, and I don't know. We just need to explore all the options. But it was extremely successful, and it led to our schools reaching the A rating for the first time ever during that time period. And so, but to our senior statesman here, he says it ain't going to happen.
They're going to wind up doing an MSBU or something out there.
Well, all that kind of thing, but
they don't want it.
I'd like to feel that we're getting something out of this briefing, though, today. We're all here speaking. It seems to me we kind of are in agreement that we have to put something against the collector residential roads. So I think at the minimum, coming out of this meeting, we're saying we're probably going to have to come up with at least $1 million, absolute minimum, to keep that going. So it seems to me we're already there. But then what we're trying to do now is find the source for that $1 million and any other sources that we can think of.
And that could be the difference between a rollback and a full rollback. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I've got a few more slides to go through. This slide here is the one to maintain the roads at a recommended level of service. So the arterials would need just under 3 million, and the residential would need about 9.4 million. And you can see the graph over the 4 years. The arterials are already pretty much at what we want them to be at. It's just maintaining them. And then the residential, we'd have to build them up a little bit over time to get them to the 74 and the 70. This here shows the shortfall. So we're roughly about $500,000 short in arterial and about 9.4 million in residential. So we're just under 10 million short in our fund.
Carl, and that's with the current rate of 1.56 million per mile, or is that? Did you take that into account over time?
That includes the current average per lane mile that we have in our bids for arterial and residential, with a 3% annual increase in that cost.
All right, thank you.
Factoring in.
So just a reminder, as if we continue on with the 2.5 million, we're still not funding median beautification, entry gateway, neighborhood signs, sidewalks. We've added a tremendous amount of sidewalks in 20 years, signals. We have a lot to maintain. As that ages out, we just replaced, or rehabbed 8 of our strain poles, 4 this year, 4 last year. So those are going to continue to compete for those same funds we're using for resurfacing, but we're also not doing a lot of that other stuff. So we got the 2 options, the A or the B. It sounds like we may have a new option in there, which would be a C, which would be 2.5 for arterial and $1 million for residential. We have the local option fuel tax and the state revenue sharing. You guys seen this slide many times. This just shows, just looking at inflation, if we tried to do the 100 lane miles a year, split, proportionally between arterial and residential, the 2.5 million, you can see where that falls. Just in inflationary costs, we're 5.5 million short. Never mind being behind because we haven't done a lot of roads in the past 10 years. So this here is, I think, an important slide. This here shows the deferred maintenance. So as these roads continue to decline and you have to spend more money to rehab and deep mill, over the next, between 27 and 29, it's like a $20 million increase, from 70 to 80. But the big jump is 30 to 31 because that's when those residential roads start going into the 50s. dropping into the low 60s. We're over 115 million in deferred maintenance if we keep going with the 2.5 million a year we have now. And, work orders, fortunately, Public Works is very proactive, but even with them getting out there and trying to stay ahead of all these potholes, the work orders continue to climb, and we're dealing with all these potholes. So looking forward, we've talked about these types before. These are options the city has control over: the electric franchise fee, the public service tax, the dedicated millage. Just a fact, a toy on this, on the dedicated millage in 19, 20, and 21, the millage rate was 4.6989. In lieu of the rollbacks that council had done since then, if that was dedicated to resurfacing, that would be an additional $8.5 million we'd have in that program today. So, that's just something to keep in mind.
Repeat all that again.
So the millage dropped about just over 0.6 mils since 21. And if it would have stayed at 4.689, if in lieu of doing the drop, if that drop was dedicated to resurfacing instead, we would have $8.5 million in this year's budget added to the $2.5 million. So we'd be at the $11 million, and we'd be just about fully funding the program. So
It seems like we're always robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Well, that's a big if, though, because you can't guarantee that council would have said we're going to prioritize roads, right? So
No.
I think that's the problem is, and this is no disrespect to the people that were here at the beginning of the meeting, but the reason I say we can't look at things in silos is we had a group of people saying, we don't want you to build a skate park in conjunction with the YMCA for XYZ reasons, while we up here have been given information that would likely be more cost effective. So when we're looking at all of these different things that we're trying to satisfy, it's not perfect. I can't give you perfection because we don't have an endless pit of money, right? So we really have to think about what our priorities are. And when I say priorities, I don't mean, 15 priorities. I mean, what are our true priorities that we're going to put funding in without raising things, as little as we have to on the residents. So it's just, we got to make those tough decisions. But I hear what you're saying, but that also would mean, hey, they couldn't pick pet projects to pay for. They would have had to say, we're going to dedicate that money to roads.
Right, which
Yeah.
councils have done. They had dedicated millage to the capital projects fund at one time, and it's right. Each council would make that decision.
Right.
I'm just saying it in lieu of doing rollback that we could have a fully funded program.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for Carl, try to put words in his mouth, but I believe the millage suppression long term is a negative factor, and I think that's what's, as an example, is what's brought us here. It's, we have lost millions of dollars in that.
And now we're trying to raise money or create new funds to get that money back.
All right, what else, Carl? What else you got?
That's the end of the
That's it?
presentation for today.
Anything else from the council? We'll open this up for public comment. Anybody want to complain about our roads?
Jeannie Duarte. Well, these figures have definitely showed that the previous administration has dropped the ball on road maintenance. And the numbers are minimal in comparison to the efforts that are being brought to the westward expansion. We need to leave our reserves alone and renegotiate the ad valorem. And I know we can't go from road, the lobbied information, or the lobbied funds of the 126 million or whatever that ended up being. I know we can't go road to water, but we can definitely go road to road, as I understand. So maybe we can use those funds instead, drop that project with the westward expansion loop road, because that's a road going to nowhere. And they claimed that it was an escape route when in reality it's a death trap if there's an emergency. So that road is absolutely nonsense, and it's cutting right through wetlands, and it's not even annexed in. So that is a waste, and we need to use those funds either for something like this for our community, or we need to give those funds back. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. This will become a lot clearer when we start getting into the budget cycle, right, Carl?
Yep.
Anything else from the council?
I just have a question. Are you able to send the full list of Transmap roads and PCIs to us so we have every single road that was recorded in the PCI that was taken?
Yeah, we got a draft version. I'll see if the final version's ready for release. If it is, I'll forward it as soon as it's available.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Carl.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just for the rest of the meeting, I've talked with staff, and because we're bumping up a little after 3 now, and we have 4 large items plus the meeting closeout to go to. Staff's been working on a plan, and if you would like to entertain it, we can remove items number 7 and 8, those 2 specific LDC items. We have room on your next workshop on June the 9th, and we'll actually close that agenda off. If we shift 7 and 8, and we can still finish number 6, and as well as number 9, and then your normal meeting closeout, and that should keep us on with about the business day.
Is everybody good with that?
Everybody fine with that?
Do we need a motion, Marcus? Consensus is good? Okay. We're moving on, just to SAP. Oh, Chief is up there.
Yes, so
Brittany's gonna assist.
I'm going to help out today. So we're going to talk through our strategic action plan evaluation. As you all know, you recently went through your one-on-one interviews with city staff to try and gauge your priorities for the next year. So we are going to share what we heard during those listening sessions, make sure that we heard them correctly during this evaluation today, and then we'll come back to you on June 2nd to adopt those SAP priorities. As you know, we conducted both a scientifically valid survey and an open participation survey back in February and March of this year. The scientifically valid survey is the one that you're seeing here. It's based on a random sampling, and it's weighted to reflect the Palm Coast population. The open participation survey, on the other hand, allows anybody to respond, so it's not considered statistically valid. However, it does capture the more engaged part of our community. So what's important is that both of those surveys pretty much identified the same core issues: growth, infrastructure, transportation, and community amenities. So while the method receiving the data is different, the priorities stayed consistent, which gives us confidence that we are looking at the right areas. So this slide that you're looking at now, it is kind of a big picture of the overall results. Palm Coast continues to have a strong foundation. The majority of residents see it as a great place to live, and they plan to stay here. Public safety continues to be one of our strongest performing areas. We are also seeing positive momentum in other areas like local economy, solid waste services, and access to high-speed internet. There were a few indicators that will not come as a surprise to you, but particularly there were declines in the perceptions of drinking water, the overall quality of life, and the sense of community. So while the foundation is strong, there are some trends that we are looking at, and you all are tracking those as well. So that leads us into the next slide, and this kind of shows us side by side how important things are to our residents and then how well they think that we're performing in these areas. So what we're looking at are areas of importance that are high, but the quality is low. And that's what residents are asking us to focus on. So the biggest takeaway is community design and growth. It ranks as one of the most important issues, but it has some of the lowest quality scores. And that gap tells us that residents are paying close attention to how Palm Coast is growing, and they want to see stronger planning and outcomes. We see a similar pattern with infrastructure, particularly water and utilities. These are highly important to residents, but the perceptions of quality are low, making this another key focus area. And then transportation and mobility also fall into this category. On the other hand, public safety tends to show very high importance and high quality, which tells us that we are meeting expectations. It's important to note that some of the priority areas show up in both the scientific and open participation surveys, and they have very consistent rankings. So overall, this chart helps clearly identify where to prioritize and not just what matters, but where the biggest gaps are. The full survey results were included in the agenda packet as well as emailed to City Council, and they'll also be posted on the city's website.
Thank you, Brittany. Kyle Berryhill. So as we move into our actual adopted priorities and some new priorities that we heard from City Council in the SAP one-on-ones, it's important to note that this is your conversation. These are priorities that we're here to listen and to develop tactics that are in line with a council consensus of what we see as items that are really our strategic action plan priorities. So that being said, as we go through each one, we are going to give an opportunity for council to create any kind of conversation that needs to occur so that we can reach that consensus so that we're really here to hear you on this item. And it's also important that this is coming up at this time in the year. Obviously, we are one workshop away from our truth and millage and making some big decisions related to, our general fund millage rate. And so as we're talking about these types of items, some of them come with dollar, requirements. Some of them, we've already done the hard work to put the dollar requirements in, as we'll see here in this first slide. But that's a big part of what we're doing, is trying to correlate our priorities to the decisions we make related to revenues and funding. So first, our number one priority, and with each of these, we're going to say the consensus that we heard from council as to where this was, and even the order that we want to list these out. And so prioritize Palm Coast infrastructure to address current needs and anticipate future growth was pretty unanimously heard by the SAP team as the number one priority for this council and continuing to be. We've done some pretty big work related to utility rates and our utility bond. So tactic 1.1, ensuring that the wastewater treatment plant expansion and rehabilitation continues, getting us out of that consent order. We've heard pretty unanimously to keep that priority and keep it where it is. Ensure that the maintenance and operations complex remains a top priority facility project and begin improvements based on the capital improvement plan timeline. We've also seen some capital items that were done that have begun to move into an operations level item. And so something that we heard in our one-on-ones was that seeking opportunities to relieve the community center parking pressures was an item that was underway and something that could be moved to operations. We heard multiple things related to the option to repurpose Fire Station 22 to preserve its historical value and expand visitor awareness of Palm Coast. A lot of this direction is well established. Some of what we heard was that, this is an item that we've kind of created the funding for, and it's time to let it roll to operations. But we also heard that, no, this is something we want to continue to draw attention to from a Kinney City Council perspective, and we want to continue to keep it in this priority list. And then 1.5, develop a comprehensive communications plan to keep the public well informed about capital projects and ongoing infrastructure improvements. We discussed the multi-phased approach that we're utilizing with Enhance Palm Coast Progress, and the ways that we're trying to provide information to the community related to those items. So with that, I'd just like to take a second and listen to anything that council would have to say related to these items. And just with the knowledge that as we move through this, this is a priority that we feel like certain types of big future projects could easily slide into as infrastructure remains a focus of Palm Coast.
So on 1.4 and 1.5, any observations? I think we should keep the fire station. It just keeps us aware of it and trying to get those fundings for that.
I would agree, and I would like to, just as an aside and as an example of why I think this needs to be at the forefront. I know there's been some renderings floating around about how aesthetically the outside of the fire station should look, and there's talk about matching it with the community center, whereas I think it needs to preserve the integrity of what the current fire station looks like. So I think those discussions need to remain top of mind, and if we keep it as a priority, we can continue to have those discussions and make sure it is the end product is in line with the intent of the council in preserving it.
I'd go, to simplify, I'd say keep 1.4 and move 1.5.
I agree, yeah.
1.5 over to
Same.
operations?
Yeah.
Everybody good with that?
So I'm seeing unanimous consensus that we're keeping 1.2, 1.1,
Yes.
that 1.4 we want to keep, which is Fire Station 22. We want to move 1.5. I didn't hear 1.3. Did you hear, Ms. Kershaw?
We're going to move.
We're going to move 1.3 to operations. Consensus for that?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
We're in agreement on it.
And we have a plan for it, too.
Good to go on those, Chief?
Yes, sir. We just spent a little bit of time discussing some of the, issues related with, I say issues, that's the wrong thing. Some of the direction that council provided related to our stormwater department. And so again, in our sustainable environment and infrastructure pillar, number 2 priority is design and implement a citywide plan for better stormwater maintenance and performance to include a specific focus on swales. And so what we've seen is tremendous progress made from the stormwater team in the ability to, go from 1,200 outstanding to, or in the 350 range of outstanding work orders in the queue. We know that our residents see the swale and it draws their attention, but that it's not necessarily the solution to the system. But we've instituted the funding and hired the folks and continue to equip this department. And so what we've seen is that we've heard that although this continues to be a significant part of city operations, things like Tactics 2.1, research technological advancements that will assist in prioritizing soil maintenance areas. You heard from Lynn and Carmelo some of the things that we've tried. Some of that we get the knowledge of what doesn't work, but we've seen some things that really do work, like the trenching. 2.2, work with IT and communications to expand online communications regarding residential swale maintenance schedules to ensure clear communication and effective practices that highlight city maintenance and improvement projects. So I think you've heard some better communication is occurring. We instituted some, we reallocated some staff and put them kind of as the face of communicating with our stormwater customers. We analyzed contracting out swale maintenance. It was an unsuccessful attempt, but there's value there. That's and then we do think that part of, if this was to move to operations, is the presentation that you heard today would always be a part of our operation, is that an annual update on how our stormwater team is moving through their work would be something that always came to City Council. So with that being said, I'd let Council just have a discussion about anything you want to mention related to this priority.
Mr. Mayor, on 2.3, I think we need to move to operations or take it out because Ms. Stevens is very clear on the different options that we studied in trying to see, as we looked at adding work crews, it was I think one of them quit and then the others, were just, it wasn't feasible in comparison to what it would be for us to have a crew do that. So I think we've tried it and we have the answer. So my recommendation on 2.3 is to take it out and move it to operations.
I'd say,
I moved to operations.
my feeling is, we move this out of high priority, we move it to operations. Move the number 2.
I think we triaged that issue when we needed to triage it, and now it's in a good place thanks to Ms. Stevens and her team. So I'd be comfortable moving it to operations at this point.
The whole number 2 or just 2.3?
The whole number 2.
Okay, I'm fine with that. You good with that, Councilman Gambaro?
I'm good. We've got a great stormwater team.
Good copy. And some of the things that we've seen is the sunsetting of our residential drainage committee. We kind of brought in residents and they brought up some great ideas. We're going to continue to do some things that were recommended by that group. But what I'm seeing is consensus from council that the stormwater priority would move to operations. And just for this council's further information on this item, when we have an opportunity to do a big capital improvement to the infrastructure that's stormwater related, it can slide right into priority number 1 in future years, right? We have a place to continue to do, but taking a look at the operation, we really did that as a priority over the last couple of years, and we hear you that this can move to operations. All right, so we haven't done very much talking today about the roadways in Palm Coast, so we'll spend a little time right here. A safe and reliable services priority, number 3. What we heard in our one-on-ones is that this is a priority that moves up. This is a huge part of our future and something that, this council has taken very seriously as this council has embraced finding ways to provide for the infrastructure of our community. So Tactic 3.1 is utilize the existing pavement management program with 2 options, one including global treatments for residential roads and one without. Also, apply the street lighting master plan to identify remaining segments that need lighting. And we heard keep on that. 3.2, identify arterial and other roadways for safety corridor studies, prioritize segments accordingly, and pursue grant funding through FDOT, DOT, and TPO. We heard keep on that. And just to forecast a little bit, you've all seen the presentation in your packet, but there is some other comments related to different funding things in the city. So keep that in mind as we're having this conversation. 3.3, conduct a comprehensive study to identify potential revenue sources to support the plan. We discussed that this is work that's been completed several times by staff, and we continue to have options ready at council request to present for alternative revenue sources. 3.4, evaluate funding options, including implementation of a gas tax and the addition of a dedicated line item on the millage rate for roads and public safety. So some of the feedback we had said that combining 3.3 and 3.4 into a tactic that was related to continuing to pursue funding options that get us to meet our level of service standard is something that we heard from different counselors. And then 3.5, present the finalized plan and funding recommendations to the City Council for review and approval. We've been through a couple of different versions of presenting funding recommendations, but you just saw a great presentation that related to the current status of our road and some options we have going forward to bridge the gap. So with that being said, I'll let council have some opportunities to comment here.
I think 3.3 to 3.5 is really that workshop we just asked for.
My feeling is 3.5 isn't done.
No, it's not.
I don't think so either. I agree.
So combine those two, leave 3.5, that'd be 3.4, and move all this entire thing up to number 3 on the SAP. I mean, number 2 from number 3 to number 2 on the SAP, and everything's going to move up 1.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Are we good with that?
So I just want to clarify, what I'm hearing is that you are asking for funding recommendations from staff to City Council for ways to meet our level of service need. That's what I'm hearing. I'm seeing some north-south, but I'm not seeing.
You're going to have to say that again, Chief.
Yes, sir. Good copy here. What I'm hearing on 3.5, so let's clarify, 3.1 and 3.2, keep, they continue on. I saw great consensus on that. Combining 3.3 and 3.4 in a way that discusses, having kind of something in play where we can evaluate funding options and have a place for City Council, kind of like a plan on the shelf of tools that City Council could identify to utilize for funding this program up to our adopted level of service. What I'm hearing on 3.5 is that, although there's a version of this that maybe staff could see as completed, council feels that this is an item that has work to be done, and you're requesting for staff to create a finalized plan and funding recommendations and bring that to City Council for review and approval.
We're going to keep reviewing and discussing this. So
It's
I
not
have no
completed.
problem with keeping it.
Yeah, it's not completed.
Yeah.
Not completed.
Good copy.
We just went through a lot of talk about this, yeah. I think the priority, moving it up to number two priority also makes sense.
And we'll go through them at the end and make sure that we have them in the right priority order. So the next priority is related to economic development and our efforts to create better paying jobs and attract major employers such as healthcare, manufacturers, and industry. Through speaking with City Council, we heard that this was a keep for sure and that it should potentially move to priority number 3. We talked about Tract 17 and the RFP for development or sale of the tract. We talked about accumulating and presenting data to senior city staff and city council on the need to significantly increase investment in Palm Coast sites and building inventory, specifically for industrial use. That was one thing that we heard that potentially that was already completed and that would be dropped off. Refine the city's incentive programs for new investors and business expansions. Between 4.3 and 4.5, we heard that we should combine these. So in addition to that, we would combine that with sustaining current marketing campaigns to promote Palm Coast as a destination for investment and job creation, and continue to be a leader in aligning the city's local and regional impact development network multipliers for increasing higher wage opportunities for citizens and diversifying the city's tax base. And then to continue collaborating with Flagler County Economic Development and the Chamber to evaluate economic development activity in Palm Coast. So what we've heard is that we're on track to continue this priority, but we'll open this up to City Council.
Anybody have any issues with their recommendations? And 4.2 is being complete?
I mean, we all know we need sites and, lands and buildings, right? I mean, that's what we need in order to be able to move forward and attract the right kind of economic development that we all want. So, yeah, I don't have an issue seeing that one as complete.
Yeah, I mean, we know the inventory now.
Yeah.
So, in terms of any changes to that, it's whether we want to pursue finding more inventory or not. I think we all probably want that because that's how we get business in. But I don't see any need to define that as a specific strategy. It looks like 4.3 through 4.5 being combined makes sense to me. They're all similar activities in terms of marketing and coordinating efforts. I think I'm good with that. And then 4.6, as part of a priority, this is something that should always be happening, so to speak, to ensure that we're coordinating with those other nonprofits or groups, professional groups that can contribute in some way.
So are we good?
Yeah, I kind of like the title here in the bold lettering better than I like the way we list the tactics. But I'm
Excuse me, Councilman, could you try and just get a little closer to the microphone?
Yeah, okay. I kind of like the title here in the bold lettering.
That's
better than I like the way
one of
we
our pillars.
list the tactics.
The bullets?
One of our pillars. So the SAP is aligned to the pillars, so that's the pillar that it aligns to.
So are we good with the recommendations and removing that one, moving them up?
Mayor, may I just make a statement?
Go ahead.
Because I agree with you, Councilman Sullivan. I think the actual tactics are a little disconnected from the title. Obviously, this is really important, but do these tactics actually do things to create better paying jobs and attract major employers like healthcare, manufacturers, and industry? I think we've been really focused on industry. I don't know that we've been doing things to attract a more diverse healthcare system and manufacturers. I just don't know. So as we move forward, maybe ensuring this is all encompassing. I'm not saying that we need to change language or alter the tactics, the language of them, but just ensuring that we are actually doing things that align with the priority itself.
Well, Vice Mayor, I think that's great direction from council to staff to ensure that although the tactics seem to be kind of in the background, it's hard to see if they're moving the needle on the outcomes that we're looking for, which is in the true priority. But I can tell you for sure in the last 6 weeks, I've had several conversations with Craig and John and that economic development team that is really a powerhouse. We've really got some home run hitters there. And I believe Jasmine is new to that as well. But that their perspective is these three things in all of their focuses when they're pursuing economic development opportunities. So if you wanted to do something that doesn't fit into these things, we're not going to tell you, no, get out of here. We want putt-putt golf too.
Sure.
But their focus, the way that they're driving this mission is there. And it's the kind of thing that once one domino falls, it really becomes a great thing. And it's possible that one of those dominoes could fall tomorrow, or we might still be looking at standing dominoes in a little while. But
Well,
I
yeah.
know that your direction is the perspective they're taking.
Okay,
And they
good.
believe that these tactics are getting us there.
Okay,
There's a
good.
couple more new recommendations too. But you've improved some things already that are consistent with this vision, right? Is to be nimble with related to how we're trying to pursue economic development with a focus on things that we think bring better jobs like healthcare, manufacturing, and industry.
No, and I appreciate that because obviously the promenade's a great thing, the putt-putt's a great thing, but neither of those are healthcare manufacturers or industry, right? So if we're really looking at kind of your heavy hitters, I just want to make sure that that continues to be the main focal point. And when we're looking at Track 17, I appreciate very, 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 very much the work that's being done, this council continuing to stick with that because it's such a valuable tract, and I'm glad to see that we are looking at being malleable with regards to modifying it because I know that there's some things going on with Track 17 and just not being stuck on one resolution and utilization of that tract.
Vice Mayor, I think to your point on the tactics, like we have accumulate data, refine incentive programs. Maybe it should be something. I think you're looking for something a little bit more actionable, like engage local landowners to.
But we need to get the private sector more involved.
Yeah, and
100%.
so I was going to save this till the end, but I'll bring it up now. John's probably going to shoot me for bringing this up, but I reached out to one of our local major landowners who has nothing to do with the westward expansion, and they are on board. We have started a conversation that could change the future of our economic development goals and priorities for a long time. It's extremely positive, but I think to your point, it's the engagement that we're all trying to do to be able to expand our sites and buildings and things of that nature. And so that's why on this point, I think that engagement is key to move forward.
So are we good?
Made my point.
All right, so
We're here for you, Dave.
We good?
we're good as long as the scope of what these tactics mean meets the intent that we were talking about, right? Or do we need to change anything or
It just needs
add
to
a
align.
tactic?
Yeah, I think maybe if we just add to 4.6, collaborate with Flagler County Economic Development, Palm Coast Flagler Chamber of Commerce, and engage with the private sector to elevate. I mean, something that small can, I think, add a pretty big arm that maybe we're not fully capitalizing on right now.
No, I agree. That's fine. That's fine by me because it makes it a defined mandate rather than an undefined mandate that we're saying, well, we assume that's what we're working on, but it's not there. So I'm good with that.
You got that, Chief? Modified 4.6?
Correct. With
Private
we're going to
sector.
add some language to 4.6 that involves some version of private sector
Private
engagement.
sector. Anything else? We good?
Okay, we're going to stick to this tactic or priority for just one more minute. We did hear some possible new tactics that we could introduce to this objective, which would be to maximize the effectiveness of the State Road 100 CRA by reviewing or expanding the timeline and developing a CRA master plan. We also heard sharpening our focus on the development of the downtown urban core, specifically the Stage and YMCA partnership.
Shift them over, move them all up to number 3.
Yes, we could include these as additional tactics for this objective.
Everybody good with that?
I am, yeah, absolutely. I think accelerating the town center specifically area to get to that point, we talk about the snowball effect or the dominoes or whatever, but we need to get to that point to where it becomes a hub that we're no longer going out and asking people to come here. They're asking how can they get in here, and that's the happy point that we'll be at some point. So focusing on that's important.
So add those two. They're all going to shift up at least one. Are we all good? Are we in concurrence with that? Yes. Okay.
Okay, now we're going to shift into our next objective, which is implementing the parks master plan. During our one-on-ones with City Council, we touched on the fact that the parks master plan is extensive. And so while we believe that we need to maintain this as a priority, we did talk about honing in some priority focus areas, which would be more lighted triangle and rectangle fields, trail connectivity, and implementing a deferred maintenance plan, in addition to the tactics in front of you.
Anyone have any comments on this one?
I don't know if it would be here or somewhere else. I know for a little while, and I only add it here because it's an open space type of concept. We had on our priority list preserving the hard canopy. And I don't remember why or how that dropped off.
Can you say that again?
The hard
Preserving
canopy on Palm Coast Parkway.
Palm Coast Parkway.
Yeah. So I know,
Are you talking about the extension of Linear Park?
No, it's right there by Dr. Johnson's property at Florida Park Drive and Palm Coast Parkway.
Yeah, so I think, and sorry if I'm jumping ahead, but I think at some point in the past we were engaged with that landowner to try to receive a grant to purchase some of that land to
Right.
extend the linear park there, so that falls under the linear park.
Yeah, so that changed though because the landowner has a specific idea for the utilization of this property.
Yeah, he wanted some specifics, right?
Yeah, but it would still, we could work with him to still help him do what he wants, but how he visualizes usage of his property while still saving the hard canopy. I think we just need to re-engage that landowner. Now, he is under contract right now to sell that property, but what he wants to do with it, I believe, is staying the same. So there's still an opportunity for us to work with him, but we've got to kind of get on it. If we lose that hard canopy, it will have I think it's going to very detrimentally change.
It'll change the character
of our city. So I want to make sure that this is put back into the SAP, that we're aggressive about reaching out to him and having conversations and getting back with the county on utilization of ESL funds. And I see you, Councilman Sullivan, probably have some
Just
input on
before
that.
we do that, the two items that I always came up with on that was, one, if we ever 6-lane Palm Coast Parkway, which is a possibility if in the future, that could create a real problem for maintaining the canopy. And then the problem that I've had with distributors, people who distribute things in the city and the county, is the trucks, the canopy starts to grow down over time. We don't want to remove it, but keeping that canopy high enough so you can still have the traffic also gets to be a problem, because some of the, because you do start to disturb the canopy. So there's a lot to it, not just that one landowner. I know what you're talking about there. So I would say to put maybe kind of a more generalized statement, something about maintain the canopy, or I don't know how you want to say it.
Yeah, I don't really care how it's stated.
Well,
I just want to make sure
it can be
it's
however
back
we
in.
define it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not like we're writing a law that then we
Right.
have to work around. This is just kind of a concept of what we want to do there, which I agree in principle on all of that. Trying to maintain that property. It's one of the scenic areas to drive through in our city, and that goes away. That whole area looks different to me, right? And I don't necessarily agree with the potential uses that would be coming forward, being under contract and things like that. So I think this is very important.
So I'm familiar with Councilman Sullivan's concern. I think they're really specific to a couple of neighborhoods in your district. Whereas the Palm Coast Parkway hard canopy, we don't necessarily have that issue there because Public Works really works to maintain that. I'm understanding the request, and I think it became an operational part of our function. But I'm hearing what you're saying. We're not sure if this is the right spot for this necessarily, but if we hear consensus, we'll find the right spot and put preserving the hard canopy as part of this list.
And I think staff is already doing this in a way, but I agree that we should be focused on this.
Yeah, and I don't care what priority it falls under.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just, like I said, I see kind of Parks and Rec / open space under the same, no pun intended, but umbrella. So the other thing is specific to Parks and Rec. We have currently 2 boards. We have the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and we have the Sports Alliance. I think that they're not operating cogently, and we don't really have, I guess, a clear resolution of any sort as to what the advisory board, the Sports Alliance, is supposed to be doing. You know, do they vote? Do they make recommendations? We don't really know. So we have these 2 groups out there that are supposed to kind of help us in making decisions, but I have been told on a handful of occasions that we are making decisions up here, or staff is making decisions without consulting with those bodies, and therefore they've been rendered pretty ineffective. And I want to make sure, particularly as we see things like new leagues come up, that we are consulting with these people and that we are getting recommendations from them. So similar to the way we get recommendations from the Planning and Development Board, we should be getting recommendations from PRAB and or the Sports Alliance. So I would like to see, as a part of this priority, that staff is coming up with some type of resolution in conjunction with us as to what that looks like. So in other words, if a new league is coming into town, like the Summer Baseball League, that is brought to the Sports Alliance. The Sports Alliance votes, makes a recommendation, and then as a part of the presentation to staff, we are told what that recommendation is. Therefore, this volunteer body of people who are in the sports groups and leagues and all those things every day and engaging with kids and parents and dealing with the things that we sometimes can be removed from up here, that we're getting that recommendation from them.
So, and I know James looks like he has something to say. So the only pushback I'll give on the Sports Alliance thing is that, one, I think we have it as a prerequisite for field usage, right? And then 2, I think it's currently closed for new entrants given our restrictions on fields, right? That we don't have enough space for people. And then 3, none of them are vetted or appointed by us. They're leagues that have applied for and become part of this. So, and I'm not saying their opinion's not valid. I'm just saying that, they're not necessarily representative of the community, so to speak. They're just a member of this group that I guess the city created, and James can probably speak more to this, to try to coordinate between different groups that all have the same resources. They're trying to use the same resources, but they can't all fit on there, so we're just trying to figure it all out. And so I'm not sure what recommendations from those specific groups we would be taking under advisement.
Well, and I don't know that I agree or disagree with you, but then what's the point of having them?
Yeah, I don't know, and maybe James can speak to the original founding of the Sports Alliance and what the intent was and all that too.
So the history on Sport Alliance a little bit was years and years ago, it was decided that the Parks and Recreation might not be able to accommodate or do the youth sport programs that the community needs and wants. So the Sport Alliance was created to kind of bridge that gap where they would be able to provide that service
So the city was thinking like, or there was a thought that like the city would provide leagues for children to play in, but we can't handle that. So we're looking to private entities to come together as a group in order to bridge the gap of the need.
Correct, yeah. And then with PRAB, PRAB will be making recommendations. We just had the first meeting last month. So we're kind of just slowly making our way, understanding Parks and Recreation. I think this month, we're doing the Parks Master Plan, and then as we get kind of further in, there will be recommendations they can make to council through us, yeah.
So I guess what I'm looking for and what I'd be asking from council is that we just come up with something that clearly defines the duties and responsibilities of the Sports Alliance and PRAB, whether we combine them, keep them separate, whatever it may be, so that we have this group of people, in my estimation, and I've been reached out to by multiples of them. We have this group of people who volunteers their time and gets together quarterly and talks about some stuff, but then nothing ever happens.
Yeah,
with
they
what
feel like
talk
their
about.
voice is not heard. Right?
Correct, and then they're wasting their time. And I will tell you, I tried to get some of those folks to apply to PRAB, and they did not because they felt, well, I'm already wasting my time on one board, what's the point in joining another? Which is not something we want our volunteers, people that are investing in our community, to feel like. So,
Is the Sports Alliance on a regular meeting schedule and they
Quarterly.
talk and vote on things, or what
What
do
was
they
that,
do?
sorry?
they don't vote, no. They meet quarterly, but from what I understand,
So
they're
is
not
it,
actually voting.
is it just so that they can present like potential problems that they're seeing?
Yeah, it's communication between
communicate to the Parks
themselves.
and
You
Rec
know, we
department.
kind of communicate, hey, field one's going to be closed for the summer because of some repairs. Some updates, collaboration between ourselves. You know, there are some events if they want to come to summer events and participate, things like that. But we are currently working. Our guidelines and procedures for Sport Alliance are around nearly hitting 6 years old. So we are kind of readdressing those currently as well.
I mean, I would support what you kind of mentioned was like, hey, maybe we just need to define this better. I don't know if they're both should be advisory boards necessarily where they have voting power or recommendation
Yeah,
power.
I don't know.
We already have that in one. I think PRAB would be higher than Sports Alliance because Sports Alliance is just the sports, whereas PRAB is everything. Right? And also, they're very specific users of one specific resource. So I feel like Sports Alliance is going to be very.
I mean, even if it's
Very
just something as simple as saying we will, and this can be talked about again, but just as an example, that a member of the Sports Alliance will always be a member of PRAB. In other words, somebody from the Sports Alliance will represent the Sports Alliance on PRAB, so that at least their voice is being specifically
So the
heard.
chair of Sports Alliance essentially is then a member of PRAB.
Yeah, but that's
like
Or can come to the meetings or something. Yeah.
right. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying, that we just kind of actually address these two boards
I
specifically.
get you. So you're really focused on trying to connect the two so that we're not doing like two different sets of like policy or whatever the case may be, that then some of it doesn't ever filter up to us.
Right, exactly, because it's not filtering up to us at all.
No, I mean, I agree. I'm not getting anything from Sports Alliance. I get things from individual members of Sports Alliance.
But not as a group.
Yeah.
So can I propose some language here? Refine the role of the, quasi-governmental boards related to Parks and Rec so that they can provide useful recommendations to City Council?
I think that's great, yeah. Do we have consensus sometime?
Add that as a
I'm
tag.
good with that.
I have no problem with that. Just iron out the language where it's, because the Parks Board just stood up, right? It's only been, what, a couple of months now?
Yeah, they're going to have,
1 month? 1 month?
Yeah.
yeah, they're going to have to
So you're good with that, Chief?
grow into their role, so to speak.
Know your role? You good with that, Chief? You got it?
Mayor, this is your priority. It's my job to execute them. I'm good with what you guys say. I can be under authority. I'm good at that. And that's
Okay,
how-
I just want to make sure that while we're talking about the Parks and Rec master plan, are we all in consensus to kind of narrow our focus to those 3 new tactics that we talked about? The additional lighted diamond and rectangle fields,
Yes.
developing a deferred maintenance study for all parks, and wasn't there another one? Hold on.
a trail connectivity plan with Flagler County?
Yes, that. So those 3, And then we heard 2 additional ones, working with the YMCA to explore the design of a skate park on the site layout, which we had some folks here today talking about the skate park, and then also developing and updating park mapping and signage to ensure all designated park properties are accurately identified and labeled as parks within the community.
Okay, I don't agree with 5.5, but that's okay.
So in terms of 5.5, to me, I feel like the skate park has been, I think the vice mayor said it's more of a recent advocacy effort that's been happening here. And I think we had it identified, but it's like way back in the long-term parks plan. So to me, exploring any possibility of trying to get this done cheaply and effectively and sooner is a positive. So I'm open to us working on this. Obviously, we'll have to approve anything that comes out of that, or if there's different options, or from my perspective.
I just don't like tying it to the YMCA at this point.
Well, I don't
really
think-
I think the skate park is a valid thing we need to look at, but I think geographically we need to.
Well, you think just because it's co-located is an issue?
No, and he mentioned earlier about,
There already is a skate park on Route 100.
and at Wadsworth.
Yeah, but that's
that
not yours anymore.
taxpayers have paid for.
I
Yeah,
understand.
look, I think we can, I don't think we have to tie it to the YMCA, right? We can just say,
Right, we can-
explore and
we can make
design,
this more
skate
broad.
park, whatever it may be, making it, I think we still look at the option of connecting it with the YMCA, but we look at other options as well. But keeping the skate park as a tactic underneath what is going to be the new number 4, I think is important.
I'm good with that. I think it's important too.
Good? Chief Sarati.
Good copy.
Okay, our next one is talking about technology. So design and produce a technology improvement plan focused on technology for city government. We heard some differing perspectives on this priority. Some recommended moving it to operations. Others recommended keeping it for the few tactics that are noted at the bottom, which would be maintaining this objective until we complete all phases of the city's mobile app, and then research developing a future smart city master plan. So we're looking for council direction on how to move forward on this objective.
Yeah, I want to see the app continue to be developed and kept in this priority until it is complete. I have no feeling one way or the other on the smart city, so I'll go with the group on that one.
Yeah, and I agree on the app. I think it's a baby, so to speak, and we need to continue to add features and capabilities so that it becomes well-rounded and a valuable tool for residents. So important to continue with that, and then potentially add more identified features that we currently haven't identified in the future to just continually make it better. The Smart City Master Plan, I don't know what that entails, but I have been an advocate in the past for all the technology as infrastructure, right? Like talked about trying to control traffic signals with it, our stormwater, weir systems, things like that all use or all have the capability to use smart technology. So I think it's important to continue to at least have an eye out to identify things that can be a high ROI for infrastructure, so that if we add these things, now certain systems work better and provide better value, they cost us less money, things like that. So I'm good with the Smart City Master Plan as well.
Let's scratch 6.3, move the possible 6.1 and 6.2 up. We're just going to have to renumber them, just keep them.
Yeah, and 4 would go away or be replaced by
With
6.1, right?
Yep. Okay, I think are we seeing consensus? I'm seeing nods. Okay, good copy. All right, so number 7 is continue saltwater canal dredging initiative. So the idea was to keep, and it remains a lower priority. I'm not saying that we'll lower it from 7. I'm saying that it remains not, at the top of our priority list, but we continue to have it up here. Part of why the logic I heard from some counselors was we asked for legislative appropriations for this, and it's a big deal to our residents. We completed the phase 3, which is design and presentation to council, and we want to keep canal dredging design and canal depths through permitting, update cost estimate based on permit conditions, keep creating a dredging management plan, keep pursuing grants or other funding sources for future dredging, and present funding results to council for direction on dredging. We've completed 7.5. We explored and were denied HMGP opportunities regarding residential seawalls. That's not a thing that grant can fund, or that funding source can fund. We have an internal external task force to study and research funding, and we created a seawall standard in the technical manual. We did have some feedback from staff that adopting certain parts of the technical manual would be not as beneficial as adopting the whole thing, that it's an all or nothing approach, but that what your intention was when you created this tactic was accomplished through an update to the technical manual related to some very specific things related to how seawalls are constructed and operated. We met with both vendors and residents to put that together in community development. So that's kind of the consensus that we had from council. So we're just looking for any direction here as to.
So Chief, that 7.7 seawall standard, would that be, remember back when I spoke about having a unified seawall standard?
Yes, sir.
When I first came in about that said, hey, this is a
I think I
standard,
recall that, yes, sir.
and to prevent the runoff from vacant lots.
Yeah, vacant lots are the
Make it
focus, right?
enforceable that they have to put in a seawall. That would go along with that. But the one thing I'd like to talk about on this one specifically is us looking at a MSBU for the houses that are on saltwater canals.
Well, I was going to ask that, Mr. Mayor, because it says that we identified funding sources for phase 3 and 7.1, which I guess is the design, so we did fund that, right? But we need to identify funding for the actual implementation, right? And that,
Because I
think we know that we're not going to get a lot from somewhere else, I don't think, on this.
Well, it says here in 7.4, pursue grants or other funding sources for future dredging and present funding results, and present funding results to council for direction. So I think that that's already there.
Okay, yeah, so in 7.4, that will be there.
And to your point, Mayor, on 7.7, I want to know where we're at on this, and I know
Yeah,
that's not.
I don't know if we've completed this.
I mean, I know that's not up for discussion right now, but I feel like, yes, we need to keep this, but let's get it moving. I mean, we've had this now pending for quite some time. I think the last time I met with staff and stakeholders was, the discussion was, well, we've reached out to people who construct seawalls in the community and can talk to us about realistically what it looks like, the cost, et cetera. We had talked about giving people 365 days to construct the seawall. So I know kind of the outline is there. We've done a lot of legwork. Let's go. I mean, I
agree. I think this is like step 1 to stop future problems or slow future problems, and then step 2 is to get the dredging done, right?
So I just want to clarify and make sure what I'm hearing is that council wants us to present a plan to require seawalls where they're not existing.
Well, the way I saw it back when I first came in office is, why would you start dredging? Why would you stand up a dredging crew, start dredging the intercoastal in our communities if you don't prevent the runoff to begin with?
Right.
Because a lot of those vacant lots, not only are they...
Yes, sir. I think your logic's sound. I'm just trying to clarify that I'm hearing correctly that what council is asking for us to do is bring forth a plan where we're going to require existing landowners to meet consistent seawall standard.
Yeah, there should be code, and then I think we gave direction that vacant lots should be included in this, because that's one of the bigger. There are some older seawalls that are probably non-compliant with whatever code we would put in place that need to be fixed, but then also the ones that don't have a seawall at all are really you can, I mean, you can see it. You can see that, that lot just going right into the water, the dirt from that every
Well,
time it rains.
Yeah, not only that, if you're next to one of these infill lots, it's also damaging your own wall because it's pooling and it's causing your own, potentially your own wall to
So
leak
definitely part of
as
what
well.
was accomplished was some recommendations to the existing technical manual that fought that particular thing, right? So I'm not a seawall builder, but it was explained to me from one of our building officials, like some of the things that occurred, because I am on this committee now, sort of task force. So that being said, I think we've heard you. Besides that, are we seeing consensus? And I also heard that as part of 7.4, the feasibility of an MSBU is going to
Yes,
be
sir.
part of that.
Yes,
And
Yeah,
I'm
I think
seeing-
various forms of funding and service level,
That's-
the levers that we need to pull to try to fix this in some way.
Yeah, I'd like to keep it broad. I'm not in favor of an MSBU, so I would like to keep it broad, looking at funding mechanisms, period, rather than specifying that it's going to be an MSBU.
Multiple, I think it's.
I'm hearing broad, but I'm also hearing a request to specifically add MSBU. I think we can accomplish both if we have consensus, but I want to make sure we do.
Yeah, I think you can include the MSBU in the broad version of this, right?
Should be able to.
I'd like to see multiple options so I can choose between them.
Right.
Now,
Know what the pitfalls of each one are, you know.
it's strictly anecdotal, but Gary Kunis, everybody knows Gary very well, he has had those direct conversations with residents in the C section. And from what he's saying, you know, they would be willing to pay that to get the canals the way they should be. So I think we should pursue it. Now, I don't know the number of houses or where it should be, what it should be, but you say if the first year you enact it, you just hold the money. In the second year, once those funds come in, then you start executing, you know, and we're already in the phase, right? The permitting phase and all that now. So I think it needs to be in there.
Well, here's the thing, and I will explore it, right? Because I don't want to be closed-minded to anything, but the properties in the C section are already paying higher taxes, some of them double than the average homes in the rest, and Grand Haven too, in the rest of the city. There's also other taxes that they pay on other elements like their dock, their boathouses, things like that. So I think that in a very thorough analysis needs to be done of what exactly, you know, what is coming from those homes into our general fund, and look at that in conjunction with whether or not an MSBU is even warranted. Because I think that when you look at that, you look at the services as well, I don't think it will be warranted. Again, I don't want to be closed-minded, but I also don't want to put in a priority that we're going to specifically explore an MSBU for this. I think it needs to be broad to say we're going to explore all funding mechanisms to make this happen.
In when you say that, you mean the legal requirements of an MSBU? Is that what you're saying when you're talking about the percentage of their contribution to the general fund?
Whatever analysis it would need to take place.
I'm not sure if there's a specific requirement that you must. I know that you must link, you know, the value that's
You
being
do.
protected to the MSBU. Yeah.
Yeah, an MSB, in order to do an MSBU, which Councilman Sullivan's very aware of this, we would have to even do a study to look at that level of benefit, because it would have to be very individualized to the properties or
In order to
the area.
justify the specific amounts that
Correct.
you're charging, right?
Okay, I didn't see like unanimous consensus, but I did see a majority consensus.
Give me a
So-
thumbs up if you're
Okay.
willing to look at.
I live on the intercoastal, and I already spent a lot of my own money on seawall, dock,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. So I'm kind of with you on this.
But do you have a boat?
I would like to see I would like to see staff research and bring back multiple options that they think are appropriate. That's mine.
Correct.
Include MSBU.
Correct. Yeah,
It
yeah.
has to, you have to include everything.
So we have consensus.
I support multiple
I hear it. Yes, sir.
There you go.
Good copy. So moving on to number 8. So this is an area where we have some council direction. It's related to our arts, culture, and historical activities. There wasn't necessarily a specific objection, but we heard from several counselors that we've seen great movement in this area, and that this can move to operations as an entire tactic. But then we heard from some other council members that there were some very specific things like following through related to the preservation of Fire Station 22. Now, that item was addressed earlier in infrastructure, so maybe that would allay some concerns. But we need council direction as to whether or not we want to keep this tactic or to continue to pursue future. And we also heard some great comments related to good energy on the mural in Benel, and if maybe that would be a thing that we would put towards this.
Consensus, leave it?
I would leave it.
Who said take it out? Names. We have consensus to
I'll be
leave?
honest, if we were wanting to par down the priorities, I would remove this because it's my position that we are financially, as a nation, as a state, and as a city, constrained. So if we're looking at true priorities and really focusing on what our city needs, this would be removed.
When you scrap.
Right, but we don't have, we've done a really great job, because when I came in, I think there were like 24 priorities when I first got on this board, and was like, how can any of these actually be a priority when there's 24 of them? I mean, we're looking at a total of, 11 if we, well, not even, because we already did the charter, so maybe 10, maybe 9. So I'm okay with keeping this, and I think it's in an appropriate place further down on the list.
Yeah, I don't think we should have any more than 10, because then you're extending yourself.
Can't do anything
Can't
if you're trying to
focus.
do everything.
We're not pushing funding here. We're just,
Right.
I think it's important to continue to support the arts, because I think it plays into the whole economic development of the city. And I think if you don't have it in there, it's kind of forgotten. And I think it's important.
Okay, so we're good with keeping it.
Okay, I see consensus. Good
So,
copy.
And for this, most of these, I mean, while they seem operational, we just want to keep them present, to keep them in top of mind, even though it's a lower priority.
Yes.
I could go either way, but just because
Some of these are general.
just because they go operational doesn't mean we don't do them, right? I mean, I think we've made great strides, and even just in my short time on the council, we have moved in a serious way. With Fire Station 22, with the beautification committee. I mean, we're making great strides, but I can go either way on this.
Okay.
Well, I think I saw consensus, Councilman, from a majority of council.
Okay.
And part of the consensus that I heard was continue this here, but we're not going to throw additional funding in this direction. That the way this has been funded is going to continue to be the way it was funded.
It's not at the top of the list,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about this specific tactic with the mural?
Well, I did mention the mural, and so was a specific tactic that was brought up that's not specifically mentioned here. Are we familiar with the new mural that's in the city of Benel? Is all of
Yeah.
council familiar with that? And so there was some commentary about exploring an opportunity to do something like that in Palm Coast, and we could give direction to do something like that. I'm trying to remember the price tag of the mural in Benel. It was
I want to say it was under $8,000.
It was right
Yeah.
around 8.
yeah. So
Well, if that's the case, then I'm for it. I thought for sure they charged
We'll
far more than
sponsor
that.
it? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I'm going to have to save up for half the year of my city council pay to do that. But,
So I'm hearing some energy that explore mural
Yeah, I think
as part of
we
this.
add it.
I think for that price point, not knowing before now what that costs, that it generates traffic to areas, excitement about areas. So, if that's something that looks right in town center, when we're trying to create walkability or something like that, then I think that fits kind of the theme of this area.
Yeah.
We could do the whole first floor of the promenade all the way around the building. How about that?
I don't hear consensus for that, Mayor, but I appreciate your creativity.
Yeah, let's look at the mural. I
can bring
mean, my son and I went specifically down just to check it out, right?
Yeah.
And you can walk through the history. I think it's important.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
There's many cities too that, I mean, much larger cities that are urban cities that employ this tactic. They do 25 murals
clean up
throughout the
bad
city, and yeah, it creates it adds to the beauty of the area, and then on top of that, people literally go around looking for these murals to take part in the businesses in that area.
We have the turtles, you know.
Yeah, we do. We
Turtle
have the
Trail,
turtles.
similar concept, yeah.
Yeah, so in Jacksonville, they have this, and my husband and I used to own a tourism business in Jacksonville, and we would specifically do a tour that went by the murals, and people really liked it. So I had asked if we could keep this in this priority if council moved forward. So yeah, I appreciate everybody's interest in doing it, and I thought it might be kind of cool to do some type of fire-related mural on the firehouse, the Fire Station 22. That might be something cool to explore, so.
Yes, ma'am. So I hear consensus to explore the mural. Carl was just informing me about Fire Station 22 as you were talking about it. So very good. We'll move on to our next item, which is quality of life for essential workers. Again, we had several counselors say, hey, we've done a lot of work here. And we see this as, being a thing that we move into operations. And then we had some direction from council saying that, well, we haven't quite got this all the way across the goal line, and until we do, we should keep it as a strategic action plan priority. Specifically, maybe referring to that salary study that was voted in recently. So we're just looking for some direction on from City Council on whether or not we would keep this as a strategic action plan priority or roll it into operations.
Keep it?
I think since we voted to do this salary analysis and job analysis, we're going to pay money for a contract, we should hold on. That's kind of where this objective was aimed at. And we'll see what comes of that. And then if it shows that we need to move in a new direction or change something, we would bring it back to operations. But I don't know. I'll go either way on it.
So should we keep with just that tactic remaining? Here's the thing, some things are operational, right? They're how things should just always be done. And so I don't want to keep things on here that we're doing annually. This is part of the process. We feel like some of this stuff is stuff that we identified as things we need to do, and then we're going to keep doing it. Yeah. Whereas what you're saying, 9.3, the salary study, that has a specific outcome. We need to review that and see where we stand and direct staff specifically on that. Whereas the other things, I don't think we have that. To me, they're a little bit different.
I'm afraid if we leave it in here and not move it to operations when the review is done, the salary survey is done, it'll just be like, oh yeah, well, we did that, as opposed to new information coming in that would make us do a new strategic objective based on that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we could keep it for that specific reason, and then once we have that information in the coming year, the next council will also receive that information, and they can, based on that, add it to their SAP if we haven't already done something with it.
Not just that, but like 9.2, identify and review existing programs, grants, partnerships. That also plays into the first responder housing units out in East Hampton. So I'd say leave the whole thing.
Or the hazmat, right?
Well, that's what I was thinking, is I do want us to add 2 priorities related to fire. I would like us to explore creating a hazmat team. I think that's really important.
We're definitely getting ready to talk about those.
Okay.
That's coming, Vice Mayor,
Okay,
for sure.
and then the fire assessment. But on this one specifically, I saw in the backup materials where we got more information on the pillars and the tactics, a reference to SMA for mental health services for our first responders. And I will tell you this as the wife of a first responder, the mental health that has to be given to a first responder is very specific. Generalized mental health services don't work. And I say that as not only a wife, but also a friend, granddaughter of a police officer. It is different. Just like I would think that military veterans who are combat require a specific mental health service, I don't think that SMA is equipped. I think that we need to look more closely at the type and quality of mental health services our first responders, both police and fire, are getting. I know that there are specific programs that are geared towards first responders, like UCF has a really good one. So I would like to, if, whether or not we
Explore that.
eliminate some of these or we specify, but I would like us to really focus on helping to bring better mental health services that are targeted and specific to first responders underneath this pillar.
Well, I think that that's something very in line with things that are currently going, and so keeping it as a pillar wouldn't add new dollars. The requests that are coming in related to this are coming in whether this is a SAF priority or not. When we adopt it, though, we kind of are signaling that those are fundable items, and the dollars we're talking about are not six figures. They are five figures, but they're not six figures. And to the Vice Mayor's point, we have had some success with SMA when in our experiences. They've done everything they can to be a great partner, but we've also had some challenges related to that. We've had some success with the IF Center for Excellence, which is a place that first responders can go in Maryland. And we've had some great success with UCF Restores, who really got a lot better at this after Pulse. This is an area that we continue to move, and I would say a great reason for us to keep it here is the rulemaking related to House Bill 929 from last year's legislative session is still not completed, and it was a wide-ranging bill related to things that fire service funders and administrators should really be paying attention to. And there's a pretty good section there about mental health considerations. And so continuing to have this as a strategic action plan priority is really consistent with this council and with what we hear from our residents, and not something that breaks the bank, even though it does cost some money.
You're not going to have any argument from me in terms of that priority at all, or that strategy.
Yeah, and I don't mean to disparage SMA. That wasn't my goal.
I didn't hear that, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think that, again, I think that they do what they can, but there are limits to what they can do.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm hearing consensus to keep this priority.
I would like
Yeah, I still would remove 9.3, that's all.
Once we complete it. 'Cause
Well,
we're doing that.
But this says secure, we already did that.
We'll revise. So I'm hearing modify
I'd leave the
9.3.
last- Okay, I'd leave the last sentence.
Maybe evaluate the salary study, because you're right, we've already secured funding, we've already moved forward, so evaluate the incoming, salary
Look at
survey.
the last sentence, you could just attract and retain. I mean, that's-
I got it. Maybe apply the findings of the salary survey to attract and retain talented staff.
That's good. Sound good, Chief? You got that?
I got it. Thank you, sir.
'Cause I can't hear.
We put the fan by my good ear. All right, we're getting close to home here. Thank you so much for your patience. Number 10, and I think this can be a fast one. Continue moving forward with the risk and efficiency analysis. We executed this with Plant Moran. We heard you loud and clear when you told them you didn't want this to be an annual $50,000 exercise that once was really, really good. They gave us a bunch of recommendations. Those have been firmly moved into operations. Our safety and risk coordinator is ensuring that every one of those gets accomplished. In this room in the last 2 weeks, we accomplished a big one when we did a emergency management tabletop related to preparing for storm season. So that being said, we did have, we heard pretty great consensus to move this into operations, and seeing that that was a thing. We did have a possible new tactic for consideration, which is evaluate services provided by all local, county, city, and volunteer organizations to look for efficiencies and remove duplications of efforts, for example, animal control.
I mentioned that, and I'm kind of focused there on some of the good things that AI is letting us do. And I'm hearing nationally that companies are making more money based on employing AI tactics to their operations and things like that. So I just want to make sure I'm okay with not making this a new priority and move it to operations, but I just want to make sure that we take advantages of the good things that are happening with AI in the way of efficiencies and duplication of effort. Because I think there are some surprises coming there.
To that point, I think maybe if this moves to operations, that we can add a note in terms of the technology,
Maybe on the technology.
that we could maybe include that into that so that we still have it on the list, but it's more aligned with that strategy. That makes sense? It would still be there?
Got it. We've got consensus to move this tactic to operations and with some of those notes. Okay, number 11 is our final fun activity for the day that we're going to talk about. It's our next agenda item, and it's the Charter Review Committee. And again, we think this is a completed item. This council is going to execute this and prepared to have some potential charter review revisions on the ballot in the coming election. And we saw great consensus from council to say this is completed and it comes off the list.
Scratch it?
Yes,
So
sir.
that brings us to 10 or 9?
I think that we're at 8.
Yes.
We're at 8, but we have 4 new proposals to talk about. So consensus that Charter Review Committee is well underway and isn't going to be a thing for our next budget process. Good copy. I'm seeing consensus, and we're moving on. Okay, we'll talk about each of these. I'm going to talk about the first 2 together. So we heard from council that a new priority that we would like for consideration is to evaluate the feasibility of implementing a dedicated fire service fee to support emergency response and management operations, ensuring sustainable funding to accommodate growth and maintain service levels. There's several tools available to local government to do this, some specific to cities, some where we could partner with county folks to do some things. This is a funding tool that's used all across the state, and we've done some really high-level work in the fire department on doing a white paper related to alternative funding sources, and we'd be happy to share some of that or to deep dive into whatever the council directs us to there. In addition to that, kind of hand in hand, is explore the development and funding of a Palm Coast hazardous materials response team within the fire department to enhance local emergency response capabilities. During Fire Service Day at the Capitol, myself, Ms. Kershaw, and our Battalion Chief Pat Giuliano connected with several of our stakeholders. It's a great way for the fire service to just make sure we don't get forgotten in Tallahassee. But we connected with Emergency Manager Kevin Guthrie, who talked about some ways a team like this could be deployable. He also gave us advice to reach out to the CFO after the legislative session, so that's on our to-do list. This is the legislative session that never ends, so we'll see when that occurs. But we're ready to make that connection, and it's not an alien one. Pat worked in that office for 4 or 5 years. And then identified some grant opportunities potentially to do this and a path forward. So we have some to-do items to get there and to kind of do an analysis for this team of that. Sitting in the back of the room with someone who ran a regional hazardous materials team in another state. And so it would be great to kind of take this on while we have that subject matter expertise, responded to incidents of international consequence as part of that. Is my understanding. So we have these 2 items here. They seem to be linked. I'm going to let council just go ahead and talk about them before we move on to the next 2.
So as far as the hazmat, I'm fully supportive of that, exploring it, trying to figure out if that works. I think it's also, we've heard several times with industrial related projects that are coming through that residents are concerned that if they come, then we don't have our own hazmat team, and then that's an issue. We have to wait for response from out of county. So I think exploring that is smart. In terms of the first one, I'm not sure. So is this in replacement of millage? Is the intent of this, or
So-
to supplement, or?
So that would be part of my intent. I am a big fan of dedicated funding sources. I like the fact that if we do a fire service fee, it's money in for fire, it's money out for fire. And I think that could translate to a lowering of the millage, which is general fund money.
And so, I mean, we obviously have to explore that at some point anyways, with the premise that property taxes may go away or
Right.
or they go away, but there's a mandate that fire needs to be funded in the exact same way
Correct.
as prior was, but we don't have any money to do that. We need to find another way to do that. And I think doing that in advance of whatever potentially happens is a good way to operate so that we're prepared whenever it happens.
It's a diversification.
I think also, I don't know what it looks like for policing as well, but potentially this is kind of our pilot for transitioning some of those same public safety services in other ways down the road too. You know, whether it's police or any other public safety operations, those could be handled by these fees rather than millage. And so whenever that interruption in funding happens, we're still capable of providing a safe city to the public. So I support both of these.
What, as far as the parking, Chief,
Well, let's do these and then we'll get right there, Mayor, okay?
have one
So
comment on
if I have consensus for both, I'd love to move on to the parking comment.
looking at feasibility of fire service, got it. Hazmat, got it. I have no problem with those two.
I'm seeing consensus for these two, so let's just talk about parking. And this,
I had a comment on hazmat.
yes, sir.
You want to hear it? We've done studies on bringing hazmat to Flagler, and I agree that it's a requirement. My problem is it's very expensive. It's not cheap. And given the problems we have with funding, I would say we could carefully look at that, but the funding is the problem there, not the need.
I think that this is like, let's look at it
Yeah.
and then find out the facts. And then if the facts say that it's too expensive for us, then we can't do it. But now we know the facts.
Well, I agree with you, but here's why I say now is the right time. Number one, we have Blaise and Golia who looked all of us in the eyes and said, I will help you to get funding for this. You know, talk to my office, get with me specifically about this, and we can discuss it. So I think that's really important. Number two, we happen to have this very large landowner who wants to build a bunch of homes out west, and we're looking for things that need to be done from an infrastructure standpoint. We know that the westward expansion is planned to have an industrial hub. So I think that as an infrastructure necessity to maybe some of the things that they want to do, we can be able to present to them a need for hazmat and a nice package deal showing
My
them
only
how much
counter
it will
to you
cost.
on that is that every time some industry comes forward to build here, we vote it down because we think it might have hazardous chemicals and materials that will be bad.
Well, I didn't vote it down because of that. I voted it down because of Hargrove Grade. But I hear what you're saying. But my point is, I think if we have this put together, we can present it for not only grant opportunities, but also for what could be happening in the westward expansion. Yeah.
I do think Councilman Sullivan is accurate. It's an expensive thing
Sure.
to get into, to get started. There are some tools that we heard from our FDM Emergency Management Director, Kevin Guthrie, about some things that we would bring to you related to cost recovery. If you're the person who spills the milk, you pay for the cleanup. That can help us to support these kind of things. So, but the consensus I'm seeing is go explore. And so we'll put on our explorer hat and we'll be out there figuring that out.
Feasibility, not approval, right?
And
So next, and I got some feedback that maybe we misheard here, but I'm just going to say this anyways. And if we see a lot of yeses, we can keep going forward. If we see a lot of nos, we'll review our process of listening that we were trying to be good at. But it said explore and evaluate the implementation of non-resident parking fees or park usage fees at select parks such as Holland Park as a potential revenue source to support ongoing maintenance and operational costs.
my only comment on that was like, that's the only one that we're concerned with is Holland Park, right? Because of the splash pad. What other parks would there be that we would implement a fee?
They're going to explore that.
Yeah, I would research that. Much like the license plate info gave us, about a little over 50% of the visitors to Holland were actually out of town.
No, I have random people from out of town call me or text me and say, "Wow, that's a great splash pad you have there." I went to my niece's birthday party there. There's a lot of people that use it from out of town.
I think it'd be smart for us to geocache it and see exactly amongst our other parks what kind of traffic we're getting before we went any further than that.
So yeah, I have a very strong objection to this for a couple reasons. One, I will tell you that sitting outside the library and getting signatures for petitions, I'd say 50% of the people that come to our library are out of county, and that's not an exaggeration. There are so many people who come to the Palm Coast Library that do not live in Palm Coast or Flagler County. A lot of them come from St. Johns County. So what, are we going to charge parking to come to our library too? I mean, I think that's a ridiculous proposition. But number two, people that come out of county spend dollars in our county. So they come here and they spend passive money, and so that's what we want. I think it's short-sighted to say we're going to charge you $5 for parking, which would likely probably now deter you and your family from coming here and spending money at one of our local businesses to have lunch or dinner. So I am not for this priority. I think that we would be hurting ourselves in the long run from an economic impact. Although I understand, look, we have this great splash pad. It costs us money. We're not getting any direct dollars back for it. I think we probably are getting a lot of passive dollars, and I think we'd end up hurting ourselves in the long run.
Yeah,
On that, I totally agree. I don't agree with this priority for some of the same reasons that the Vice Mayor brought up. Also, administering this fund would be difficult to do, and the net revenue we would gain from this.
Enforcement, we're towing vehicles out of the park and stuff like that. I was just bringing up the point that there are a lot of outside users. This isn't like something that I brought forward or anything like that. So I mean, to me, it's like, it's there, it exists, we provide it for our residents, other people can use it too. There's no additional cost, I don't think, for someone else to use it.
One last thing also, when you do something like this, there's an area where you say, if you park in here, it's going to cost you this much. So people walk. They just drive to the closest place where they don't have to pay for the parking, and then they walk to the facility.
I don't support it.
You would or would
I
not?
do not support.
Okay, so
I guess
we
no
have
one supports
consensus to not put this as part of our new priorities. We hear you. And then finally, evaluate the potential creation of a dedicated grants function, such as a full-time grant writer or grants office, and to proactively pursue external funding opportunities. This was an item that was adopted in a previous SAP, but the funding that was applied to it in budget process, we took several opportunities, and I apologize, I intended to have the numbers because the Human Resources gave them to me, of what the funding was. I believe it was about $75,000 position, and we were unable to get a candidate that was successful. We did have a candidate that we did hire once, a person that I believe was an unsuccessful employee here with the City of Palm Coast. So that being the case, some things we heard from council related to this priority is, with the amount of infrastructure dollars that we need, maybe we don't need a grant writer, maybe we need a couple folks who are really working hard to solidify our pursuit of dollars throughout the sphere, whether they're federal, whether they're private, whether they're state, whether they're regional. Those are some things that we heard, and this has definitely been something that the City Council has adopted. Our current grant process involves key staff in each department, kind of being the grant liaison, working with a manager level employee who manages that grants team, and an outside consultant. And we have had some decent success related to that, and there's a lot of projects in the works. And I know some of the members of this council have said, hey, what about this? And we've seen some responsive things. The most latest was Freedom to Drive. Councilor saw that this was a President Trump initiative related to roadway projects, got it in front of us, and we're prepared to have some submissions for a September 2nd deadline. So that's where we are on this, and so we're looking for direction from council as to this priority. Yes, sir.
Chief, I would actually, we discussed this yesterday, but I would say hiring a full-time grant writer or a grant writing staff, that's operational. The city council is not making that decision. I would say just leave that as an operational aspect. It doesn't need to be a priority for the city council, because there's not really much action we can take on it. We're not hiring the person, so.
I guess my only pushback on that is that in its current form, right, because this has been a non-official priority for a while, in its current form, we really haven't seen any action on it that's resulted in hiring somebody that can successfully implement these grant programs. And we know that we're restricted in income, and we need lifelines from time to time from these grant programs, from other places, from federal and state. So a good grant writer is going to be worth their weight in gold, because they're going to return, 10x, 20x what their salary is. So I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, that it's just kind of a job that needs to be hired, kind of like if we were saying we need X person in HR. Maybe not a priority, but this, I think, also aligns with economic development, aligns with our infrastructure priority. There's multiple things, and right now we're operating with people like piecemealing it on the side from different departments, as well as a contracted, writer that doesn't exist within our organization. So I'm okay with it being operations as long as it's a focus, coming down from city manager that we take the steps necessary to get somebody. And if it's we're not competitive enough with salary and things like that, then we need to look at that as well, because again, if someone can produce $10 million worth of grants, well, what's another 20 grand in salary for that? So I think we need to pursue this aggressively, because we know we have infrastructure, capital improvement related problems going forward in terms of funding. So we need to figure out a way to get funding, and this only helps us. So I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I'm highly supportive of trying to get this done.
So I just attended the Northeast Florida Regional Council meeting last Thursday up in Jacksonville. And one of the things they always say when we as members of the board show up, they say, we've got all this grant money. We've got all this grant money. Would you like us to come down and do a study on resiliency? Or I'm sure some of the other boards are the same way, but they have dedicated grant writers that just crush it. And for what it's worth, because roads is such an important item for us, right? It's a critical priority for our community. We've got Derek Barr sitting like one level down from Sean Duffy, who's the Secretary of Transportation. I know we've signed some letters to, requesting funding for certain projects that, maybe the state legislature is not willing to do. But a good grant writer can pursue those opportunities and bring them to fruition for us on a daily basis. And so I support it. Now, whether it's in operations or we keep it as a priority, I really don't care as long as it gets done.
The only reason I would support it being here and not there is that it's there in writing, top of mind, versus, hey, let's get this done. And then, 6 months from now, we're saying, hey, what's going on with the grant writer situation?
Yeah.
This puts it on the dashboard. This puts it as a priority for staff to follow through on.
We will get this one taken care of.
Yeah, I can tell you just from a historical perspective, my very first year here, hiring a grant writer was one of my priorities, and it was accepted, and then it was added as a line item on the budget, and then it was just never fulfilled. And I think it was added as a line item for 2 years, and it was never fulfilled. And I constantly, to your point, Councilman Miller, I constantly followed up and said, where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? I was told that we got some applications, but nobody really worked out. And then it just kind of dropped, and then I brought it back up through this process. And so I can see both ends of this. I think if the direction from council is, hey, we have a new city manager, put it in your budget and let's make it happen. I don't know that we need it to be a priority, but I also don't have an objection to it being a priority, because I have personally seen it go by the wayside, even though it was approved by previous council.
I think that's kind of my point on this, is that we've seen an example of this where we haven't been able to hire someone. So having it as like on the checklist of things we need to do this year, I think solidifies it as something that we need to work on, right?
Yeah.
All right, so consensus, leave it, Chief.
Okay, consensus is to develop this priority related to a grant writer.
Yeah.
Councilman Gambaro, I'm with you. I think we should have some outreach to Mr. Bars as much as possible as well and utilize that resource. I know I still stay in touch with him, and so I know he'd be willing to probably speak with us more and have a meeting. So I agree with you on that tactic.
Yeah,
as
maybe
well.
we invite, I mean, I know he comes back to town.
Yeah, he
quite
does.
often. Let's set up a meeting
Yeah.
with him.
We just need to make sure we have a priority.
Or do you feel good about it?
Okay, Chief, where we at? Is that it?
That's it. And so just our next steps. So we'll work through the direction that we received today to develop this. And then this will be part of our June 2nd business meeting where you'll adopt our strategic action plan priorities. You'll have opportunity to comment there, and it'll be an item on that council agenda.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other comments from the council? We're going to open this up for public comment.
Jeannie Duarte, I'm concerned about what's going on with maybe stepping on some feet here. Don't they have an in-house for their quality of life, their salary, their mental health services? Why are the council members being part of that? Why is that not done in-house, within their own department? We don't do that for the sheriff's department, so I don't understand. We have a contract with the sheriff's department. How exactly are our fire department funded? Is that different? Because I don't think we'd necessarily be having the same conversation about their mental health and all that. 'Cause don't they can't handle that in-house? Have some sort of program? Anyways, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Tony Amaral, Palm Coast. First of all, this project is phenomenal. It's great to see the dialogue you have with staff and with the council. I was able to attend the strategic action plan workshop that you guys all attended, and that was phenomenal to see you guys interacting more casually, I will say, with staff and getting more ideas back and forth. So that was great. The only two things I really saw in this was it was 4.6. I know it's going to move to number 3, but it was 4.6, reaching out to the county, reaching out to the chamber. We're missing an opportunity to keep leaving Bunnell out of the conversation. Bunnell is the second largest city by land mass in Florida. They have land. They are rezoning land and making industrial. I know it doesn't directly affect us as a city, but if that tax base starts getting bigger, and maybe we go back to a more group, Palm Coast has gone back and forth between being part of the county economic development and then being our own economic development and going back and forth. Right now we have our own, but if we can collaborate more with them, Bunnell is a resource that if they can broaden their tax base, the county will broaden their tax base just by default, and maybe we can get tax breaks from the county side to the residents of Palm Coast because they are getting extra funds through that. The other item was number 7, which was the saltwater canal, not drainage, the excavating. Dredging, yes, I'm sorry. FIND, the Florida Inland Navigation District, we have a great representative locally, Mr. Staple, or Captain Stapleford, but definitely Mr. Stapleford, who's part of that for our area, has committed and tried and actually has been working on getting funding for smaller communities that have these canals to go beyond dredging just the intercoastal and helping out with that. And you heard a presentation from Lynn Stevens from Stormwater. Our stormwater, if you remember that pyramid, ends up in these canals. It ends up in the canals, it ends up in intercoastal, and if you just do a quick look, and I remember hearing the study when the first time it came up on how many cubic yards of material is going to take out. For every 1 cubic yard of material taken out of our canals, it is just shy of 202 gallons of water that will fit in that. That is a 3 by 3 by 3 cube. That is massive amounts of capacity. That is what we are spending money now through the stormwater to increase our capacity. And if we can't push it out into the canals, then we do need to purchase more and more inland. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Is this mic working? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Thank you, Chief. Any follow-ups from the council?
I was just going to say, yes, we've worked with Commissioner Stapleford in trying to receive some funding. He's been working to change definitionally what that funding can go to. So that's been ongoing and still is going on.
For clarification, Mr. Emerald, the pyramid that you're seeing is in reference to the freshwater canal specifically. There is a spot in the saltwater canal where it is an outpour, but the freshwater canals are the importance of that system. So I want to make sure that that's clear. With regards to the funding for the Sheriff's Office and the Palm Coast Fire Department, they are diametrically different. So there's a lengthier explanation that goes into that. So I would suggest, Ms. Duarte, that you meet with somebody in staff to further explain that to you. But essentially, we fund all of the Palm Coast Fire Department. We don't fund all of the Sheriff's Office. So it's a very different conversation. Light years different. So maybe just meeting with somebody and discussing that with them in more length.
Anything else? Councilman Sullivan, you have anything? Okay, moving on. And this one is Mr. Duffy, Ordinance 2026 XX Amendment of the City Charter.
We barely held it together.
Well, you guys, I was gone for.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me loud and clear?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So, good afternoon. Marcus Duffy, City Attorney. I'm also here with the Honorable Katie Lenhart, our Supervisor of Elections. I have a workshop here for the ordinance for our charter amendments. And so previous direction was to go back and review the first two charter amendment questions. So we will start with City Charter Amendment number 1. This one is regarding the forfeiture and suspension. And I'll go down to the ordinance. Currently, this is Article 4, subsection 7. And so currently our charter has already automatic forfeitures for anything that regards a conviction of a felony or conviction of a first-degree misdemeanor arising directly out of hers or her official conduct. So what I went and added to subsection 4 was that if someone is found to have violated the Code of Ethics for Public Officers and Employees as set forth in Part 3, Chapter 112, Florida Statute, by the Florida Commission of Ethics, or violated any adopted City Council standard of conduct, and has suspended from office by the governor unless subsequently reinstated as provided by law. So for that one, I added the actual standard that the Code of Ethics, that statute they use, the Commission of Ethics use, and then also if this City Council future City Council adopts a standard of conduct that can be used to send something off to the governor. Any question on that addition?
So Council, I just want to make sure that this reflects the intent, because the way it reads is there would have to be a violation of the Code of Ethics or the Commission, the Code of Ethics by the Commission, or violated an adopted standard of conduct and have been suspended from office by the governor. So in other words, if a council member is only suspended and they have violated one of these items listed, they shall be removed. So in essence, it's like, okay, well, the governor's suspension almost operates as an actual removal. So is that what we intended? Did we need to put or has been suspended? I don't know. That's why I just wanted to point out and open it up for discussion.
And just to go off Ms. Pontier's question, the current language in the charter was an and has been. So we can change that to an or if the city council would like.
Well,
us
so
to.
the or allows for removal without the governor, correct?
No.
Yeah, it would say you either violated it, and I don't think that was our intent because it still has to go to the governor, right?
Yeah. it
Correct.
has
For
to-
this particular paragraph, yes, correct.
Yeah, because we don't have the authority to remove an elected official just because we deem them had
Well,
violated.
no, I know, that's what I'm saying. We added this language to make it so that, you know, if there's a found violation, so in other words, if the Commission of Ethics finds that a member of council has actually violated the Code of Ethics, if there's an or, then it would say that alone could make that council member forfeit their office. What this says is that that violation has to be found and they have to be.
Right, and then we would have to request from the governor, and the governor
Correct.
would have to, yeah. I mean, I think that because I think what we found in the previous version of this, the only thing we asked to update was the standard of conduct or code of ethics was vague, so we were like, make this more specific, the state statute for code of ethics or our code of conduct, which doesn't exist, but if we have one, then that would apply. So we weren't asking to change the nature of this paragraph, just to clarify what it means to violate ethics, so to speak.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure that this reflects the intent.
Yeah, I don't think we asked to change the nature of that paragraph, just to clarify it more specifically.
So we're referencing a city council standard of conduct that doesn't exist?
The way we talked about it was we were like, it doesn't exist, and we like, if we want to in the future, we can adopt one, whether it's to adopt. Currently, there's like I think there's a code of conduct for employees, but it specifically precludes council, the city attorney, and the city manager because we're different. And so like we could adopt something similar to that, or you know, something completely different if we wanted. But we wanted to include it because if we didn't include it and then we come up with a code of conduct, now we have to alter the charter again to make sure that it matches, which would have to go to a referendum another time.
Right, yeah, that's why we talked about that's why it says any adopted.
We're essentially putting a placeholder for a future code of conduct.
It keeps the option open if a city council wants to go that route. Any questions on that one before I move on to the changes for subsection 5? That being said,
I kind of got something, Mr. Duffy.
Mr. Mayor, can you speak a little closer to that mic?
I kind of got something for you, Mr. Duffy. The Commission of Ethics only deals with money, correct?
A substantial gain to the council member or
Yeah.
government employee.
But I'm saying they're dealing pretty much strictly with money.
Not necessarily, in
Not-
that general, it could be more than money. It could be some type of financial gain. Finance is be the better, a financial incentive.
It's all, financial stuff.
Yeah.
So that's what a little bit of a hang up there is, because you do something that's unethical that doesn't have anything to do with money. So
That'd be where we could define it by the code of conduct, so we could,
you create
we could
a-
specify that.
something that makes sense.
Yeah, as a baseline, I think we're starting with this code of conduct, or the ethics policy from the state as a baseline.
So consensus, okay with that subsection?
I feel like in practice, that's what we've been doing in the past is the code of ethics, so this just specifies it and then adds the code of conduct to it.
Okay, so move on to subsection 5. This is where the changes is absent from 3 consecutive regular council meetings or from 6 meetings within a 12-month calendar year without being excused by council. For purposes of this subsection, meetings include city council business meetings and city council workshops.
And calling in for a council meeting or a workshop does not count as missing a meeting.
No, it does not.
Yeah, you're
No,
attending,
that's in
you're
our
attending the
policy
meeting.
and procedures. That's defined by that we're allowed to attend virtually.
Correct.
Okay.
And I had a little hang up with the workshop being included because you're not taking a vote in workshop.
Official action.
I have no problem with it. Is everyone good with subsection 5?
I'm good.
Okay, and then the other change I added is subsection D. This is kind of the request that both the Charter Committee and you gave me It's 2 additional paragraphs for subsection D. So it's request for removal by governor. The council may, by a supermajority vote of its members, formalize a request to the governor of the state of Florida to remove or suspend the mayor or any other council member from office. Such a request may be initiated for persistent misconduct or recurring violations of the public trust, not otherwise specifically enumerated in subsections 7B or 7C of this charter. The threshold for such a request shall be the issuance of 3 formal censures against the official within a single calendar year. Each censure shall require approval by a majority vote of council members present and voting. Upon the issuance of the 3rd censure within a calendar year, the council may determine that the official's conduct constitute neglect of duty or malfeasance under Florida law, justifying a formal petition to the governor for suspension or removal.
So what this is saying is that in situations not B or C, then this is the mechanism for removal.
Correct. That would be if you get 3 censures that are not covered by 7B or 7C, by majority vote, this council can censure someone. If they get 3 in a calendar year, then by a supermajority, you can send a letter to the governor asking them to remove them.
Anyone have any issues?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Everyone's good. Everyone's tired.
All right.
We might
So,
have a different outcome if this was 9:30 in the morning.
yes, sir, understood. All right, second one.
You wore
This-
us down, and now he's bringing this stuff to us.
This is filling of vacancies. So this is Article 470. So what I added here, based on your direction, is we'll start with subsection A, is the 18-month rule. Notwithstanding the above paragraph, if at the time the vacancy occurs, there are more than 18 months remaining before the next regular scheduled election, the council shall call a special election to fill the vacancy for the remainder of the unexpired term. Such special election shall be held as soon as practical, but no later than 90 days after the vacancy occurs, subject to the availability and scheduling capacity of the supervisor of elections and the notice and certification requirements of Florida law. So one thing to start off with is the 18th month. That was something that I looked at with prior resignations that it doesn't have to be 18 months, but I figured if someone resigned 18 months, 15 months, 16 months, it would take the city council working with the supervisor of elections at least close to 90 days. So that's 3 months you have an election. You're looking at 14 months, 15 months till someone's back in the seat. So what the council needs to give me direction is a $150,000 special election worth a 15-month election or a 14-month or 12-month. I came with 18-month because I figured that was maybe the best bang for the buck, but that's just my logic. I'm here to get your direction on a month that you guys would like.
And that's the whole, like, if you're going to do this, you got to do it between, let's say, January, March, April, because then you get into these other elections. Is there any precedence for this, Ms. Lenhart, anywhere else in the state?
Do you want to answer about that?
So before I even begin talking, just to be clear, I don't have an opinion either way. I sent you guys that email to let you know I'm here because you asked me to be here. Also, because I want to ensure that any changes to your charter don't disrupt our countywide schedule for elections. So I did research a couple other cities in the state just to get an idea of what they're doing with their elections, similar size, like Deltona, Boca Raton, a few others. There's not really a precedent for this. A lot of them actually do the same thing as our current charter, as the city current charter requires, which is an appointment until the next regularly scheduled election. The ones that do require a special election, they have to call it within 30 days or so and set the date. But calling the date doesn't mean it has to happen in 30 days. That's just actually setting the election schedule. So the 18-month rule, I don't know, whatever you guys want to do with the months, I have nothing to do with that at all.
Oh, sorry.
Whatever you would like to do with the the time period. I think the whole point was that you wanted to resolve the issue that happened in 2024 where there was a resignation in between the elections and a qualifying period was not set. So that appointment has lasted now until this election year.
Does this paragraph consider, okay, so we have two different versions of this, right? We have somebody that was just elected and somebody that was 2 years in, right? That it could be within 18 months of the next election. And so to me, somebody that, say it's 3 years and 2 months remaining, or 3 years and 10 months remaining in the term, but based on our charter, we would have an appointment, and then 2 years, we'd have another elected official, but only for the remainder of 2 years to maintain the staggering. To me, if we're gonna have a special election and there's 3 years based on that seat, then they should go for the remainder of the 3 years, not.
So let me just try to help with that. So this is dealing within the first 2-year rule.
Okay, this specifically states that?
Yeah, because this is, so if you scroll up here, this is for subsection 1.
Okay,
it's
so
dealing
it's
with
sub of this paragraph.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is right now, the way how Mr. Gambaro's seat and Mr. Sullivan's seat is that, if Mr. Sullivan is actually the better example, how Mr. Stevens resigned.
Right, with more than 3 years remaining.
Yeah, so he was in the first 2 years. That's why that seat is up for election, because it was in the next 2 years.
Correct, yeah.
So that's what this is applying to, is that if that would happen again, more than 18 months, you would have a special election right away, and that seat would fill till
I just
the
want
next
to make
2
sure we're
years.
not holding a special election and then throwing it open midway through what the original term was.
No,
because
it would
that-
not, the
it seems
same
like a waste of money.
staggering.
Staggered.
Yeah.
Same staggering stays the same.
As long as that's clear and defined here,
Yes.
that nobody can interpret it in another way, then I'm good with that. In terms of the 18-month, I don't know where the right threshold is for what we consider appointable versus electable.
I had a thought on that. If you do 15 months or more, and you have 90 days to have the election, that would always give the person at least 12 months in the seat, so you wouldn't have to have. So it seems to me a year is worth it. But less than, if the person who gets through this special election is only there for less than a year, is it really worth? Yeah. So I thought maybe 15 months might make sense. Those are the 90.
Well, I know we're talking about 90 days, so 15, 18.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't really have an opinion either way.
I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze. I understand the premise behind this, but do we want to also spend the funds to run these elections? I don't know. That's my question. Is the juice worth the squeeze?
We can go with Mr. Duffy's recommendation, 18 months. Everybody good with that?
Yeah, that's fine. My only concern with the language, and first of all, Ms. Lenhart, thank you for hanging around so long and for being here at 5:08 in the afternoon on our marathon of a city council workshop. And thank you for the email that you sent with the additional information. Really appreciate that. So I understand wanting to make sure there's not a conflict with the scheduling capacity, and I trust your integrity to not try to taint the process and specifically push it off. And I hope that you're in office for a very long time, but you won't be there forever. So my concern is not putting a limit to this. Because it's very vague the way it's written right now. I would just, yes, go ahead. You have your hand up.
We talked about that yesterday, ma'am, and so I did do some research, and I do remember why I added this language in there. So Florida statute 100.151 requires a notice of special elections to the supervisor election, and the supervisor of the elector has to consent that they are available to have that special election. So that is why I was going back why I added that in there. So like, if we try to have a special election and they say, hey, we're not available, literally, we're not allowed to have it. That's why that's.
So they have the authority to say no.
Yeah, so it has to be to their consent. The statute specifically says that.
And so if we hard code a requirement into this, then we can't meet it because they say no, then we're all in violation of the charter.
So we have to notice them, say, hey, this is when we want to have the election. They have to come back to say, yes, we're available, that meets our dates, you can have it. If they come back saying, no, we're not available, then we have to work it out with them to do that.
Okay, so a couple things on that then. I would say we need to reference the statute if that's the intent here. But I also would maybe recommend we just say, I think pursuant to what Ms. Lenhart said, maybe we call the election or call the date or however it is that you ordered it, I'm sorry. You notice the date, whatever, within 30 days for the election to then be scheduled no later than however many days, whether we do 90, 120, 180, but make it subject to availability of the supervisor of elections per the statute.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
I only say that because I just don't want somebody to take advantage of this rule and try to manipulate what we've worked very hard to make a democratic process. Does it,
That's an easy
I don't know if everybody
fix.
tracked me.
I'm completely fine with those changes. I think that those changes still stick with the intent of the original intent of this. So it's just changing the wording slightly to say we're calling it. It allows for flexibility with the supervisor of elections office. So I'm good with it.
So,
You okay with that, Mayor?
so direction is what Ms. Pontieri recommended, or
you want me to
I know
restate
everyone's
it?
very tired.
It was to call the election within 30 days is one change.
So we
And then-
want to do the 30.
And then we were going to have the election no later than some larger number in the future, whatever that is we agree to, and then still reference the
statute.
the statute and the scheduling capabilities of the supervisor of elections.
So
So
then-
we just need to agree on the date.
Yeah.
I have one, I just want to make clear that if there are not more than 18 months left in before the next general election, what happens? What happens?
It's the same process as before, right? Appointment until the next generally
Appointment, and
scheduled.
that person would stay the 18 months.
So between 18 and
We've got
6,
6 months.
it would be appointment until the end of that first 2 years of the term.
Correct. Correct.
So then what do we want, if we're calling the election within 30 days to occur, within how many days do you all want? 90 days,
Well, I
120
think
days?
supervisor election had a number there about 60 days.
Yeah, so that's the next paragraph. Well, we're not at that paragraph yet. That's subparagraph B.
Well, I think 90 still makes sense.
Keep it at 90?
That's fine.
Because 60 is part of, well, you get 30 plus 60.
When Holland resigned, they called the election. Alphen was elected within 72 days.
So maybe we do it within 90? Maybe we do it within 90 then?
I would recommend 90 because you're also you still have to do the 45 days for the mail-out ballot.
Yeah,
So-
that's correct. The guardrails that are in the next section kind of explain what the 60 days is. So if
Yeah,
you give
the
a little bit
60-day
more
rule.
time to that, it only would benefit just in case there is some kind of extenuating circumstances when the voting equipment might not be available. Like last year when we had the special elections, we're already conducting a federal election. I can't just, have the same same polling places and the voting equipment is just not available for the entire city of Palm Coast at that time.
So is there a scenario that we could foresee that, for instance, within 30 days, we reach out to you, we say, hey, we need to have an election within 90 days, and you say, not possible? Yes, right?
Well, the worst case scenario, I guess if someone were to resign during this 18-month rule, and then like we had elections in January, and then we had elections again in April.
Right.
So that 90 days, I guess you could put something here, no
Like-
later than 90 days, subject to the availability. Yeah, I think it's already said there. So I don't know if you want to make that no later than 90 days kind of based on the availability of the voting equipment, because that's really what you need in order to conduct an election.
Well, but that would be based off but you would have to approve that, right?
Right,
The
yeah.
voting.
Yeah, that goes back to the coordination and
Yeah, so that would fall
Well, as
under,
long
like-
as we're good with that, and it
Yeah.
doesn't, I don't want to, through no fault of anybody, we're in violation of the charter.
Correct.
Right? Because we can't schedule, we can't do, all the things we're ready to do because of conflict, so.
So call the election within, have it called for 30 days, and then have it scheduled no later than 90 days, reference the statute, and subject to the availability of the supervisor elections. Okay. Okay, so Next section, this is subsection B. I titled this the ballot deadline guardrail. In the event a vacancy occurs after the candidate qualifying period for the next regular scheduled election has closed, or too late for the seat to be legally certified to the ballot under Florida law, including the 60-day certification deadline, the council shall call a special election to be held within 90 days following said general election to fill the seat for the remainder of the unexpired term, subject to the availability and scheduling capacity of the supervisor of elections. So one, the 60-day certification deadline. There's a 45-day statute required that, hey, Ms. Lenhart's staff have to be able to send out the ballots 45 days ahead of the actual election. When working with her, she said at least 60 days is what they would need to meet that kind of requirement. So that's why I say a certification deadline of 60 days. That's what that means by that.
So, only question I have is, isn't this kind of superfluous? Like, we have the qualifying period. The qualifying period should always be before the 60-day certification, correct? So the 60-day certification will always fall within the qualifying period, like after the qualifying period.
That's correct.
So do we need both there?
I could take the qualifying
I'm
period
just-
now. I was just giving you guys options.
And I'm sorry that, I didn't think of this when we reviewed it the other day, but it seems like this is always going to be inside of this. So saying it must be, if it's inside of this and inside of this, then we're saying the same thing twice almost?
Yeah, because I believe, according to the statute, we need to at least have 2 days of qualifying period. If, say we're past the qualifying period.
Well, this is
primary-
referencing the generally scheduled qualifying period, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So like, for instance, this year, it's right now, right?
It would be in June, yeah.
It'd be June for the
And then
paid.
the 60-day for the next generally scheduled election is going to be much later, right?
Correct.
Well, it's just giving that time period in between where, things are getting really tight for the ballot, I think is why it's there. So it's always a set time and, in the schedule for candidate qualifying. So once that's ended, now your regularly scheduled election is in process.
Right.
But
Unless you had
is
to
there an
sit-
appointment made, though, in between?
Is there what?
You're saying, is there an appointment
Is there,
made?
let's say the vacancy occurs kind of in the past scenario, right? And you don't have enough time for the qualification period to occur. Do you appoint and then there's an election 90 days after?
You can,
Yeah, I
if
think
the
that's- I
council.
think that's what it was,
Yeah,
yeah.
if the council
but
chooses to appoint, they
But
could
it's
still
not
sit.
clear here.
No,
I think it's in another section, right?
it's up here.
Yeah.
So that's still in subsection 1, because that's still how the charter is written. This subsection B is in addition to that.
Okay.
So, yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that, and I get that we're trying to clarify kind of the problem that we had, right? That there was a 60-day certification window and we were right up against it, and that's why it was very close to whether it should or should not happen. So I get that, but then we're also having a remedy for this situation by saying after qualifying, because if it's after qualifying, it's already in that period.
Correct. If it makes it more confusing, I can take the qualifying
It doesn't
language
matter
out
either way.
and-
I just occurred to me that it's kind of repetitive.
Yeah. And if it's confused, I can take that out and leave it referencing the 60-day certification requirement.
Just the 60-day? I thought we were talking about anything after qualifying.
Say that one more time.
So we're specifically talking about the 60-day mark, or we're specifically talking about anything after? This says both, but what was our intent here?
Well, and that's what I was just thinking about. I think we're not addressing,
I thought our intent was after qualifying.
yeah, so
Yeah.
the issue that I specifically had was I felt that because of the timing of Ms. Hyder's resignation, people would be able to buy their way onto a ballot.
Correct.
Well, that would be probably the only way they would have gotten the name certified.
Yes, exactly. But here, if we're saying we're holding a special election 90 days after the general election, are we still forcing candidates to qualify somehow?
Yeah.
We are.
Yes.
Yeah, a special
Okay.
election has I mean, my understanding is that we would define the qualifying period for a special election
Got it.
within the law.
Okay.
So we say qualifying period, like for the mayoral special election, there was a specific qualifying period.
Correct.
10
You guys-
days, whatever.
For both petitions and the fee, correct?
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
they have
you
an
guys would set
opportunity
that.
to, yeah.
Okay, okay. So as long as that's the case, and we're making sure that the intent is after the qualifying period is what we're
That's what I
addressing.
always thought the intent was, because if you're going to be part of the generally scheduled election, but you're not going through the qualifying process that everybody else is, you're not going through the primary process that everybody else is, then it's a special election. Like, you're skipping all these steps, so to speak, that we just don't have time for. And so this kind of remedies it by saying, rather than a special election after we get through the general election.
I think it's really important to consider also that this guardrail and the time period here that's being defined, let's say someone were to resign at the end of June, there's plenty of time for you to set a qualifying period and get that person onto a ballot, with our deadline being in September. So this would force a special election in a situation where you could have it on the general election ballot of that year.
You mean we could?
But qualifying hadn't ended yet.
Right, well, that, you could set a special, that's the whole point. You could set a special qualifying for that seat and then place that seat on the
This
November
allows
ballot
for
of the
that,
same
yeah.
election year in which it occurs.
Yeah,
So that would
okay.
really be a quicker solution. And then also, that's kind of, I guess what we're trying to avoid is the situation in '24 when that didn't happen. But there's situations now, if you look at the calendar, like it could have, you could have the resignation, like I said, at the end of June. Then there's plenty of time to set a special qualifying and have that special election. I mean, you could even call it, I guess, with this, is that your intent here with this language, is to call that special election for the, no, it says you have to,
No, that
within
the
90
special election
days.
is after the general election.
I think if we wanted.
Following the general, oh yeah, that's not
Yeah,
gonna
well,
work.
so to your point, I think if we wanted to be able to have that on the same day, we would just have to change the language to be held no later than 90 days following said general election. That way, if you wanted to have it on the same day, you still could. But it can be no later than 90 days.
I just see the following the general election to be contradictory to actually putting it on that ballot.
Wait, explain that one more time.
No, that's what I'm saying. So if we changed it to call a special election to be held no later than 90 days within the general election or something like that, so that you still have that ability to do it on the general election day, but it's not forcing it to be done on that day. So whatever language would need to be changed.
But wouldn't this situation or this scenario be separate from this section because it's occurring prior to the general elections qualifying period being over?
Yeah, so I guess my question to Ms. Pontieri and Ms. Leonard, so this is, the scenario B is saying that the 60-day certification deadline is passed. So we're past that point where there's no way to get on the general election. That's what's up.
No, maybe I misunderstood, but I thought Ms. Lenhart was suggesting you have a special election, but it's still on the same day as a general election. In other words,
Yes.
so the qualifying is
Okay.
moved.
That's what you're doing now.
Right,
You
so
have that.
so the qualifying is moved, like those dates are moved out so that people can actually still qualify, but it's still technically a special election. We're just holding it on the same day as a general.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so we would reduce the qualifying requirement to a different set of days than what the general was, but then
Correct.
still, as long as they're outside the 60-day certification window, because that's how much time we need to
Correct.
put it on the ballot. So in between 60 days and qualifying, this is what would occur. Is that what we're
Well,
saying?
it has already happened. So I had to go back to my little timeline of events because it seems like this city has a resignation in every election year. So if we go back to 2020, in July, Jack Howell resigned and John Netz was appointed to make that replacement. And the candidate qualifying was held for a special election that was placed on the 2020 ballot. That was in the end of July, but there was, or sorry, the beginning of July, but there was still time to set qualifying. So the council needs, maybe there needs to be direction for the council to set qualifying if there's time, so that the open seat can be held with the election that's occurring already. But it would be a special, it really would be a special
I
election.
feel like
You guys are doing that.
We're now reintroducing the same scenario that we had the problem with. So
Well,
in
setting
be-
qualifying should not
Are
be
we
scary.
making this worse? I don't know.
in between qualifying and the 60-day period, we could then set a separate qualifying and be on the
Yes.
same ballot.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. We have to?
It
Or we
should
what if
happen, I
it's
think.
62 days and we're like, qualifying is 24 hours and then we're going to be on the ballot?
Well, that's why, so it does have some subjective language, I think. It says, or too late for the seat to be legally certified to the ballot under Florida law.
So I can take that, so that I can leave it and take out the, in a vacancy occurs after the candidate qualifying period, like just say, if the event, a vacancy occurs too late for a seat to be legally certified. I can strike everything before that. Because the intent here is that this is only when it's too late to get onto that particular ballot.
I think that's probably better.
Yeah, that, and I think that will clear up the confusion, because mine.
So that will give us the flexibility that outside of that,
Correct.
we can still do a special election that would then occur on the same exact ballot as
Correct.
the general.
Correct. Because the charter doesn't restrict that or anything like that.
I'll rely on the lawyers in the room to.
Then I would say if we're going to do it, if we're going to allow ourselves to do that, Marcus, you would have to change that 90-day following. It can't say that because that would not include the election day. So we would have to change that temporal component.
Okay. Okay, I can work on that.
On or
before
within.
Yeah, before I do that, do
Yeah.
I have consensus from council? Okay.
You guys just look,
I think we're about
they look
ready to be
tired.
done.
I don't know.
So what I'll do is I'll take these, take the direction, there you go. Sorry, I'm tired as well. And I'll have this ready for first reading. I'll get that scheduled with the city manager and staff, but I'll take these notes and have it ready for first reading.
That it, Marcus?
Public comment.
Oh, I know that, but I'm saying you already covered the doubling of the debt.
Other three.
That's already been done?
Yeah, I'm already finished.
Okay. I know I stepped out for a minute. Okay. All right, anything else from the council?
Just one thing. So should we change into the language to match what we changed under 1A?
Yeah, I will make sure they both match.
Okay,
So,
because that's just the same thing but applicable to the mayor.
correct.
Yeah.
Anything else from the council? We'll open it up for public.
Well, hold on, we have one more change. It was the amount. Are we good with that?
I can go over that, but the last
We're
direction
good with that?
said
No
you guys were
changes?
good. There's no
Okay, then
changes.
never mind.
No changes on that. Just doubling the debt from 15 to 30. We'll open this up for public comment. Yes, Mr. Duarte?
Jeannie Duarte, that was painful. Everything that is set up here reflects going right back and restoring the original charter. Everything. All the things that were done in 2018 caused ambiguity to our charter. This, I don't know if you can see this. This is what our charter looked like in 2018. The beginning of it and the end of it are supposed to complement, they confirm each other, okay? Everything in the middle is land development, land description, our district boundaries, including maps, okay? The charter went from 22 pages to 45 pages to 66 pages. This is February 2018, before the 2018 election. We were proposed these three amendments in 2018, okay? And they're very vague, probably a little deceptive. This is what happened the January after our 2018 election. You took well, I'm not saying you guys, but it's a 66-page charter turned into this little 10-page charter. I did not color this in. You can find this on Municode. All you have to do is push the little button that says Show Changes. Everything, every page is colored out. It went from sections to articles, and there's a lot of changes made in here that did not show up on our 2018 ballot. So from there, the following July 30th, 2019, it actually says the charter was replaced in its entirety. There are a bunch of changes. To make things worse, I gave you copies up there. April 25th, 2022, there were more changes made. Where's the ballots? Where's the amendments that reflect these changes in 2022. We did not approve that, and the mayor language took place April 25th, 2022. I want to know how this happened. Who's responsible for it, and why is he still sitting up there? Because it's against our charter.
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups? No follow-ups. Katie, thank you for coming over. And tell Karen I said hi. That's it.
Thanks.
We're going to move on to our final public comments. Mr. Davis?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and City Attorney. Jeremy Davis. I'm here to speak about my First Amendment constitutional protections and genuine public participation. During the last meeting, concerns were raised about residents criticizing campaign contributions connected to the East Hampton vote and the later return of those contributions. Respectfully, the First Amendment was never designed to protect public officials from uncomfortable criticism. It was designed to protect the public's right to openly question government actions and decisions. The United States Supreme Court has repeatedly affirmed this principle. In New York Times Company v. Sullivan, the court held that debate on public issues must remain uninhibited, robust, and wide open, even when it includes sharp criticism of government and public officials. In Cohen v. California, the court further held that emotionally charged or profane political expression does not lose constitutional protection simply because it may offend those listening. That principle applied directly to me in February 2025 when I was removed from this chamber after stating, while discussing issues impacting my family and property, "I'm very emotional. I am fucking shaken." That statement was not a threat. It was not directed at any individual. It was an emotional expression of distress during public participation regarding matters affecting my home and family. The Supreme Court has made clear that profanity alone does not remove constitutional protection from speech. City council meetings are considered limited public forums. Government may impose reasonable content neutral rules regarding speaker order, time limits, and actual disruption, but decorum policies cannot override constitutional protections or be used to suppress protected criticism simply because it is emotional, passionate, or politically uncomfortable. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and it outranks any local meeting rule or subjective discomfort. Government may maintain order, but it cannot weaponize decorum to chill the very scrutiny the First Amendment exists to protect. Residents absolutely had the right to question campaign contributions connected to development votes, infrastructure failures, spending decisions, transparency concerns, and the conduct of elected officials and city staff. That is not misconduct. That is self-government. When protected speech begins being treated as a problem simply because it makes government uncomfortable, a chilling effect on public participation begins. The First Amendment exists specifically to prevent that chilling effect. This chamber belongs to the people. Elected officials and government staff must withstand public scrutiny. They do not have a constitutional right to be comfortable with it. In America, government answers to the people, not the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Ms. Duarte?
Jeannie Duarte, in the packet that I gave the city clerk, it has a Palm Coast timeline of our charter. It describes all the different changes that were made and the exact dates and when it happened, like page 54, prior to the 2018 election is when ambiguity was introduced to our charter. And that was before the 2018 election. I have given you all lots of time to reflect this. I've given you information side by side concerning the mayor vacancy language. I was ignored, dismissed, teased, harassed, and by doing so, and consistently doing so, you've only shown intent. This is a direct obstruction of justice and collusion to defraud the citizens of Palm Coast. Please consider reading the charter, not just what you've been given, but read the charter. Read before the changes were made, before 2018, not just the one before that, because there were changes made, but all of it. Read what I gave her. I'm sure she'll email it to you. It's the charter timeline of everything. I broke down the entire history of the Palm Coast Charter, the timeline from it. It includes the proposed language as well. If you go forward with your proposed language, you're only adding more ambiguity. There was absolutely no ambiguity to our charter prior to page 54, prior to the 2018 election. It was perfect. It had no problems. So please read that, because you guys really, it looks like a monkey show up there. It's a shame. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to Dodge. Any follow-ups on those two comments? Okay, we'll move on. Discussion of city council matters not on the agenda. Short and sweet.
I'll go. Mine's short and sweet. This Thursday night, we have the Fallen Officers Memorial at the Sheriff's Office. Really welcome the community to come out to that. And on Saturday, one of my favorite events that the city does, Touch a Truck, Saturday morning, Town Center. We have the first hour is, I don't remember the technical term, but it's a noise-sensitive hour for those with any special needs or young children. So please, please, please come out to that event. It's a really cool event, and I love that staff gets so involved with that event. I want to thank them ahead of time for taking their Saturday to spend with our residents for Touch a Truck.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Miller, do you have anything?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll be real
Florida
quick.
State softball won the ACC. I'm sorry. What was that?
That's awesome.
What's
They're pretty good. Yeah, we're getting close. The Gators didn't win the SEC, unfortunately.
He's been waiting all week for that.
But actually, I was going to talk about Palm Coast Little League. So we had the Palm Coast Gators are the majors champ for Palm Coast Little League, and then the Finns are the minor champ for baseball, and then the Crushers are the minor softball champ. So just wanted to give a shout out to them for all the work they did this season, and being champions.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Sullivan?
I have nothing to add.
He's tired. Yes, sir.
I just want to say good discussion today. We tackled a lot of issues and just enjoy the dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing. City Attorney? Items not on the agenda. City Manager? Items not on the agenda.
Great morning last Thursday and Friday morning. We had our employee breakfast over at the rec center. Great attendance, really great morale. Really appreciate all those folks, their attitude. They were just killing it. So we had a great day Thursday and Friday. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Nothing else?
Motion to adjourn.